After all, what would you do if your husband thought romancing in the moonlight with you wasn't as much fun as solving a murder mystery?
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Jean and Pat Abbott, those popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for another recorded adventure in romance and crime. Now here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle in murder.
You've heard about the unbelievable fogs they've been having recently in England. Well, this one topped them all. Pat had been working on a case in a remote town in Scotland. And now we were flying back to London to pick up the transoceanic plane and return to the States. The plane we found in Scotland was a chartered job. It was the best we could get, being in a hurry to reach London. Pat, of course, was sitting as calmly as could be. Nothing on earth rattles that boy's nerves. He was nonchalantly thumbing through a magazine. Me, well, as usual, I wasn't doing too well, peering out at the weather. Pat?
Hmm?
You want to play Scrabble?
Nope.
Oh, be sociable, Pat. You should say I'd be delighted to play Scrabble, especially with you, Mrs. Abbott, the world's champion player.
Mm-hmm.
I found a set, Pat. Now I'll get a pencil and paper and we'll play. Let's see, I have a pencil. Oh. Maybe he has some paper.
Who?
That man right in front of us. That very distinguished-looking man.
Well, if you're looking for an excuse to talk to him, dear, go right ahead. I'm not the jealous type, you know.
Not much. If he talked to me for more than 60 seconds, you'd pick him up like you were back out west with a newborn calf. Toss him out of the plane.
I would not. Now, go on. Ask him for the paper.
Okay. I beg your pardon.
Yes?
We wanted to play a game, and we haven't any paper. Have you?
Oh, surely. I have a pad right here in my briefcase.
Well, it's awfully kind of you.
Oh, not at all. There you are. Go on, take the whole pad.
Thank you.
Sounds a bit rude, but it isn't a game three could play, is it?
Why, surely, Mr.
Dr. Rhodes.
Oh, I'm glad to know you, Doctor. I'm Jean Abbott, and this is my husband, Pat.
You aren't Dr. John Rhodes, a psychiatrist, are you?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm delighted to meet you, sir. I read your book, Psychoneurosis in Wartime. Jean, Dr. Rhodes is one of England's foremost analysts.
Oh?
You sound as though you were quoting the dust jacket on my book. I wish you wouldn't. It's most embarrassing. Are you a physician, Abbott?
No, I'm a private detective from San Francisco. Your book, as you might well imagine, was very closely connected with my field.
You mean some private detectives read? I was under the impression they all solved their cases by being periodically knocked unconscious.
Well, that happens, too. But criminal psychology is also helpful at times. Your theory about us is very much like our theory about you.
And what is that?
That all psychiatrists begin a case by fluoroscoping the patient's wallet.
I'm afraid our business is considerably more serious than that.
Especially, Doctor, in the area where psychosis becomes crime?
Yes, Mrs. Abbott. You know, our most widespread problem medically today is not heart disease or cancer, devastating as they are. By statistics, it's mental illness. Hundreds of thousands of persons lie in hospital beds today because they are emotionally ill. Still more are at home or wandering the streets.
Wandering the streets, contemplating murder, eh, Doctor?
Occasionally.
Does becoming absorbed in the criminal mind sometimes make you, well...
Wonder about myself? Of course. I simply like to think my more evil impulses are reasonably controlled, though.
So controlled you could never commit homicide?
No, I'm susceptible, too. But we are admitting an entire area in this discussion. The area of fanaticism. The lunatic who believes he must have power in the form of admirers, followers, who believes he has a special mission on Earth. even though it means bloodshed. Which gets me to my present trip.
Might we ask what that is, Dr. Rhodes?
The British government is sending me to Kensington Downs to a hospital there. There are some very perplexing cases in that hospital. Cases of fanaticism.
Pat,
I'm going to...
Excuse me, Pat. Pat, something's wrong. The pilot isn't cutting that motor. It's missing.
Yes, I know. I hear it. It's all right. It'll pick up again.
Pat. Pat, the light.
Steady, Mrs. Abbott. If anything were really wrong, the pilot would warn us.
Pat.
Just stay in your seat, Jean.
But
don't fidget and don't become hysterical. We can always make a belly landing. We aren't over water. We're somewhere near London. He'll find a place to set us down. This whole section is pockmarked with airports.
Fasten your safety belts. Fasten your safety belts.
Pat, we're going to crash.
Now, easy, darling.
Oh, Pat.
Get that belt tight.
Yes.
There you are.
Pat, we'll be killed. We'll be killed.
Now, don't lose your head, Jean.
Oh, we're going to die. Pat, we're going to be killed.
No, we're not. Now, darling, steady. Steady now.
Oh.
Steady.
Where are you, Pat?
Jean.
Where are you?
Jean, darling. You hurt?
Oh, no. I'm all right. Are you, dear?
Yes. Just a little shaken up. Oh. Can you stand up?
I think so. Wait till I unfasten the belt.
Here, let me help you.
I'm okay. I'm pretty dizzy, though. Oh, golly, the plane's all in one piece.
Yes, well, let's get out of here fast. It might catch fire. That emergency exit's open. See it up ahead?
What is it? Where are you? I can't see you.
Over here. Dr. Rhodes.
Was he hurt?
He's out. Cold.
Oh, Pat, there's the pilot outside. He'll help. In here. There's someone hurt in here.
All right. Take it easy. I have a flashlight.
Oh, please. My eyes.
Shine it this way. That's it.
That chap got it bad, didn't he?
Oh, his head.
Well, I sent someone for an ambulance. They'll fix him up.
I don't think so.
Why not?
He's dead.
He is. Oh, no.
Too bad that confounded motor had to blow like that. Well, you two come on out. We'll take care of him.
Watch your step, Jean. That's it.
Gosh. Dark and cold out here. Ooh. What is this, a swamp?
No, we're about 80 miles from London. There's a hospital down the road. I sent there for help. I'll be back. Have to see about the other passengers.
Ooh. So cold. Can you see anything, Pat? It's so foggy.
No, not much.
Darling, we should get down on our knees and thank God for that pilot. I never thought we'd walk away from this landing.
Uh-huh.
What are you doing? Get away from that motor. It's broken. It's liable to explode or something.
Uh-huh.
Pat, will you listen to me?
Oh, yeah, huh?
Fine thing. A man nearly gets killed in an airplane crash, and what's he do? Calmly strolls around examining motors. Of all the coats...
Jean, that motor is in awfully good shape.
It just doesn't make any sense to go... Good shape?
Yes. Looks like nothing's wrong with it at all.
Oh, but
Yes,
darling...
I know. We had a crash landing. It's a puzzle, huh? Yes, and when you've got the answer to that, you might try telling me how Dr. Rhodes got killed.
Well, he was killed in the crash.
He was tied into his seat with a safety belt. He didn't bounce around any more than we did. We're well, but the doctor's head is bashed in. Skull is cracked wide open. You wanted to play games, Jean. All right. Get a pencil and paper and figure that out.
We stood beside the huge silhouette of the plane in that cold, damp English countryside with the dead body of Dr. Rhodes inside the plane. Spotlights swept the ground from police cars. Ambulances roared about. White-coated interns like ghosts flitted past us. Pat was very deep in thought and businesslike. Now that he'd stumbled into a murder, he kicked the ground pensively.
Now, Gene, listen. When they come over to us, no matter what I say, follow my lead. Don't ask questions.
Pat, do you think you know why we had that phony accident? And why Dr. Rhodes was killed?
I'm just a detective, dear, not a crystal gazer. Keep your pretty shirt on.
Good evening.
Evening.
My name is Sterling, Major Sterling. I'm the director of the Regent Hospital down the road. You people feel all right? Anything we can do for you?
Why, we're...
I think you might help me. I feel punchy from shock. You're kind of tossed around in the plane.
Why, certainly. If you'll come this way, I have a car. You can rest at the hospital, and we'll have a look at you there.
Fine. Thank you, Major.
Major, I'd appreciate it very much. I'm his wife. I'm Mrs. Abbott, and this is my husband, Pat.
Well, don't worry, Mrs. Abbott. We'll have him fixed up in no time. He's probably just a bit rocky from the fall. Now, if you'll take his other arm, he can lean on both of us. That's it. There we are. Now, I'll just tell the pilot that I'm stealing 2 of his passengers. I say there. Yes? I'm taking Mr. and Mrs. Abbott to the hospital. Mr. Abbott doesn't feel well.
He doesn't feel well.
No, he said he's very dizzy and weak.
That's funny.
Why?
We simply had a rough landing, that's all. I don't see how he could have been hurt so badly.
You don't?
No.
Well, that's strange, too.
Why?
Well, you say the landing wasn't rough enough to injure my husband. But it was rough enough to kill Dr. Rhodes, wasn't it? As soon as I saw the hospital, I realized it was some sort of military establishment. It was surrounded by high stone walls with sentries and machine guns. The major told Pat he'd soon be okay and advised him to lie down for a while. They put both of us in a small private room. You can stop groaning now, Pat. We're alone.
Oh. Didn't I do a terrific piece of acting?
Marvelous, darling. Pat,
Hmm?
you know you haven't kissed me for ages. After all, we might have been killed.
You know something? Maybe I should have been an actor instead of a detective. Just imagine. Radio City Music Hall presents Ava Gardner and Pat Abbott.
I was talking about a much more fascinating subject.
Now, let's see. What role would I play? Maybe I'd be... Huh? What'd you say? What were you talking about?
Kissing, remember?
Oh.
Lots of fun. Very popular nowadays.
No, Gene, now stay away from me. I'm supposed to be sick.
Mhm.
What if somebody walks in?
Well, they'll get a good practical lesson in the art of kissing from 2 highly qualified
No,
experts.
Gene, I'm supposed...
Close your eyes, dear. Lie back. You're supposed to be sick. And I'm Dr. Abbott, who's about to give you something that's a sure cure for chills, fever. Well, maybe not fever. You ready?
Oh, Doctor.
Yes. Oh, your fever's worse. Better give you another treatment.
Excuse me. Sorry to break in on you like this. I'm Vic Williams. The major sent me. I'm an intern.
What is it, Vic?
He said for you to drink the stuff in this glass. It's a sedative.
Oh, thanks, Vic.
Hi. You don't mind my saying so. That was quite a clinch you 2 were in. Young love's a wonderful thing. What?
Yes, sure is, Vic. Now, if you'll just run along...
You should see me and my girlfriend. Like 2 lovebirds we are. I haven't seen her in a fortnight. Been stuck here at the hospital. Can't even talk to her. The phone lines are down, you know, on account of the storm. I shan't be able to call her for a couple of days. She must be pining away no end.
Yes, I'm sure she is, Vic. Now, if you've nothing else to tell us...
You're from the States, aren't you?
That's right.
Married?
Yes. Now, look, if you'll just...
Where are you from in the States?
San Francisco.
They just brought in that corpse from the plane, Dr. Rhodes. He looked like a real top line there in the morgue. Sort of friendly-like. Did you know him?
We just met him on the plane.
How'd the accident happen? I mean, were you 2 just sitting
Now,
there?
look, Vic, suppose we ask you some questions.
All right, I'll go ahead.
What is this hospital?
It's called British Military Hospital, T-17, Kensington Downs.
Well, what sort of men are here? Veterans of World War II?
Yes, ma'am. And others, the weird ones.
You mean mental cases?
Well, some of them are legitimately that, ma'am. The others,
Yes, what about the others?
Oh, you know, the British government's mixed up with plenty of fanatics in the Near East. We're always having trouble with them. They got some chaps here from the Mediterranean Society.
Oh, what in the world is that?
Wild-eyed blokes, I call them. Professional assassins. Stage riots in the Near East, kill people, usually for money, although they claim some other fancy reasons. A lot of them are homicidal maniacs. Some of them are narcotic addicts. British Army rounds them up now and then, pulls them out of the area, ships them here for the cure.
The cure work?
I often wonder.
Lots of the Mediterranean League in this hospital?
You know, it's quite a three-ring circus with those boys and the kind they attract.
What kind do they attract?
Deportees, ex-Nazis, neo-fascists, the lunatic fringe. There's a lot of ex-Nazis who turned up in the League.
Yes, come in.
Everything all right, Mr. Abbott?
Oh, fine, Major. Thank you.
Well, you try to get some rest and take that sedative. It'll calm your nerves. If you want anything at all, just tell Vic.
Thank you.
We haven't any caviar or champagne, though. Much as I'd like to give it to you. I'll see you in the morning.
I'm getting along myself. I know you two want to be alone. How long have you been married?
A few years.
San Francisco, huh? What business are you in, Mr. Abbott?
Oh, I make a fortune, Vic. I dunk donuts for nearsighted millionaires. Now, look.
I know. I'm going. Oh, by the way, after I go, bolt the door.
Why?
This is a hospital for lunatics, man. You remember? During the nights, they get hopped up. They start running around. They're pleasant dreams.
Oh, lovely place. Lovely. Pat, what are you doing?
I'm going for a stroll.
Here? Now?
What did you think I pretended to be sick for? I want to see what makes this hospital tick.
Or wouldn't you rather lock the door and make believe we're back in Scotland on that moor in the moonlight? You made quite a fancy Heathcliff back on that moor, Pat, darling.
Right now, I'm more interested in who bounced Dr. Rhodes on the coconut and why. I'll see you around, Mrs. Abbott.
Not on your life. If you prowl, I prowl. If you think for one moment you're going without me, I'll scream.
No, all right. Shh. Come on. There are no lights out here. Follow me. Tiptoe.
Pat, look. A light's shining under that door.
Yes, I see it. Oh, come on. Easy.
Yeah.
Easy. I'll peek through this keyhole.
What do you see?
2 doctors. Looks like an operation. They're working on a man's arm.
What are they doing?
One of them has a tattoo mark on his arm. Looks to me like the doctor is taking off the tattoo.
Oh, is that all?
It's enough. More than enough. Come on, Jean. We're going to find the major.
But, darling, thousands of men have tattoos.
Not those men, and not for that purpose. Now, come on, let's go. Hurry. Sorry to break in on you, Major.
Oh, what's wrong, Mr. Abbott?
You know what's happening to some of your prisoner patients?
What?
I just saw them in the operating room. The doctors are removing tattoos from the men's arms.
Tattoos are
Now,
usually...
Jean, in a situation like this, those tattoos may be very important. Every man who served in Hitler's Waffen-SS bore a tattoo, a Nazi insignia and his blood group. Ex-Nazis by the hundreds have them. And as for that Mediterranean League, they probably have a tattoo also. Most fanatic secret societies do.
You're right, Pat. I remember the Pachucos, the dangerous secret society in America. Same deal.
Yes. And once out of this camp, any of those men has a much better cover story. It would be much easier to deny any affiliation they once had.
Rotten trick of theirs. Well, I'm grateful to you, Mr. Abbott. I'll telephone our headquarters in London, and I'll double the guard. Oh, you'd best get back to your room. Mrs. Abbott will be safer there. These men may riot if they find out we're onto their game.
It's okay, Major.
Hello. I want military headquarters in London.
Here's our door, Pat.
Yes, and you're going to stay in this room, Jean, because...
Look out, Pat, behind you. The pilot, he has a knife.
Yes, I see him.
You. wrist. You break my wrist.
Now drop the knife. Let go of that knife.
All right. My wrist.
I'll let go of your wrist after we finish playing a little quiz game.
All the double-crossing.
You faked that crash, didn't you?
Didn't you? Yes.
You turned out the lights, left the controls, ran back, and in the excitement, you hit Rhodes over the head. Simple, wasn't it? Especially when the plane's supposed to be out of control, anyway. Then you went up front, did a few wing-overs and a sloppy landing. They'd say the doctor died in the accident. Very neat way to commit murder. Now, why did you do it? Why did you do it?
You break my arm. I got paid 2,000 pounds.
All right. You're going to stay here a while. Come on, Gene, let's get out. I lock him in.
Here's the key, Pat.
Get a doctor. My arm.
Yeah, that does it. He'll stay there now. Come on, let's find the major.
Well, Mr. Abbott,
Oh, it's Vic.
I heard cries. I thought you were sick. What are you running about for?
Come with me, Vic. I'm going to the major. We're all in for a little entertainment. Your Nazi guests are acting up.
Huh? Well, what do you know?
Major?
More trouble, Mr. Abbott?
Yes. The pilot of our plane was waiting for me in my room with a knife. I had to knock him out. He's confessed he murdered Dr. Rhodes. It was a fake accident.
What? He walked?
I'll give you the details later, but I haven't picked up by your men.
Oh, yes, I certainly will. Oh, I just telephoned headquarters. There's an investigating squad on the way here now.
Well, it's about time.
You know, Major, you're quite a remarkable man. Taking all this in stride, telephoning London.
Well, it's all part of my job, Mr. Abbott.
No, I think you deserve special mention for an extraordinary job. Telephoning London, and the telephone doesn't work.
What was that?
Pat.
Yes, it's amazing. You say you called London for help. But Vic here told me a few minutes ago that the lines were down on account of the storm. He wouldn't be able to telephone his girlfriend for the next 2 days. How did you manage it, Major? Is magic also one of your accomplishments?
You've been asking unpleasant questions all evening, Mr. Abbott. I think I've had about enough.
Careful, Pat. He has a gun behind the desk. I can see it from here.
Vic,
Yes, Major?
we'll have to get rid of Abbott. Quickly, too. I wouldn't try any childish tricks, Mr. Abbott, or I shall be forced to kill your wife.
Yeah, surprised me. This chap was trying to gum up the works. You suspect Abbott at all, Major?
Yes, I did, Vic. Since he first presented himself at the hospital. It was obvious there wasn't anything wrong with him. I allowed him to come in, though, basing my tactics on the old saying, give a man enough rope.
You paid that pilot to kill Dr. Rhodes, didn't you, Major? You had to get Rhodes out of the way.
Go on. Very interesting.
The British authorities suspected everything wasn't exactly as it seemed in this hospital. They probably figured some of the so-called incurable prisoners were cured a long time ago. That some were feigning insanity. That all sorts of shenanigans were going on here, so they selected a top-flight psychiatrist, Rhodes, to check the patients. Not a full-dress investigation, just a seemingly innocent visit.
Yes, they underestimated me on that, too, Mr. Abbott.
Yes, you needed a bit more time before staging what was probably going to be a wholesale escape. So you hired the pilot to keep Rhodes from coming here.
You fit the pieces together very well.
Thank you. You even told the pilot to crash right near Kensington Downs so you could sign the death certificate and get the body out of the way fast. Who paid you, Major?
No one. I helped them because I believe in the cause. My father was British, but my mother, Mr. Abbott, was an Asiatic. I was raised in the Near East, and raised in a tradition that loathes the British Empire and the Western world in its entirety. My father left my mother. I grew up as a poverty-stricken gamin in the filth of the worst of Cairo. This Mediterranean League you wish to destroy is my fondest hope.
Even though it's really a hopeless cause, Major.
Is it, Mrs. Abbott? Or does it burn within us with a high, dead white flame? Mr. Abbott, you will drink the contents of this glass. It's an overdose of a sedative I offered you before. It will be fatal almost instantly. A most regrettable accident. Happens occasionally in a hospital.
Oh, Pat.
Take the glass, Mr. Abbott, in your hands. That's it. Now drink it. I said drink it. Oh, my... No, I'll take that gun.
Oh. You know, for an apparently intelligent man, Major, it's quite a foolish error to hand someone a full glass of medicine and stand close to him so he could easily throw it in your eyes. A childish trick, as you warned me about before. Vic, try reaching London now.
Yeah, but...
You work for MI5, don't you, British Intelligence?
Yes. You are a smart bloke. I've been investigating this hospital for some time now.
Well, Vic, the least you could have done was...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Abbott. Obviously, I couldn't tell you anything. I had to let you both sweat a bit. I had no other choice. I'll call London and report this. I'll see you later, Mrs. Abbott. Get moving, Major.
Bye, Vic.
I hope you'll get to talk to your girlfriend soon, Vic.
Oh, I will. Love conquers all, you know. Get going, Major.
Pat and I finally did get to London. We caught the Clipper, and as we flew over the Atlantic toward home... Pat? If Vic told you he was an investigator, why didn't you tell me?
He never told me.
Well, then how did you know?
Because in the first place, he asked an awful lot of questions when we met him. Too many, in fact. Made me wonder whose side he was on. Then he told us to bolt the door, so I knew he was worried about us.
Darling, how could you be sure?
Oh, dear, when the Major said he'd use the phone, Vic didn't say anything.
Uh-huh. And that did it, huh?
Mm-hmm. That did it.
Pat.
What?
I just thought of a wonderful game we can play.
Scrabble again?
It's too dark.
Well, what kind of a game can you play in the dark? You got neon checkers?
No. I was thinking we could play...
Well, what?
Post office. Footnote to the story of the Dead White Flame. Modern airplanes are perfectly designed for safety, speed, luxury travel, and indoor sports.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. Tonight's cast included Everett Sloane, Burford Hampton, and William Lally. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. Next week, same time, same station. Another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
After all, it's difficult to be romantic with your husband with another woman in the room, especially if the woman's just been murdered.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Jean and Pat Abbott, those popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for another exciting recorded adventure in romance and crime. Tonight's story, The Canary Yellow Sack. And here is Claudia Morgan as Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle in murder.
I'd gone to Pat's office to call for him and take him home. Pat's a very successful private detective in San Francisco, and you'd think you'd find him with secretaries, talking long distance, consulting perhaps with some brilliant criminologist. But when I came in...
Hello, darling.
Pat Abbott, it's hardly becoming to an outstanding detective to be found at his desk reading a nursery book.
Mm-hmm.
What is it, Pat?
Hansel and Gretel. I bought it for a birthday present. For my nephew, Donald. Remember him?
Oh, well, that's different.
He's such a cute kid.
Yes, he's very cute, but that'll do, dear. Put the book away. You're going to solve a mystery for me.
What's the problem?
It's about this newspaper clipping. I took it out of the bulletin's classified section. Go on, read it.
For sale, old chromo, picture of Zachary Taylor. Well, of all the silly...
Go on.
Chromo, picture of Zachary Taylor. Price, $12.30, right, box 27. Well, what about it?
I sent them a check for $12.30, Pat.
You actually want a second-hand chromo of Zachary Taylor?
I most certainly do. For your information, my great-grandfather was related to Zachary Taylor.
Well, do tell. Imagine being married to a celebrity all this time and not knowing it. Did you get the chromo?
No, I got the check back. With a note saying they were very sorry the chromo had been sold.
Oh, bad luck. So what?
Well, I thought that's all it was, too, but... Look, here's another clipping. Advertising the same thing. I saw it in an out-of-town paper just this morning. Read it, dear.
For sale, old chromo of Zachary Taylor, second-hand. Price, $11.15.
Now, you see, Pat? This ad offering the same chromo at a cheaper price just appeared today. Now, why in the world did they turn me down last week and then offer the same chromo in another paper for less money?
I don't know, dear. Besides, I am not interested.
Pat, it just doesn't make sense. Are you a detective or aren't you? Well, what do you think?
I think a Smirnoff vodka at Leo's would be perfect. Yes, come in.
Mr. Abbott?
Yes?
My name is Stewart. Mrs. Tom Stewart. I need your help, Mr. Abbott.
Well, go ahead. What's wrong?
Well, it's confidential.
Oh, that's all right. This is my wife. We often work together on a case.
Well, it's about my husband.
Mm-hmm.
He's disappeared.
Disappeared? Well, when and where did you see him last?
It all started about 2 weeks ago when I clipped this advertisement from the bulletin. Here, read it.
For sale. Old chromo, picture of Henry Clay, second-hand.
Oh, Pat, it's the same...
Wait a minute. Price, $17.20, box 89.
Well, if that isn't the most amazing coincidence...
Mrs. Stewart, what happened after you saw this ad?
Well, I'm very interested in American history, so I thought I'd buy it. I sent a check to box 89, and then I never heard from them. I wrote again, and finally, the day before yesterday, I sent my husband down to the newspaper office. I told him to get the address of these people and ask them what they'd done about my check.
Did he find them?
Well, I don't know. Tom went down to the newspaper office, and he never came back. I tried to find him. I called every place he might have gone. His office, his friends.
Well, have you reported this to the Missing Persons Bureau?
Yes, but, they're so casual about these things, and I wanted someone who'd take a personal interest in the case. Someone who wouldn't lose a minute. Someone
Mrs. Stewart, what does your husband look like?
Well, he's tall.
How tall?
Oh, 5'8".
Well, that's not very tall.
Well, maybe he's 5'9" or 10. I don't know exactly. He weighs about 150 pounds.
What color hair has he?
Brown. He had brown eyes, and, well, he was very thin.
Thin? 5'8", weighing 150?
Well, I call him thin. He looks sort of...
Pat! She's been shot. What'll I do?
You look after her, Jean. Those shots came from out in the hall.
Pat, what...
Stay with that woman.
Oh, here, Mrs. Stewart. Let me help you. We'll get a doctor. Mrs. Stewart. Mrs. Stewart. Oh, Mrs. Stewart.
Well, they got away, Jean. How's Mrs. Stewart?
Pat, I think she's dead.
What? Here, let me see. Uh-huh. You're right.
Oh, Pat, it's awful.
Give me that phone.
You see, I told you there was something weird about those ads.
Headquarters? Lieutenant Daniels, please.
Oh, what do you think they mean?
Could be a code.
A code? For what?
1 second, darling. Daniels, this is Pat Abbott. Look, you better come over to my place. Fast. A woman has been shot. Yeah, she's dead. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Pat, what are the ads a code for?
I don't know. Let's have a look at Mrs. Stewart.
Well, here's her purse. What's in it?
Yeah, a coin bag, handkerchief, lipstick. There's a ticket. It's an airplane ticket. For the plane to Seattle. Tomorrow morning.
Pat, will you look at these newspaper clippings?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, this one says, for sale. Old chromo, picture of Vice President Marshall, second-hand, price $21.20.
Well, this one says, for sale. Old chromo picture of Benedict Arnold. Price $8.40. Pat, what do they mean?
Well, let's see. In the first place, nobody on Earth, except you, darling, would actually want a second-hand chromo of any of these fellas. They're advertising something absolutely useless. Something they probably haven't even got.
Oh, well, that's silly, dear. Well, then why advertise at all?
Now, these numbers, the prices, what could they mean? 8:40, 12:30, 11:15.
Pat, that could mean time, not money. Except for the fact that there's no such time as 17:20.
Wait a minute. Could be military time, couldn't it?
Oh?
That's numbered from 1 to 24. 17:20 would be 20 minutes after 5 p.m.
Golly, that's right. What about the names?
Well, let's go a step further. If you're telling someone time, what else might you tell them?
Place.
That's right. Sure, you see. Taylor, Stanton, Marshall. Those could be the names of streets and avenues.
Well, suppose it's true. Where do we go from here?
Well, I know where you go.
Where?
Home.
Home? Now?
Gene, how many times do I have to tell you that detecting is a very dangerous business for you?
Well, if you think with that woman lying there murdered and a mysterious code in the newspaper that I'm going home...
I will not have you running around on these cases. Now, I said go home, Gene.
Well, of all the ridiculous...
Gene.
Yes, dear.
How long is it since anyone has spanked you?
I'm going. I marched very reluctantly out of Pat's office. After I'd been gone about 5 minutes, Lieutenant Daniels arrived. He looked over the scene and examined Mrs. Stewart. Then he questioned Pat.
Pat, I've known you long enough to be very sure you're not mixed up in this, but just the same, I'll have to ask a few questions.
All right, go ahead.
Now, you never saw this Mrs. Stewart until she came to your office today?
That's right.
Did she indicate why she picked you to help her?
Me personally? No. No, she was just impatient with the Missing Persons Bureau. Thought a private detective could move faster.
What did she expect, miracles? Then you say that she told you about her husband disappearing.
Yes.
He disappeared after he went to inquire about a little ad in the newspaper.
That's right.
All right, come on, Pat. What's the gimmick?
I don't pull gimmicks with you, Daniels. I never have. I've told you everything I know.
That would be a novelty. You know, Pat Abbott, I have a lot of respect for you. You do a darn good job. The trouble is you don't always bring the police in on everything that you're doing. Now, this time, suppose we don't play any games.
I'm not playing games. You run a check yet on Mrs. Stewart?
Yeah. One of the boys just called me from headquarters. No police record of her.
Mm-hmm.
Pat, you're stalling. You've noticed something that you're not telling me. What did she say about her husband?
Just gave me a description of him.
Height?
5'8".
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that she said 5'9" or 5'10".
Confound it, Pat. If you don't cut the clowning.
She said he was very thin, weighed 150 pounds.
5'8", weighed 150, and was thin?
Yes.
Well, aren't you Mother's little helper? What was his first name? What was his occupation?
She didn't say.
Now, that's interesting. A woman you never saw before comes in, says her husband is 5'8", 9, or 10, or maybe he's tall enough to be a basketball player. He's short and heavy, or maybe he's thin, and she didn't even tell you his name. Then somebody strolling by who had nothing else to do came along and shot her. Then you ran out in the hall instantly, but you didn't see them. And all of this is because there's a little ad in the paper selling old chromos of dead presidents that aren't worth a plug nickel. Now, this hasn't been a very pleasant day anyway. My wife burnt the toast this morning. I missed the bus, and... Maybe I just ought to go home and lie down until tomorrow, huh, Pat? Maybe tomorrow will be my good news day,
I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I've told you all I know. Excuse me.
Pat Abbott,
Yes?
I'm calling to give you a little advice.
Who is this?
We'll skip that. What I wanted to tell you was very simple. It's just this. Mind your own business, Abbott. Don't tell that cop anything.
Look, if you think you're...
Hold on, Abbott. There's someone here who wants to talk to you.
Never mind. Get to the point.
You better listen, Abbott.
Pat, darling.
Jean. Where are you? What is this?
Oh, when I left your office, they were waiting for me in a car. They made me go with them, and I...
See, Abbott? We figured you might go poking around where you weren't wanted, so we invited your wife for a ride. We're gonna hold her, too, till this case sort of cools off.
Now, listen, you
Easy,
rotten...
Abbott. Easy. Just remember, you want your wife back, mind your own business. Keep your mouth shut.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Who was that? Pat, I said, who was that? I haven't seen you this upset since I took $56 off you in that poker game last year. Now, who called?
Little Bo Peep. Wants police help. She lost her sheep and can't find them.
How would you like to get slapped with a charge of withholding information from the police?
How would you like to get sued for false arrest and maybe get busted and end up pounding a late night beat on the Oakland Bridge?
Good afternoon, Mr. Rabbit.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Daniels. I guess maybe I'm the Rock of Gibraltar type. Except when it comes to Jean. Her kidnapping threw me for a 30-yard loss. Lieutenant Daniels tried a few more times to worm something out of me, but couldn't get a word. The minute the police had cleared out of my office, I went running to the office of the Bulletin, to the desk where they take classified ads.
Yes, what can I do for you?
I don't want to place an ad. I'd just like to ask you a question.
What is it?
It's about an ad that was in your paper. You see this? Offering a chromo of Zachary Taylor.
Well,
Who placed that ad?
we don't give out that information.
This is very important. I've got to know.
I said we don't give out that information. If that's all you wanted, I'm sorry. I'm very busy, so if you please run along.
Now, look. I don't want to get into an argument. I'm just making a simple request. So will you
The
please...
answer is no. N-O.
But it wouldn't...
Aren't you going to leave? Or do I send for the manager?
You don't have to send for anybody. I don't want to make trouble.
What's the trouble, Dorrance?
Oh, Mr. Warren, this fellow wants some information. He wants to know who placed this ad.
It's this ad here, Mr. Warren. I'd appreciate it very much.
Well, let's see it. Oh. I think this ad was mailed in. To find out who sent it, we'd have to go back through our files. It would take some time.
I'll wait.
Besides, this ad is over a week old. It'd mean a lot of checking back. I'm afraid we can't oblige you.
It isn't much of a favor.
It's against our policy, too.
It means a great, great deal to me.
It's against our policy.
All right, skip it.
I'm sorry we can't be of more assistance.
All right, Mr. Warren, all right. I said skip it. Hello.
Finally got back to your office, Abbott.
Now, listen, you let my
Now,
wife...
wait. You better be polite to me, Abbott. Jean's right here in the room with me and the boys. Now, you don't want us to get angry, do you, Abbott? Oh, Jean, say hello to your husband.
Pat?
Yes, Jean, are you all right, dear? Are you all right?
You heard her, Abbott. She's fine, so far. Now, look. We called about your visit to the bulletin office, Abbott.
What?
Aren't we smart, though? We know everything you do, don't we? You try to find out who put that ad in for the old chromo, huh?
What about it?
First you spoke to a man named Dorrance. Then you spoke to another jerk named Warren. They turned you down.
Well?
I told you to keep your nose out of this, Abbott. You're disappointing me. Now, I ain't gonna warn you again. This here wife of yours won't look so pretty if they have to drag her out of the river.
I ran back to the office of the Bulletin. This time I wasn't going to be stopped. At the classified ad desk, there was a crowd. Excuse me, what's happened?
It's the man who works at the desk, Mr. Dorrance. Oh, it's terrible.
What is?
Well, he was just standing there, and then all of a sudden he just keeled over and died.
He did?
Uh-huh. A heart attack, they say.
Would you step aside? I'd like to go over there. Thank you.
Why, hello.
Hello, Mr. Warren.
Isn't it shocking? After all these years, poor Dorrance has a heart attack, and he's gone.
Yes. It's almost unbelievable. I left the office of the Bulletin and raced across town to the office of the Globe-Dispatch. I had an idea. I wasn't sure it would work, but Jean's life was at stake, and any chance at all was worth taking. I went to the classified ad department of the Globe-Dispatch, and... Now, here's what I want in the ad, please. For sale, second-hand chromo of Aaron Burr. Price, $7.20. I didn't know, of course, if my first idea about the ads being a code was right. But there wasn't anything else I could do. Figuring the name in the ad was the street where a rendezvous took place, and the price was the time of the meeting, I advertised Aaron Burr, $7.20. And at 7:20 the next night, I went to Burr Street. It was in a desolate section of town by the river. The street was deserted, and the lamppost was being repaired, so it was pitch black. I hid in a doorway and waited. At 7:20 sharp, a truck pulled up at the corner. The driver remained at the wheel. A guy who'd been riding in the back got out and strolled around, occasionally looking up the street. After about 10 minutes, the little man called out to the driver.
I don't know where they are, Jackie. Looks like they won't show up.
Excuse me, Bud. Got a match?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. That's, wait a minute. I got my pocket. Yeah, here we are.
Thanks. Here's something for you. I knocked the little man out cold. Then I jumped onto the back of the truck. And imitating that hoarse voice as best I could. Better go on, Jackie. I'll ride in the back again. They ain't coming. The truck roared down Burr Street, switched off to the main highway, and tore along doing 70. In the back, I had a chance to look around. The truck was filled with barrels of capsules. Little plastic capsules, the kind used to make pills. I kept examining the boxes. Then I found a bag. It contained a white powder with a bitter taste. It wasn't dope, but I thought I knew what it was. In a few minutes, the truck turned and pulled up in front of a huge abandoned warehouse. I hopped off, ran around to the back of the warehouse.
I pulled open the door. Slowly. I saw a rickety stairway. I tiptoed up the stairs. I tried some doors. Empty rooms, that's all. Then I saw another door at the far end of the hallway. Jean?
Pat. Oh, darling, darling.
Yes, you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. They didn't hurt me. Pat, how'd you get here? Where are we? They blindfolded me until I got here.
Now, shh. Don't talk now. I've got to get you out of here. I know the way back. I can come here with Daniels later. Now, wait. I'll see if anyone is outside.
Do you see anyone?
Yes. The driver of a truck I used to get here. We better shut this door. Is there another way out of this room?
No, not even a window.
It's a nice spot. Well, the driver doesn't know who I am. Maybe we can bluff our way out. Does he know you?
I don't know. I don't know who brought me here.
Well, we just have to take a chance.
Pat, listen. Listen, they're right outside.
Yes, now keep quiet. If we make a sound, they'll let loose right through the door with Tommy guns. I saw the driver carrying one. Now, shh.
I don't know who the guy was, boss. Just asked me for a match, and he slugged me.
That's the fella I knocked out to get in here. It's too bad I didn't sock him hard enough. I didn't have a chance to tie him up either. He must have come to and raced over here. Now, we've got to get out, Jean. We've got to take a big chance.
Anything. Just let's get out of here.
We'll have to go out the front door. And try talking fast if we meet anybody. Are you ready, darling?
Ready, Pat.
And so far, so good. Now, down the stairs. All right, now, if we can make that big door at the bottom of the staircase, we'll be all right. It's very dark outside. It's only a short run to the highway.
We're not doing badly at all. I wonder where they went.
Oh, don't leave us so soon, Mr. Abbott.
Warren.
Pat.
I didn't expect you to pay us a visit, but now that you've come, why don't you stick around a while?
Pat, you know him.
Yes, Jean, I do. Mr. Warren is the classified advertising manager of the Bulletin. We've met a few times. Last time we met, he'd just murdered one of his employees in the newspaper office, Mr. Dorrance.
Hey, this is the guy, boss. The one who socked me.
Put your hands up, Abbott. You too, Mrs. Abbott. Harry, see if he has a gun.
Okay.
Mr. Dorrance was supposed to have died of a heart attack. But I wouldn't be surprised if the autopsy shows he was poisoned. You get wise to your racket, eh, Warren? Using the ads for tip-offs?
You talk too much, Abbott. People who talk a lot get on my nerves.
He ain't got no gun, boss.
Tip-offs for what, Pat?
Pickups, darling. By their truck. From half a dozen guys working for them who sold them empty pill capsules on a QT. And other guys selling them barbituric acid.
You're really quite bright, Abbott.
I tasted some of that white powder in the truck, Warren. They gave me sleeping pills in the Marines when I was hurt. I remembered it.
Sleeping pills, Pat?
Yes, dear. One of the least known and biggest rackets in America today. Not narcotics. So the federal men don't have anything to do with it. Has to be enforced locally. Makes it very tough for the law and easy for the boys. Runs into millions of dollars. Sold without a prescription by bellhops and flea-bag hotels. In all-night diners by salesmen planted like bookies in business offices.
Well, I thought we'd probably have to kill your wife, Abbott. But you want to make a regular party out of it, don't you? You want to get knocked off, too. Well, we can oblige you.
You shot Mrs. Stewart, too, Warren. You were one of your pals here.
Yes. Harriet got fancy ideas. She didn't like the way we were treating her.
Yes, so she decided to double-cross you. She came to me with a lead about the ads and the story about a husband who probably doesn't exist. She figured I'd nail you while she took a plane to Seattle.
We caught up with her, though.
Yes, in my office. Then you waited downstairs for Jean. Hoping that would probably keep me off your neck.
Go on, Harry. Take them in the back. Get rid of them.
Okay.
No. Wait. This Abbott here is a smart aleck. His wife wasn't very friendly either. Never mind taking them in the back, Harry. I'd get a kick out of seeing him get a face full of bullets myself. Go on. Give it to him now. Right here.
Pat.
Now, steady, darling. Look, Warren, you can't get away with 4 killings. You pulled 2 already that you'll be picked up for just as sure as...
Yattata, talk again. Go on, give it to those 2, Harry. We're wasting time.
Right.
Put up your hands, Warren.
Lieutenant Daniels.
You heard him, Harry. Drop that gun.
Go on, drop it. I have 20 men outside, so be smart and don't start any fireworks. They just love to celebrate the 4th a little early.
Where the devil did
Where
you...
did I come from? Out of the nowhere into the here.
Well, I wasn't sure the trick would work, Daniels.
Well, it did. Good idea, Pat.
What trick? Pat, if you don't explain...
You remember the nursery book I was reading, Jean? Hansel and Gretel?
Yes, dear.
How did they show people the way to the witch's house where they were being held prisoner?
Why, they dropped breadcrumbs, I think, all along the trail as they went into the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see.
That's right. I did it with the little capsules while I was riding in that truck. I cut a hole in one of those sacks. I knew I had to lead someone to wherever the truck was going, and then I thought of Hansel and Gretel.
There's a trail of capsules running all the way out here for blocks. One of our prowl cars started following it. Figured some truck was losing all this stuff and didn't know it. Then the officers began looking around this warehouse.
Do people get so desperately addicted to sleeping pills?
Yes, very often. Then they develop barbiturate poisoning and keel over suddenly on the street. City Hospital often gets cases like that. And I know an asylum that has victims of barbiturates who went into complete nervous collapse. You see, Gene, the health department of each city is responsible for stopping its illegal use. But most of them are handicapped. Not enough men, not enough funds. So the wise guys move in and make cash. Sell them in all-night movies, sell them outside of flop houses. Yes, even pick up victims supposedly cured as they come out of the hospitals.
Well, I'll never have that trouble.
How do you know, Mrs. Abbott?
No woman would ever have trouble falling asleep after spending an evening with Pa.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. The cast included Everett Sloan, Jean Darling, Mandel Kramer, and Lon Clark. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and directed by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. Next week, same time, same station. Another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
After all, a $250,000 robbery and a few murders might not bother you. But when your favorite perfume doesn't put your husband in a romantic mood, wouldn't you be furious?
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Pat and Jean Abbott, those popular characters of detective fiction. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for another recorded adventure in romance and crime. Tonight's story, The Clue of the Ivory Thread. And here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle in murder.
We were in Pat's office in San Francisco. I'd just spent a fabulous amount of money on a bottle of perfume, and, well, like any smart wife, I was going to break it to my husband gently. Pat?
Mm-hmm.
You like my perfume?
Yeah, it's all right.
Well, now, isn't that a romantic answer? The ad said, this delicate fragrance will make your loved one float on an enchanted cloud.
Oh.
I'm going to ask for my money back. I'm going right to the store and say, my husband did not float.
How much was this gookum?
Gookum? Pat Abbott, this just happens to be Prince Michael's Essence of Gardenia, the most famous, rare, exotic perfume in the world.
Mm-hmm. How much was this gookum?
$40 a half ounce.
Holy Aunt Hannah.
Oh, don't scold me, Pat. Come here, darling. Close to me. Smell it now. Well, doesn't it have an effect on you?
Well, now that you mention it, Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, curses foiled again.
Come in.
Mr. Abbott?
Yes?
Might I see you alone for a moment?
Sure. Would you wait in the other room, Jean?
Oh, that isn't necessary, Pat. How do you do? I'm Mrs. Abbott, and I often work with my husband on his cases, so you can go right ahead.
Would you wait in the other room, Jean?
Well, he doesn't have any secrets from me, and so... Oh, all right, Pat. Don't glare.
Sit down, Mr.
Call me John Smith.
Well, now, that isn't a very impressive beginning, is it? If a client hasn't enough confidence in me to tell me his real name...
I have confidence in you. I'm checked up on you. They tell me you're one of the best private detectives in America. I need someone like that, someone very resourceful.
What's on your mind?
Take this envelope. Open it. No. Don't bother counting. 10,000. There's 10,000 in cash in it. It's yours.
If I do what?
You must help me see someone.
Who do you want to see?
A woman named Eloisa Fernandez.
Eloisa Fernandez?
It may be a little difficult for you to arrange for me to see Miss Fernandez.
Why?
She's dead.
You kill her?
No.
Where's the body?
Buried in a cemetery about 45 miles from here.
Oh, sorry, I don't go for body snatching.
Do you go for $10,000?
Here, take it back. I also don't like cases where I don't know my client's real name. Why do you want this woman's body?
Part of our agreement would be that you're not to ask any questions.
Well, I don't go for that either. This deal won't wash, pal.
It would take a long, long time for you to earn $10,000 as a private detective, Mr. Abbott. You'd have to find a great many lost puppies and husbands with convenient amnesia to earn that much. Now, this wouldn't take more than one night. I need the help, Mr. Abbott. I'm rather clumsy, and you're self-assured. You wouldn't become panicky.
Mm-hmm.
When I came in, Mr. Abbott, I smelled your wife's perfume in the room. It's superb. She has very expensive taste. Now, I'm offering you $10,000 cash, Mr. Abbott, free of taxes, of course. I'd never report it. And I'd advise you not to.
Get out, John Smith or John Doe,
I have
whatever.
a very fast car, Mr. Abbott. We could be at the cemetery in less than an hour.
I said get out. You complimented me. You mentioned some of my attributes, but you forgot to mention one. I'm pretty good at throwing people downstairs.
But, Mr. Abbott...
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
It would certainly be childish...
Get out of here.
My son, I'm proud of you.
Oh, shut up.
Tain't easy to turn down 10 big ones.
Were you at that keyhole again?
Pat, what do you suppose he wants with that body?
I think...
Yes?
It's his wife's body.
Go on.
He murdered her.
Yes?
Because she bought some fancy perfume for $40 a half ounce.
That's not funny.
Oh, that's our friend the ghoul again. Come in.
Mr. Abbott?
Yes?
I'm Dr. Frederick Hayes of the Psychiatric Institute.
Oh, sit down, Doctor. Jean.
I'm going.
Doctor, what can I do for you?
I mind.
Oh, really?
Short, stocky, very intense, black hair, extremely pale, anemic complexion. Probably didn't give you his name.
He just left.
His name is Philip Clark. Now, we physicians often find ourselves in a difficult ethical dilemma, Mr. Abbott. When do we violate our oath and discuss patients with the public? Now, presume a patient is a railroad engineer or an aeroplane pilot. Presume he's anxious, guilt-ridden, his behavior most unpredictable. Does the doctor violate the medical code and report this? Now, I think he's obliged to. Now, I am forced to tell you about Clark. He is what we term a paranoiac. He has systematized delusions.
He's seeing things, you mean?
Precisely. Did he give you the story about the dead body?
He did.
Now, there actually is a woman named Eloisa Fernandez buried some miles from here. She has no connection with Clark. I imagine he heard the name somewhere or read it in a newspaper. He imagines that she calls him and begs him to free her from the grave. Characteristic morbid obsession. Now, I'm afraid we shall have to hospitalize him permanently.
Well, is there anything I can do, Doctor?
No, thank you. I'm sorry if he gave you a rather gruesome time. Just thought I'd acquaint you with the facts. He offer you money?
Yes, $10,000 in cash.
It was genuine, Mr. Abbott. He's extremely wealthy. Oh, there's no necessity for calling the police. It would just embarrass everyone. This won't happen again, I assure you. We've allowed him a shade too much freedom.
Has he any family or friends?
No. He's led a very, very secluded life. In a curious house he owns on Palmer Road below Carmel.
I see. Well, thank you for coming, Doctor.
Yes, I've violated my professional confidence, but I feel for well-justified reasons. I'm sure you won't discuss this with anyone. Good afternoon.
Goodbye, Doctor. You can come in now, dear.
So, our body-snatching friend is named Philip Clark.
Yeah.
I know you, Mr. Abbott. That expression on your face. You're fitting pieces of a puzzle together.
There a good double feature in the neighborhood?
A whopper.
Fine. I'll buy you a big jelly apple and a bag of popcorn, and you can go to the movies tonight and live it up.
Oh, while you go sticking your nose into this case.
I'm just going to wander around, that's all.
Say, for instance, to Clark's house on Palmer Road?
Say, for instance, something like that.
What time do we leave?
Me, not you.
Pat, if you don't take me with you, I'll go alone. I'll sneak out of the movies and follow you. Besides, who goes to romantic movies and sits in the dark alone? How square can you get?
Oh, I was afraid of this.
Come on, dear, let's pay a visit to Mr. Clark.
You sure you want to go? He might not be lonesome anymore.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe he dug up company for himself.
That night we drove to Palmer Road. It was across the Bay Bridge and down 101 to a section of Spanish villas clustered on a cliff by the Pacific. You had to swerve sharply off the highway and climb small, winding roads up the cliff. Occasionally, you'd see a hitchhiker, a Spanish farm worker. The weather was awful. The desolation was worse. Pat parked the car in the driveway on Palmer Road. It was a strange house that had evidently been redecorated, but the attempt to brighten it up was half-hearted and sort of neurotic. We stood on the porch and rang the bell. Nobody's home.
Ring again.
You want to try the door?
I will.
We'll go
It's open.
Wait.
I want that dress.
Here's
I
something.
don't know where it is, I tell you. No,
Pat.
I don't know where that dress.
Sounds like a big row upstairs.
Let's sneak in.
Give me that dress.
Easy. Careful now. Close the door.
Now we... There's Mr. Clark at the top of the stairs. Hello, Mr. Clark. How are you?
Abbott, Abbott.
Pat! Pat, there's a knife in his back.
Yes, and the man who put it there is behind him in the shadows, see? Stay where you are.
Stop it, Pat. He's running.
I'll get him. I'm going up the stairs.
Look out, Pat!
Get over here, Gene. The body will hit you.
Philip Clark, with a knife in his back, fell down the stairway of his home. His body landed less than a foot from where I stood with Pat. The few seconds Pat lost while he grabbed me and sidestepped the body cost us the killer. By the time Pat had raced upstairs and the killer had reached the roof, crossed over to another house, then he disappeared. Pat, exhausted by the chase, came back to where I stood by Clark's body.
Well, I got a good look at the murderer, Gene. I'll know him if I see him again. He's an ugly little runt.
Darling, what have you got in your hand?
Huh? Oh, it's a dress. A knife-throwing friend dropped it. He didn't dare stop and pick it up. I think that's why he came to visit the late Mr. Clark.
Just to get a dress?
Well, maybe.
Well, let's see it, dear. Hold it up. Oh, Pat, it's fascinating. Look at the embroidery on it. Well, have you ever seen such work? Look at how they've woven all these complicated designs. Sort of Spanish-looking, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is. Well, come on. We'll call the police, then we're going home and play games on this dress.
Play games on it? What kind of games?
Tic-tac-toe.
Oh, Pat, a man kills another man to get hold of a dress, and then you take it home and play tic-tac-toe on it. You know, confidentially, Bub, maybe you ought to see that psychiatrist, too, When we got home, Pat gave me a pencil and paper, took some himself, and then laid out the dress.
Now, Gene, men don't kill each other over a dress, unless it's more than just a dress.
Yes, I know. I figured it out. You think the designs on it mean something.
It's possible. So you take your pencil and paper and trace the pattern of the green threads. I'll do the same thing with the blue ones.
It's like being back in kindergarten again. Okay, teacher, let's trace the pretty colors. Looks like the green threads don't mean a thing, Pat.
Well, the blues don't make sense either. All right, now you try the purple ones. I'll take the ivory threads.
The purple threads don't make any pattern either. Comes out kind of silly.
Uh-huh. And look at what I've got, tracing the ivory thread.
Why, it's an arrow. And all those squares. Well, I'd say... Well, it looks like the plan of a building. You see, Pat, there'd be the windows. 2 stories. And the arrow's pointing to a sort of tower on top. Don't you think so?
Sure, that's it.
But what building? Where?
Well, we may find out soon. We'll be having a visitor. And
Oh, who's coming?
the killer knows I picked up the dress. He knows my name. Clark said it just before he died. So, my friend will be back. Yes, we'll be having a visit soon from an ugly little rat who likes to dig knives into people.
Pat was wrong. Nothing happened that night. Nothing happened the next morning. So Pat left the house and headed for his office, and I went downstairs with him.
Now, just you stay home like a good girl. I'll handle whatever comes up.
All right. You can handle it all by yourself. I have to go to the grocer's anyway.
You mean you're actually going to stay out of this?
For a while. I'm going shopping.
I don't get it.
Well, I have to go shopping, that's all.
That's why you're wearing that awful blouse and skirt, I suppose. Thought you were going to throw them away.
Well, my nice dresses get soiled when I handle bundles, dear, so I save this.
Okay, goodbye.
Pat.
What?
Don't let anything happen to you.
Oh, why not? Little gunplay might be fun.
No, don't. I kind of like you, and who knows? This might blossom into a beautiful romance.
Hello.
Pat, I finished shopping. Did the ugly little runt show up at your office?
No signs here of anyone.
Well, I sent the food, Pat. I'm not going home. I'm going to the Papagayo room for lunch. I met Laura. You remember her?
The Papagayo room? Are you trying to drive me into bankruptcy, ma'am?
Oh, but darling, lunch there is sensational.
Oh, well.
Pat.
Yeah?
I love you anyway. Even if you are a nasty old miser.
Goodbye, Mrs. Abbott.
Goodbye, Scrooge. Pat had a very quiet day and went home at 6. When he got there, I wasn't in. He'd just stretched that long, lanky body of his out on the couch when the doorbell rang.
Good evening, Mr. Abbott.
Oh, Dr. Hayes?
Mind if I sit down?
No.
Yeah. I read in the morning papers that my friend, Mr. Clark, was done away with.
Did you?
It wasn't used to me, of course. I'd arranged it.
Uh-huh. What's your real name, pal?
Oh, it's Hayes. Frederick Hayes. Of course, I'm not a psychiatrist. You have a charming apartment.
Thank you.
Waiting for your wife, Mr. Abbott?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, I think your wife will be late, sir. Very late.
What are you driving at?
I've been obliged to detain her.
You what?
No. Try to keep calm, sir. She's with a friend of mine. He has instructions that if anything goes amiss, he's to kill your wife.
Oh, you rotten punk.
Oh, it's very unfortunate, very. But I had no alternative. You have a dress here, Mr. Abbott. I want it. I knew you'd be reluctant to part with it, so I took the trouble of detaining your wife just after she left the Papagayo room. I thought this might persuade you to give me the dress.
It might.
I want it right now. You have an alluring wife, sir. I'd be very reluctant to see my associate use a knife on her.
I'll get the dress for you.
Excellent. It's an intriguing dress, you know. Dates back to the days when California was dominated by the Spanish. They demanded very heavy taxes from the population. At a mission in San Linda, just south of here, the fathers refused to comply. They took all of their treasure, in fact, all of the gold and valuable pieces in the town, and hid them in their mission. The Spanish, of course, were furious and ransacked the town. But they never found the treasure. A woman escaped from San Linda and made this dress.
With a map. Designed with the ivory threads telling exactly where the treasure could be found in the mission building.
Precisely. Mm-hmm. And quite a treasure it is, reportedly worth $250,000. There's a picturesque legend now. They say the bell in the mission will ring when the treasure is found. I intend to ring it, Mr. Abbott.
Yes, so I gathered. I think I can fill in the rest of the story. A woman named Eloisa Fernandez was buried in that dress very recently. Word got to Philip Clark. And to you. You're both.
Shall we say collectors of rare objets d'art?
Clark asked me to help dig up the body so he could get the dress. You knew what he was up to. So you posed as his psychiatrist so I keep my hands off. Then Clark got desperate that day and dug up the dress himself. He went home, and then a very ugly little associate of yours caught up with him.
Yes. Very careless he was, too. Dropping the dress. May I have it, please?
It's in this closet. What? Well, it was here last night.
I don't enjoy this kind of game, Mr. Abbott. Find that dress.
It was in this closet. I don't know where it could be.
I'm not impressed, Mr. Abbott. I don't believe you. But I'm going to be very generous. I shall give you a few hours to locate the dress. I shall return here at, say, midnight. If you don't give it to me then, well, my associate is so eager to use that knife on Mrs. Abbott, I won't be able to restrain him.
I'll expect you at midnight.
Good evening, Mr. Abbott. Always so pleasant to chat with you, sir.
Mr. Hayes' hoodlum grabbed me, he blindfolded me. We drove quite a while. When they removed the blindfold, I was in a room that looked like those cells that friars used centuries ago. Religious pictures on the wall, bare table, prayer books, candlelight. An ugly little man who, I guessed, was the character who killed Clark, sat in the room with me, watching me closely. He had an extra-large pocket knife, and he kept whittling on a small piece of wood. Couldn't you tell me why you brought me here? What's this all about?
I don't know nothing.
But you must...
Shut up.
Ah, Mrs. Abbott.
Dr. Hayes.
I'm sorry. I'm not really a physician. I'm just someone who's interested in finding that dress your husband has.
Oh, I see.
He was to give it to me tonight at 12 o'clock in your apartment. But I was just there. Your husband wasn't in. I'd warned him, too.
Warned him?
Yes, I told him if he didn't have the dress by midnight, we'd be obliged to kill you. That's why my friend has that knife.
Oh.
He's going to use it on you now.
Oh, no. No.
I shall step outside. The sight would be too offensive for me.
Oh.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, go ahead, Hayes. Leave it to me.
Sorry it worked out this way, Mrs. Abbott. Very unfortunate. Very.
Come here, Mrs. Abbott.
No.
I got a nice sharp edge on this knife. I said, come here, Mrs. Abbott.
My arm! You break my arm!
Drop that knife.
Oh, Dad.
What the...
I said drop the knife.
Why,
Let
you...
go of her.
Oh, my shoulder!
He's out cold. Come on, Gene. Get out of here quietly.
Oh, Pat.
I'll close this door. I'll drop the bolt. All right. Now, where is Hayes?
He was here a moment ago. I don't know where he is now. Oh, where are we, Pat? Did you bring the police? What?
We're at a mission in San Linda. I couldn't bring the police there. It's too risky. Hayes might have killed you. The building looked deserted, but I'm sure he's around here somewhere.
Oh, this is the building designed on the dress.
That's right. And there's $250,000 in treasure here. Hayes is probably looking for it right now. Now, shh. Come this way. Wait a minute. The arrow. It pointed to a tower. Sure. The bell tower. Maybe Hayes is poking around closer to the treasure than he thinks. I saw the bell tower on the way in. Through this archway. Come on now. Easy.
There he is, Pat. Up in the bell tower.
Stand aside where he can't see you.
Come on down, Hayes.
Mr. Abbott?
Come down or I'll shoot you down.
Oh, you aren't the only one who has a gun, Mr. Abbott.
Pat, are you all right?
Didn't get anywhere near me. It's too dark. You can't see me very well down here. But I can see him. The moonlight up there helps. All right, now you'll come down the hard way, Hayes. I got him. He's staggering, see?
He's reaching for the bell rope to keep his balance.
It won't work. He's falling right down the rope.
Hayes, wounded, fell to the bottom of the bell tower, clutching at the rope all the way. And, as the legend had predicted, the mission bell at San Linda rang out, for the treasure was in the bell tower. Pat and I found it in the tower under the bricks surrounding the bell, just where the arrow and the dress had pointed. We turned it over to the church. It was sunrise by the time we were back in the lobby of our house. Pat, how'd you know I was in San Linda?
Well, the map on the dress showed a building, dear. When Hayes came to see me, he was so sure of himself, he spilled the whole story. He mentioned the mission at San Linda. I figured he'd take you there, where he could keep an eye on you in the building at the same time. Now, you have some explaining to do to me, dear.
Me?
Okay, if you want to stall. Take off your dress.
Pat Abbott. Here, in the lobby?
You heard me. Take off that dress right now.
Well, really, suggesting that your own wife do a striptease in the lobby.
Do you take it off yourself, or do I rip it off?
All right, dear, I give up.
You've got another dress on underneath this outfit, haven't you?
Mm-hmm. Well, how'd you know?
Well, when I found out the Spanish gown was missing from our guest closet, I knew you'd put it on. And put a loose-fitting outfit on over it.
Oh, wasn't it clever of me? I knew all sorts of people would be gunning for the dress, so I figured the best place to hide it was just to put it on. But how'd you know that I was wearing it?
Well, when we went out this morning, you had on this horrible blouse and skirt. Then you phoned and said you were going to the Papagayo room for lunch. You also said you hadn't been home. Now, Jean, dear, you'd never go to that swanky place in a terrible outfit like this without an extra special reason.
Wasn't it a good idea, Pat?
Oh, yes, very. Nearly got you killed. Say, are you wearing that goo-goo again? Prince Michael's essence of whatnot?
Pat, it's the finest perfume there is. $40 a half ounce.
And $80 an ounce. You trying to drive me into bankruptcy?
Well, doesn't it make you want to kiss me?
No. I'm always a pushover for that little idea.
Don't you like my perfume just a little bit, Pat?
It's okay.
I mean, when you kiss me and inhale it, don't you really go for it?
Oh, I suppose so. Yes.
I'm so glad.
Why, because it makes me romantic?
No. Because I bought 3 more bottles today. Moral of the story. Up until now, science thought it could create the biggest explosion in history by setting off an atomic bomb. But it's now possible to create an even bigger reaction. Just tell your husband you bought $120 worth of perfume.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. Tonight's cast included Joe DeSantis and John Ridgely. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. Now, this is Wayne Howell inviting you to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventure of the Abbotts.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
After all, if a girl wears a dazzling necklace worth a fortune, should it make a man want to kiss her or kill her?
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Pat and Jean Abbott, those popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for an exciting adventure in romance and crime. In our story tonight will be Miss Sherry Britton making her dramatic debut in radio. Now here is Claudia Morgan as Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle in murder. A story entitled The Fabulous Emerald Necklace.
The necklace was a breathtaking collection of precious stones. It belonged to Mrs. Dexter Blake, a curious young woman without any social background who'd somehow managed to marry the heir to the Blake fortune. Late one night, she and her husband had left the Stardust Club and were strolling to their Park Avenue townhouse, which was just around the corner from the club.
Really, Kathy, I don't think you behaved very well at the club.
Oh, will you stop picking on me, Dexter? Don't be so prissy. You've been doing it all evening. I just had a little fun at the club. After all, how square can you get? Really, sometimes I...
Now, look, I've had more than enough trouble because of you.
The snobbery deal again?
Now, it isn't snobbery, Kathy. It's just that I do have a rather well-known family. We're sensitive to publicity. The columnists were very cruel when you married me, and every time you misbehave publicly, you're just proving their point.
You believe their point, too, don't you? I mean that there's something very wrong about your having married a divorcee, especially one whose family wasn't descended from the original settlers, Pilgrims, or whatever it was.
Oh, let's drop it.
It's come up too often. Now, let's settle it. You'd like to get out of our marriage, wouldn't you?
Well, No, darling, I've never said that, never thought it.
Don't try thinking of it, Dexter. You'd never make it. If you don't like bad publicity, just imagine what I'd do if you ever threatened to get rid of me. I'd give
Shut
those...
up, Mrs. Blake, and back into that doorway.
What? Who are you?
What's the idea? Get away from her.
I said for you two to get off the street and into that doorway. I've got a 38 here, and I'll empty it into both of you.
Why, of all the...
Go on. Into the doorway. That's it. Now I'll take that necklace of yours, Mrs. Blake.
Cheap hoodlum. You think you can get away with this just because you're waving that gun? Why, I...
That's it, Mrs. Blake. I'll take the necklace. Thank you.
You give me that necklace?
Take your hands off me.
Police! Police!
I told you not to do that. I told you.
Come back here, you. Oh, Dexter. Dexter, he's dead. He's dead.
The jewel thief disappeared into the night, leaving Mrs. Dexter Blake hysterical beside the dead body of her husband. Pat and I had been home that night. All we knew about Kathy Blake was what we'd read in the gossip columns. But the next morning, Pat had been invited to the Sterling Insurance Company. He was in the office of a company executive, Frank Tracy.
I sent for you, Mr. Abbott, because this case calls for a man of your caliber. We'll be glad to pay any reasonable fee, of course.
Is this a reasonable case, Mr. Tracy?
Well, frankly, it's rather difficult. That's why I'd rather you handle this case than any one of our routine investigators. Our company insured Mrs. Blake's necklace, Mr. Abbott.
Mm-hmm. For how much?
$200,000.
Can Mrs. Blake describe the man who attacked him?
Well, she's quite vague about it, but something very fascinating came to me in the mail this morning.
Oh, what is it?
A note from the killer.
May I see it? Mm-hmm.
You'll notice, of course, that it's been written very much like a ransom note in a kidnapping. No use of pens, pencils, or typewriter. The letters look as though they've been cut out of newspapers and pasted together.
Yes, they do.
He makes what he believes is a business offer. As you see, he wants $50,000. For that sum, he'll leave the necklace where our company can find it. We return it to Mrs. Blake and save $150,000.
Yes, very wise, too. The thief knows he'd have a difficult time disposing of the pieces through a fence. It's identified too easily.
Exactly.
I see he doesn't mention how he proposes to have you give him the cash. I suppose he'll get in touch with you later.
Exactly. Now, couldn't we trap him by promising to pay off at a certain place and at a certain time?
I doubt it. Nobody would try a swindle like this without planning it very carefully.
Well, then what do we do?
I'd like to talk to the dead man's wife.
All right. I'll arrange for you to meet Mrs. Blake. Oh, and you'd better have your guard up. She's very beautiful and very clever. I think of her as a kind of Lucrezia Borgia.
Oh, really?
Yes, especially for one reason.
And what's that?
Lucrezia murdered her husband.
I was gallivanting around San Francisco buying play suits for the summer. A very innocent cherub indeed. And that husband of mine was closeted in a private office with Mrs. Dexter Blake.
Mrs. Blake, you say you hardly saw this man who shot your husband?
Well, it was very dark, Mr. Abbott. He pushed us away from the lamppost into the doorway. I could just see his shadow.
How tall was the shadow?
Average height. It's very difficult for me to be accurate. I was terribly excited. I didn't notice details.
Well, if you couldn't see very well, you could hear. How about his voice?
Rather odd, come to think of it. He didn't sound like the usual gangster. Seemed rather cultured.
Mm-hmm. That all the information you can give me?
I'm afraid so. Sorry I'm not being very helpful.
Well, unfortunately, Mrs. Blake, these cases often lead to our having to ask embarrassing questions, probing into the darker corners of people's lives.
Go right ahead.
Are you getting along well with your husband?
Oh, I suppose so. How well do people get along after they've been married quite a while?
I'm not a philosopher, Mrs. Blake, just a detective. Did you have reason to believe your husband was, mixed up in any activity he'd rather you didn't know about?
Is that your diplomatic way of saying, was there another woman? I don't think so. I don't follow you, Mr. Abbott. I wear a necklace, a very expensive one. Some thief holds us up, becomes excited, shoots my husband. And you're making a whole French novel out of it.
That's because Mrs. Blake, very often what looks like a simple holdup or assault or what have you is actually more complicated than it appears. It's often a cover-up for something more deeply motivated.
I am not a woman of very deep motivations. My interests and desires are normal and obvious. As for my late husband...
Yes?
Dexter was not a man of many dimensions either.
Just folks, huh? With a few $1 million.
You're a detective, Mr. Abbott, not a humorist.
Who collects on your husband's life insurance?
I do.
All of it?
All of it.
How much is that?
Oh, about $500,000.
Do you also inherit all his property?
Mm-hmm. It's worth another $1.5 million.
Well, we were speaking of motives a while ago. You'll need an awfully good attorney to get you out of this.
Why? I'm perfectly innocent.
Well, I have an intuitive feeling about you, Mrs. Blake. Nothing too definite to support it. I think you didn't care very much for Dexter, but you had quite a passion for his checkbook.
What of it?
Well, for instance, you find yourself a mug. You make a deal with him. He holds you up, gets your $200,000 necklace as payment, and takes a pot shot at Dexter. You're the helpless wife. Dexter's a very dead pigeon. You come into Dexter's money, the mug disappears with his $200,000. Very nice.
I could have had anything I wanted from Dexter. Do you think I'd trade in a comfortable spot like that for the electric chair?
Maybe. Lots of people try it.
You're wasting your time, Mr. Abbott.
Oh, really?
Oh, not that I mind. Being questioned by a very handsome detective is so pleasant.
You've changed the subject.
Certainly. You're much more interesting. Married, Mr. Abbott?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. That makes it more fun.
Well, haven't you had enough entertainment these past few days?
Not of the right kind. You wrote my phone number in your notebook. Will you call me?
What for?
Why, you amaze me, Mr. Abbott. Some men have to be told everything.
That night at home, Pat told me about the case. Only because he had to, as I found out soon enough.
Now, dear, you know my policy about keeping you out of my cases.
Yes, teacher.
Now, for once in your life, you're going to come in very handy.
Oh, well, now you're getting sensible. You have such a brilliant wife, I never could see why you didn't use her talent.
Yes, well, look, brilliant wife. There's a way to get at this guy who likes emeralds and target practice with millionaires.
Well, how do you do it?
With a decoy duck.
That me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do I do?
We buy you a necklace.
Oh, this gets better all the time.
We buy you a cheap necklace.
You and Jack Benny, huh?
We get our friend Nick Scudder to put a line in this column about the gal who's always at the Stardust Club wearing a sensational necklace. That ought to start our boyfriend, who likes sparklers, chasing around after you. Now, he'd try to pick you up at the club.
But I'm hard to get, huh?
No, easy, very easy.
This wouldn't be typecasting, would it?
Now, to get the jewels you'll be wearing, he'll have to get you alone. So he'll probably ask you to his place. You'll both go outside and get a cab.
Pat Abbott, do you mean to say you're actually suggesting that I go to a nightclub, make a pitch at a killer, and then take a taxi ride alone with him?
Well, it'll be a special kind of cab.
What's special about it?
I'll be driving it.
Sounds like quite a Halloween party.
Well, it might not turn out to be so jolly, dear. That's what I don't like about my little scheme. You see, somebody in this deal might,
what?
Might decide that your throat is a good place to put old razor blades.
We bought a flashy-looking necklace. Nick Scudder plugged away in his column about, quote, the mysterious gal seen every night at the Stardust Club with a rock-studded horse collar that could pay the national debt, unquote. Outside the club a few nights later, Pat was at the wheel of a taxi. I was inside the club, sitting alone at the bar. A very oily-looking Joe came over to me, smiled, and, well, I knew this was our man. I fluttered my eyelids in the best Hollywood manner, and we were off to the races.
Don't tell me you're one of those awful people who like to drink alone.
No. I'm just new in town, and I haven't made friends yet.
You've made one now. My name's Al Francis.
Oh, mine's Jean.
Mind if I join you for a drink?
Not at all. Do you always play the big bad wolf with all the Red Riding Hoods who come here?
Just the beautiful ones. They fascinate me for more reasons than one.
What do you mean?
I'm psychic about them. I'll take you, for instance. I'll make a guess. I'd say you were married to a very wealthy man, much older than you are. You're sick of him. You're bored. You've come here for some excitement.
Go on.
That much was a guess. Now I'll tell you something I'm very sure of. You're looking for excitement, lovely. You're shopping at the right counter.
I wasn't quite sure if Al Francis was just being amorous or if he suspected I was a plant and might suddenly give me the same treatment he'd given Dexter Blake. We stayed at the Stardust Club for about an hour. Francis hardly even eyed my necklace. He became more romantic and suggested we go to his apartment. We stepped outside to hail a cab. A cab I knew would be driven by Pat.
Hey, taxi.
Oh, here comes one, Al.
Oh, great. Go ahead, Gene. Step in.
Where to, Doc?
1785, Bayside.
Right.
Nice to be alone for a while, huh, Gene? Just the two of us?
Mm-hmm.
Gene, every minute I was in the club, I wanted to kiss you.
Oh, Al, the driver can see it.
Why does he care? Come here. Oh, Gene. Did you say 1785 Bayside? Yes, I did.
Okay.
Look at those stars up there, Gene. See? Through the window. We mustn't let them go to waste. Just one kiss. Come close to me. Closer.
Hey, Doc. I don't think there is any 1785 Bayside.
I have reason to think there is, driver. You see, I've been living there for 9 years.
Oh, okay.
Gene, honey, I never thought I'd be lucky enough to meet anyone like you. I always used to say to myself, deep in my heart, Al, I said...
Hey, you think the Yankees got a chance this year?
Look, friend, just drive the car.
Okay, Doc.
When you walked into the Stardust Club, Gene, I thought for a while that someone might be with you. Then I realized you were alone. Took a lot of courage to go over to you. I don't know what I'd done if you turned me down. We're together now.
That'll be 45 cents. Thanks.
Come on, Gene.
Al, I've sort of a headache.
I've got just the thing for it. Come on.
No, really, I think I'd better keep the cab and go home. I'm so tired.
You'll feel better when we get upstairs. I have some turkey on ice and a bottle of Riesling.
Yes, but thanks. But
Don't disappoint me. Just for a few minutes. We can...
Go on, Bud. You heard the lady. She wants to go home.
Who asked you to get into this?
I invited myself.
You know, I met some fresh cab drivers in my day, but you...
Look, the lady has a headache. So she's going home now.
Oh, you're going to get real cute about this, aren't you?
Good night, pal.
I'd love to knock your teeth down your
throat.
throat.
Al, don't start a fight with him, please.
Come on, Bud. Let's play rough. I don't like your face. I think I could fix it up a little.
Well,
Al, please. No one must know you and I are...
All right, Gene, all right. I'll call you tomorrow. What's your number?
Just meet me at the club. Same time as tonight.
Fine. Bye, Gene.
Bye. You're the most wonderful cab driver I've ever had, Pat.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Where to now?
Just drive along the bay.
But we don't live out this way.
Yes, I know. But didn't you hear what the man said? We mustn't let those stars go to waste.
Well, the fellow I borrowed the cab from is waiting.
It's all right. Cab drivers understand things like that. The next morning, Pat was just leaving his office. He was on his way to see Frank Tracy.
Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Abbott.
Well, Mrs. Blake.
Do you have a moment?
I certainly...
I've been wondering about what sort of progress you've been making. Have you found any clues to the identity of the man who killed my husband?
Oh, I don't talk about my cases until they're cleared up.
Oh, I think I have a right to know what you're doing. After all, I was married to Dexter.
Frightened, Mrs. Blake?
Why should I be?
Afraid that what comes out in the wash won't be very pretty?
Not in the least.
I went to the trouble of looking into the details of your background, Mrs. Blake. I wouldn't exactly call it nice reading for the kiddies. 3 husbands. One of them had to go to Mexico for his health when the Justice Department cracked down on the chemical monopoly. Another husband of yours has been barred from every racetrack in the country. Then there was that party in Hollywood where you ducked a marijuana charge that might have meant 5 years in the clink. How did you get out of that one? Buy off the judge?
Where'd you get all that information?
I called up the answer man.
Very funny.
Shall I tell you why you really came here, Mrs. Blake?
I want to know who killed my husband.
You came here because the life insurance company is ready to ante up with a small fortune now. You're his beneficiary. You're afraid I could prevent that by coming up with evidence that you might have done the killing yourself. You want to make sure I'll stay out of the picture.
You are going to stay out of the picture, Mr. Abbott.
Well, I'll tell you the next step, too. Now comes the pearl-handled revolver in the pocketbook.
When you get shot with one of those, you're just as dead as with the other kind. So help me if you stop me from collecting Dexter's life insurance.
Threats are a dime a dozen to me, Mrs. Blake. They're part of my business. I collect them, like other people collect butterflies. Good afternoon, Mrs. Blake.
Look, you 2-bit key old peeper. If you and your junior G-Man badge stand between me and a couple of $1 million, it wouldn't mean a thing to me to kill you. I've done a little investigating myself. Details about your background. You're mixed up in half a dozen cases where one of the suspects might knock you off at any time. And if you're ever found dead, my friend, it'd take the police forever to figure who did it. They'd get into a jigsaw puzzle that'd have them flipping. And I don't mind telling you about it this way either, because I also found out your office isn't tapped.
Oh, it's very thoughtful of you.
I think of everything. Like, for instance, down at the piers, there are men who would be only too glad to take care of you for me. I can buy your death, Pat Abbott. A man no one ever heard of, no connection with you, bumps you off. Disappears on a boat to heaven only knows where.
I wonder if you're so upset with me because I might cost you the $2 million, or because I froze up when you made a play for me.
Oh, it's the $2 million. And as for you, personally, I
said good afternoon, Mrs. Blake, a long time ago.
You're underestimating me, Mr. Abbott, and you may not live to regret it.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Blake.
That little interruption over, Pat went on to the insurance company's office to see Frank Tracy.
Now, Mr. Tracy, I think I've got your man.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Who is he?
He lives at 1785 Bayside. Smooth-looking chap, tall, thin, dresses very well.
Oh. How did you do it? Did you see the necklace? How can you be sure?
I arranged a trap for him. Got him to go after a necklace my wife purposely wore to the Stardust Club.
I see. Well, what are we waiting for? Why don't we...
No. If we sail in and grab him now, we won't have much evidence to hold him on. We've got to give him more rope. He's seeing my wife again tonight.
Is he connected with Kathy Blake, as I suspected?
Well, that's hard to tell. But give me another 24 hours. I think we'll strike oil.
You mean we can arrest him within 24 hours?
Probably.
Excellent, Mr. Abbott, excellent. Now, do be careful. Francis is liable to be very slippery. Oh, how about Mrs. Blake? Do we just let her wander around?
Yeah. Remember the nursery rhyme about the lost sheep? Leave them alone, and they'll come home.
That night, I put on a very slinky evening gown. I was getting ready for another session at the club, but Pat stopped me.
You're not going to the club, Jean.
Oh, Pat Abbott, just because you're going to close in on Francis, you're getting the willies. You're afraid I'll be hurt.
No, that's not the reason.
Well, then what is it?
Francis won't be at the club to see you. He's going to be late. Very late.
I couldn't follow Pat's reasoning at the moment. But, as I learned later, Francis was at home just then, having a visitor.
1 second. Sorry to keep you waiting. What are you doing here? Why the gun? I didn't make any mistakes. Put down the gun. Put down the gun.
You did make a mistake, Al.
No, Tracy, no. I did everything you said.
But I told you not to kill anyone, Al.
Blake tried to stop me. He started screaming for the police.
Then you should have beat it.
Well, you told me...
Where is the necklace?
It's in the dresser drawer. Here, I'll get it for you. Here's the necklace.
Thank you, Al. Lovely, isn't it?
I didn't mean to kill Blake. I just wanted to shut him up. I just meant to hit him in the leg.
You were very careless.
They're not too close to me, are they? Now, Dick, you hide. Where is he? Who is he?
Abbott? He's very close, Al. Too close for comfort.
Well, what do we do?
Oh, the answer is simple.
Well, can you get me out of here? Get me out of the country, maybe? Till things cool off?
No, Al.
Well, then, give me my cut on the necklace. I know some people. They'll help. With 25 grand, I can travel fast.
You're not getting any money.
Well, then what?
It's terribly dangerous for me to have you alive, Al. You get rattled too easily. You might say something that would be very embarrassing.
Oh, now, wait, Tracy. Listen to me. I don't want to cut. I wouldn't sing to Abbott. I'll go away. That's all I want. I want to get away. You've got to let me.
Sorry, Al. It would be stupid of me to let you go. Wherever you are, you're a potential threat to me. Now, we're wasting time.
Oh, don't shoot, Tracy. Don't shoot. Don't!
Drop the gun, Tracy.
What? Abbott! Ow! Ow! My hand!
Keep away from that window, Al. Oh. I've got more bullets and I like playing rough, remember?
You're the cab driver.
That's right. I overheard your conversation, Tracy. Al wasn't half as careless as you were.
Look, maybe we can make a deal, Abbott. What do you say? How about a deal?
Your company had a very high recovery rate on jewelry, Tracy. And you insisted on not working with the police. That seemed kind of strange. But you clinched it yourself the last time we talked. When I told you I'd found our man, you said Francis is liable to be very slippery. I'd never mentioned his name, Tracy.
Look, I've got plenty of money, Abbott. Make it worth your while to forget this.
I purposely told you I wasn't closing in on Al for 24 hours. I knew you'd come in here to see him. Now get up, Tracy.
How's 10,000 cash right now?
Stand up.
15,000.
I said stand up. You too, Al. I've got the same taxi waiting, Francis. The one we were in before. But this time we'll all have a nice, quiet, smooth ride. This time we'll have a police escort.
A few hours later, Pat had disposed of his two friends and had come home to his ever-loving wife.
Well, darling, I suppose you're full of questions, as usual.
As usual. Tracy had a very cushy spot figured out for himself, didn't he, Pat?
He sure did. The lug steals the jewelry. Tracy gets his company to shell out, say $50,000 to get it back. And Tracy quietly splits it with his pal. The company saves a fortune. Gal gets her necklace. Everything is moonlight and roses.
Well, what about Mrs. Blake?
No, she was just a hellcat. She wasn't in on this deal at all.
Okay, Bob. Now, how do we go about celebrating your solving the case? You want to go down to Fisherman's Wharf and have a seafood banquet?
I don't know.
Head for Chinatown and have pressed duck?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
You got any other suggestions?
Well, yes, I did have something else in mind. What do we got in the refrigerator?
Just some cold chicken, a couple of cans of beer.
Well, let's stay right here and eat. Alone.
But why?
Because right here they got services the other places don't have on the menu.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. In our story tonight, Miss Sherry Britton portrayed the role of Kathy Dexter. Others in the cast were Everett Sloan and Santos Ortega. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. And now this is Wayne Howell inviting you to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
After all, if you haven't seen your husband in weeks and then he takes you to your favorite bar to drink champagne, you certainly don't want anyone joining the party, especially if they've just been murdered.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Pat and Jean Abbott, those popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for an exciting recorded adventure in romance and crime. Our guest star in tonight's story is Miss Sherry Britton, making her second dramatic appearance in The Adventures of the Abbotts. And now, here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle in murder, a story she calls The Pink Elephant.
I hadn't seen Pat for 2 whole miserable, lonesome weeks. So when he came home, we thought we'd celebrate. There's a cute little cocktail lounge near Pat's office called the Pink Elephant. It was a pet spot of ours, especially because our pal, Sammy Page, could be found there every night playing the piano, playing that fabulous, lazy blues of his. So Pat and I went to the Pink Elephant. We didn't find out about it until later, but while we were having our first cocktail, a little discussion was taking place in the office of a friend of ours, Gil McIntyre, managing editor of the Register. Gil was at his desk when he looked up and saw he had a visitor.
Hiya, Gil boy. I haven't seen you in a long time. I thought you'd just never forgive me if I didn't drop in and say hello.
I could have gotten along without it, Louis.
Mind if I close the door? It's more cozy, especially for 2 old pals like you and me.
Go ahead, close it. Then speak your little piece, whatever it is, and blow.
How you doing these days, Gil? Still the fearless newspaper man? Saving humanity and, by a strange coincidence, running up the circulation of the paper at the same time?
Don't get all hopped up, Louis. You've just come out of jail. Everybody feels the way you do when they first get out. Just take it easy or you'll flip.
I ain't hopped. It's very simple.
What is?
You sent me to the clink for 8 years. So now?
Yeah, so now?
Now I'm going to blow your stinking head off. That's nice and simple, isn't it? Oh, I'm not going to do it now, Gil. I'm not that crazy. I'm going to do it when I feel like it. Maybe tonight, maybe next week, next month, next year. I want you to sweat a while. You can't have a cop with you forever. There'll be a minute, a day, a spot. I'll get a break. Call the cops if you want to. Tell them about the threat. How long will they protect you? And how well?
While Gil was facing Louis, Pat and I were our regular table at the Pink Elephant, in a small back room reserved for their extra special guests. But the door was open so we could hear Sammy Page at the piano. Pat.
Yes, darling?
Pat, you were in New York for 2 weeks on a case, and you still haven't told me the most important part of it.
Why? What did I leave out?
Were there any luscious blonde suspects?
Oh, sure. And a sensational brunette. And a redhead.
And you just concentrated on the case.
Now, look, dear. Didn't you tell me you couldn't come to New York with me because an old school chum was getting married?
Oh, that was the truth.
Yes, well, it takes just a few minutes to get married. You still had 13 days, 23 hours, and 55 minutes to yourself. What did you do? Sit home and read the Encyclopedia Britannica?
Oh, absolutely. I started with the first volume, A to Ostra, whizzed through that, and when I was well into the middle of the second volume, that's Ostra to Kalga, I got your wire you were coming home. Oh, listen, Pat. It's like Shangri-La, isn't it? After these 2 impossible weeks without you, we're together again. And Sammy's providing the perfect background music.
Mm-hmm. And we've been kind of rude to Sammy, darling. We've been so busy with each other, we haven't said hello to him.
Oh, you're so right, Pat. Sammy.
Hi, Gene. Pat?
Hi.
Let's talk to him. Maybe he'll play a few requests.
Sure.
Sammy, how about my favorite tune?
Okay.
I wish I could play.
Oh, I can.
You, Gene? Mm-hmm. Oh, you never told me. Well, sit down here.
Oh, no. She's not very good, Sammy.
I'm merely terrific, that's all.
Go ahead.
Oh, must you, dear?
I must. My public demands it.
All right. Now that the amateur hour is over, let's hear Sammy, huh?
What's the difference, Pat? Let her go on playing. Everybody's gone home anyway. Go on, Gene.
Sammy, I'm glad you appreciate great talent when you hear it. My husband is an illiterate, tasteless oaf who doesn't know hot piano playing when he hears it.
Okay, dear. Now, if you don't quit, I'm going to pick you up bodily and carry you away from that piano.
Well, why not let her have some fun? Everybody likes to fool around at the piano.
Say, I didn't know you could play, Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, hi, Marion. Oh, please don't interrupt me. I'm inspired tonight.
Gil, will you, Marion?
No, he's still at the paper. Told me to meet him here, but I guess he's stuck. Well, I'm going home. Sammy, if Gil comes in later, ask him to call me in the morning, will you?
If you want to give him a message, give it to him yourself.
Well, what's burning you? I just asked a favor.
Oh, I'll tell Gil, Marion.
Oh, thanks. Bye now.
Oh, Sammy, you take over. I've given my all, and I'm exhausted.
Okay, Mrs. Abbott.
Sammy, what's wrong? You and Marion have another scrap?
No, just can't stand that girl, that's all. You know, Mrs. Abbott, first time she came in here, she was a very sweet kid. That was a couple of years ago. Tonight she breezed in, socked away 5 double scotches, dresses like a mouse, smears that junk on her face, wisecracks with everybody.
Well, maybe she's just growing up. Lots of young girls try to be glamorous when they're her age and just succeed in being foolish.
How old is she, anyway?
20.
20? Well, Gene is right. That accounts for it.
Pat.
Oh, Gil! Gil, you missed my recital at the piano.
You put the newspaper to bed, Gil? Marion was just
Pat,
here.
never mind that, please. Huh? Come over here to this corner. I have to talk to you right away. Something's happened.
Oh, sure. Excuse us.
Go right ahead, Mr. Ray.
Well, what is it, Gil?
Pat, Louis Canito's in town. He just got out of jail. He came to my office and he said he's going to kill me.
Gil was deadly pale. He kept mopping his brow with his handkerchief. I had to hold a match for him. He couldn't light his own cigarette because his hands were trembling so much. I thought he'd collapse. We sat at the table in the back room, and he told us the whole story of how Louis had threatened to murder him.
I put up a front, Pat. I acted tough, like it meant nothing. But I had plenty of butterflies in my stomach. Louis said I'd sweat blood, and he's right. Have you got any idea what it's like to be in this spot? When someone's told you that they'll kill you somehow, somewhere, someday, it could be a year from now, 3 years, who knows? But when it's hanging over you like that, Pat...
What did he mean by saying you sent him to prison?
That's just a neurotic exaggeration on his part. I didn't do it directly at all. I wrote a series of exposés for the paper about Louis and his mob.
Mm-hmm.
He had big money. He was trying to expand. He owned 6 rackets in the States, and he was trying to set up a kind of a cartel internationally. He had tie-ups with some of the biggest black marketeers and phonies in Europe and South America. He had a finger in fake uranium promotion in Canada. He had men working for him in Shanghai, Macau, Cairo. Well, the DA's office read my articles, and the public got all hopped up. There was pressure to crack down on Louis, so they did, and he ended up behind bars.
But you were just doing your job, Gil. You didn't double-cross him or prosecute him. Lots of papers write about racketeering.
I know, but that isn't the way Louis looks at it. He blames the whole thing on me, personally. He has nothing against the DA or the judge. Just me. I'm the patsy. He wasn't just talking either, Pat. He'll do it, or one of his hoods will.
His hoods might. I know the technique. They bring a stranger from 1,000 miles away, gets into an elevator with you, or better yet, spot you from a passing car, Fires the shot, beats it. They ship him back where he came from. No connection with you. The cops draw a complete blank.
One of these mornings I'll do it, Pat. Now, can you help me? You've got to, Pat. You've got to think of something.
All right, no. First thing to do is to calm down.
But I can't stop thinking about it. I won't be able to work. I won't be able to sleep tonight.
Telephone for you, Mr. McIntyre.
That's Louis. To ride me again, I'll bet. The office knows I'm here. They might have told him.
Don't get so head up, Mr. McIntyre. It isn't Louis. It's just your office.
Oh, thanks, Sammy. Pardon me, Pat. Gene, I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, Gil.
Careful. Don't trip out here, Mr. McIntyre. The boss turned out most of the lights since everybody's gone.
I'll be careful, Sammy.
Phone booth's in the far corner.
Yes, I know. Do you know Louis Canito when you see him?
Louis Canito? Yeah. I think I'd remember him. I'll tell you if I see him around.
All right.
He won't have to tell you anything, Gil.
Louis.
I told you you'd get awful nervous, Gil.
Louis, get out of here. I told Pat Abbott about you threatening me. If anything happens to me, you're the first guy they'll pick up. You're a two-time loser, Louis. You got a bad record. They'll nail you for it in a minute. You'll get the chair, you screwball.
Sure. But they'll have to find me first. That might be awful tough, and you wouldn't know the difference. You'll be in a coffin.
Cut out that kind of talk, Louis, and beat it.
Easy, Gil. You'll blow your stack.
I can't stand this, Louis. I tell you, I can't.
Gil, what happened?
Pat, is Gil all right?
This Gil's all right, Gene. Louis is dead.
Louis's body was sprawled on the floor of the Pink Elephant. I was horrified and quite surprised at the turn of events. Gil was babbling hysterically to Pat, who kept walking around, touching this, examining that, thinking.
Pat, I didn't kill him, so help me. I didn't kill him, Pat.
It's odd. I don't see a gun around here anywhere. What did you say happened?
I was just standing there talking to Louis. Suddenly I heard shots and Louis fell down.
You see what happened, Sammy?
No, sir.
Well, neither did we. The door to that back room was closed.
Well, I was sitting at the piano playing at him. Didn't you hear me in the other room?
Oh, yes, we did.
Why, I heard an argument between Mr. McIntyre and Louis, and then I heard the shots.
Mm-hmm. What direction did they come from?
I couldn't say. I was so surprised and scared. I don't know.
Well, the front door isn't locked. Could the shots have come from the street?
Well, yeah, sure. Well, I can't say exactly where they came from. I don't know.
Does Marion live far from here? Anybody know?
Not far, Pat.
Gil, which way were you facing? Toward the street?
No, toward the telephone booth.
Mm-hmm.
It was very dark. All I could make out was Louis standing there. Pat, I tell you, I didn't do it.
Yeah. Well, it isn't going to be easy to sell that story to the police, Gil. Who did kill Louis? The little man who wasn't there? You and Louis had quite a feud going on between you. He's lying there dead. You're standing in front of him. How does that look to you?
I know, Pat. I know all about it.
5 will get you 10. Any jury in the world puts the rap on you.
Look, Pat, you're a detective. There must be something you can do, something to help me.
Yes, I'm going to do it right now.
What is it?
I'm going to call the police.
The police got nowhere. They never found the gun. They shot pictures, made maps, and took us to headquarters for questioning. Finally, they let everybody go. A sharp lawyer from the register got Gil out on bail. Gil's reputation and pull were powerful enough to spring him for a while. He began to feel better. He knew that so far the police had nothing on him, and he began to feel there was some hope. The case against him was slightly this side of circumstantial. Then at the Pink Elephant one night, Pat and I were at our table with Marion, Gil's girlfriend. Sammy, as always, was at his piano. Waiting for Gil again, Marion.
Uh-huh. He's awfully late tonight, too. I can't imagine where he is.
Tell me, Marion.
Yes, Sammy.
Haven't you anything better to do than to sit around bars all night waiting for Gil?
And what business is it of yours?
You poor kid. You think it's clever to put that goo on your face and smoke 3 packs a day and drink liquor like it was water. And you end up in a mess much too big to handle. Well, you can call me a reformer or a blue nose or a square, but I don't dig it. I think it's a shame. I hate to see kids like Marion in these joints all hours.
No, Sammy, take it easy. Marion's a decent, bright girl. She can handle herself. Don't you start lecturing the Pink Elephant's clientele on the subject of morals.
Okay, Mr. Abbott. I just sound off about it now and then. This juvenile delinquency business is a bloody heartbreaking thing, you know?
Yes, of course it is. But all youngsters aren't that way, Sammy.
Well, she just wants to have a normal girl's fun, going out, dating.
Is it fun for a girl like Marion to be running around till 4 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, come on, Sammy, knock it off. You're an old nuisance sometimes, you know.
Kids didn't act that way back in my time. I knew you when you were a decent kid. I don't know what's happened to you.
I like what's happened to me. I think I'm doing very nicely.
Gene, let's go outside, get some fresh air, huh? Leave these two to their argument.
Listen.
Excuse us, Marion. Sammy, see you later.
Why do you have to drink all night? You drink 5, 6
I don't see why it should bother you.
Was one enough?
Now, listen.
Come on, Gene, walk faster. I want to get away from here.
Oh, where are we going, dear?
I've only got one suspect, Gil McIntyre. I haven't really done a job on him. I'm going to give him a fancy workout.
Pat and I took a cab to the office of the Register. It was deserted at 3 a.m., being an afternoon paper. We sneaked past the night watchman and tiptoed down the hall toward the newsroom.
Shh. Quietly, Gene, quietly.
Well, I thought you wanted to see Gil McIntyre. He isn't here. Nobody's here.
That's right. Makes what I wanted to do much simpler.
Oh, well, what did you want to do, dear? Well, you have the most irritating habit of talking riddles at the most crucial moments.
Now, never mind. Can you find the light switch?
Well, of course not. Remember me, the gal who always stubs her toe at night looking for the light switch? I never found one in my life.
Okay. I'll light a match. Yeah, there's Gil's desk over there. Now, come on. Very quietly. Easy.
I still don't see what you're up to.
Gene, there have been a lot of angles to Gil's background that he's been awfully vague about. I came here to see if he'd enlighten me. But this way, it's so much easier. Now, you light another match, and I'll open this drawer in his desk. Good. Now, you got a nail file?
Uh-huh. Wait a second. Here.
Well, this won't be tough. These desk locks are child's play.
Oh, for you, Houdini, sure.
Sure, shows you how study pays off.
Uh-huh.
Remember all those nights I used to spend talking with that old locksmith we met in New England? One more second. There we are.
You looking for the gun that killed Louis?
Now, don't heckle me. Be quiet. Light me another match.
Oh, hurry, Pat. The watchman may come around.
These are interesting. Well, these papers clear up a little something about Gil I wasn't too sure about.
What are they?
That cartel of Louis Canedo. The one Gil was supposed to have broken up for the sake of crusading journalism or what have you. That seems to have been reorganized. Looks like Gil runs it himself.
Gil took over Louis's racket?
Yes, with minor variations. That's why he exposed Louis, I guess. He wanted the money for himself. Wanted Louis out of the way.
Well, no wonder Louis hated him. I always thought Gil was such a darling.
Oh, just a second. Looks like Gil didn't keep the whole deal to himself. Here's a piece of paper signed by Marion. I'll bet he gave her some stock in one of those phony corporations the boys have. Yeah, she said I'm doing very nicely, remember? She dresses expensively, lots of jewelry. How about a perfume?
Oh, costs a fortune.
Uh-huh. Sure, that's what Gil must have done.
Well, she's a very smart apple, this apparently innocent youngster.
Mm-hmm.
Ow!
Huh?
Must I hold matches for you? What kind of a detective are you without a flashlight?
Oh, all right, I'll light my own. Now, this is my last one. I'll have to work fast. Might be even more papers in here in the pigeonholes. These old-fashioned desks.
Well, I'll roll the top back. Never let it be said that Mother's little helper. Pat. Look.
What? What is it?
On the floor, dripping down from inside here. Is that blood?
Yeah, you better let me roll back this top. Stand away.
Wait, it's Gil. Is he dead?
Wait a minute. Yeah. Someone took a copy spike and drove it right through his head.
Oh, it's awful, Pat. I feel dizzy. The sight of...
Steady, darling, steady. Just sit down. Oh. No. Come on. We're going back to the Pink Elephant.
The body, dear. We can't just leave it.
Yes, we have to. Now, no one must know about this. Not for just a few minutes. It gives me the margin of time I need. Now, don't say a word about this to anyone. Watch yourself very carefully. Not even a little slip that would indicate we've been anywhere near this office. I want to see if Marion has any ideas about why Gil is late for his date. And I want to set a little trap, too. Now, remember. And don't be grim, either. Just be your usual gay self. Everything depends on our getting away with this as though nothing in the world had ever happened.
Enjoy your stroll, Mr. Abbott?
Yeah, very refreshing, Marion. The smoke in these places and the liquor fumes bother me.
Oh, my boy spent too much time on those western prairies. Big outdoors man. Feels all confined with us city folk.
You haven't seen Gil anywhere, have you?
No.
I wonder what happened. He said he'd be here at 2:30, and it's almost sunrise.
Well, Marion, don't fret. Just relax and listen to Sammy. That Sammy's got to teach me to play like that.
I will, Mrs. Abbott. Anytime.
All I know is that one crummy tune. Well, anyone want to hear it?
Well, there she goes, the fearless type.
Please, Mrs. Abbott. It makes me nervous when people touch my piano. Just a whim of mine, if you don't mind.
Okay, Sammy, I know how you feel. It's tuned just the way you like it, sort of like your own baby. I won't bother you.
Oh, go on, Jean. Play that crummy tune.
Do I hear you correctly?
You do. I want you to play it for us. Right now. Go ahead.
But, Mr. Abbott,
Sammy just told
I
you.
said play the piano this minute, Jean. Now get away from the piano, Sammy. Let my wife play it. You heard me. Everybody heard me.
Pat, are you serious? What for? What's got into you?
I've never been more serious in my life. There's nothing I want to see so much as you sitting at that piano. And don't lose any time.
Gosh, everybody's gone screwy tonight.
Mr. Abbott, I just...
Does she play the piano right now, Sammy, or do I shove you away from there and put her on that piano stool myself?
Oh, okay. You asked for it. Ladies and gentlemen, a special arrangement by Jean Abbott. At the request of my silly husband, who thinks it's entertaining. Sammy, you got a cigarette or something stuck in the back of the piano? Sammy, I asked you...
Go ahead, Sammy. Go back of the piano and take out the gun.
The gun?
All right, Mr. Abbott. As you say. Here it is.
Thanks, I'll take it.
But, Pat, well, whose gun is that?
It's Sammy's. It's the one he used to kill Louis Canito. That right, Sammy? Well, come on, Sammy. You haven't got a prayer.
Okay. Yes. It's the gun I used to kill Louis.
The gun you used?
Sammy, you killed...
We found Gil's body, Sammy, where you left it, inside the roll-top desk.
Gil's body? Is Gil dead? Is Gil dead?
Yes, he is. We found him stabbed to death a few minutes ago.
Oh, no. I won't believe it. Oh, Gil.
Take it easy, Mary. Easy, child, easy.
I think I got the whole picture, Sammy, except for why you did this. The motivation's been puzzling me.
Somebody had to pay Gil off for what he did to my Marion.
Your Marion?
You'd have done it, Mrs. Abbott, if she were your daughter.
Oh, Sammy, we never knew.
If you wanted me to keep it quiet.
I was ashamed, Mr. Abbott. I didn't want anyone to know my father played the piano in a barroom. Oh, I guess it was terribly unfair, but you have to realize what kind of life we've had. Always on the road, always my father working in grimy little joints to make the rent money. I was desperate. I had to get out of the rut. I wanted to have money mixed with the right people. I couldn't let anyone know.
When you see a man take your own daughter and change you from the girl you've loved and raised and worked for, the girl who was your whole life, and that man turns her into a piece of cheap trash, you figure your own life isn't worth much. If you can get rid of him and straighten her out, you wouldn't listen, Marion. You just wouldn't listen to me, child. It got worse and worse. It was driving me crazy.
Oh, I know. But was it right? You always told me to play percentages. Now what have you won? What have we got now, you and I?
Pat turned Sammy over to the police. although Pat wasn't too happy about it. There's a kind of satisfaction in nailing a professional killer or an oily swindler. But sometimes this private detective work hurts you personally when it means taking a misfit who got his signals mixed and committed a crime of passion. We promised Sammy we'd keep an eye on Marion and try to straighten her out. It was sunrise when Pat and I walked slowly home through the streets of San Francisco. Deserted except for the very distant sound down at the waterfront of the fishing boats plying back and forth on the bay.
Okay, darling, I know what bothers you.
What bothers me, pal, is how you knew the gun was in the piano.
Well, you see, the first time you tried to play Sammy's piano, he was not only happy to let you do it, but he said he liked having anyone play it. Well, when we came back from the register office, he suddenly wouldn't let you touch it. I had to drag him away from it. That made me curious. I began thinking, what could be wrong with the piano? A cigarette or some sheet music stuck in the keys? No. No, he wouldn't raise the dickens about that. What's the one important clue that's been missing? The gun, dear, the gun. So I insisted you play. Sammy knew what part of the strings in back of the piano were covered by the gun. You didn't. He knew which keys to avoid, but he was afraid you'd strike the wrong ones.
But why did Sammy kill Louis and not Gil?
Well, Sammy must have had the gun with him for weeks, planning to murder Gil. That night, when we were in the back room with the door closed and the pink elephant was empty, Sammy had his chance. But he got smart very quickly. He'd overheard the feud between Louis and Gil, so he decided to switch and kill Louis. That way, Gil would get the rap, and nobody would ever suspect that that friendly little piano player in the corner did it. Even if they found out that he was Marion's father. Murder once removed, we call it in the trade, dear.
And the actual shooting, that was done by playing the piano with one hand.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of special jazzes written for one hand only. So, with his right, he must have shot Louis when the two men had their backs to him. I suppose Gil finally guessed what had happened, and that's why Sammy had to get rid of Gil, too.
Mm-hmm.
At the register office last night. Pat.
Yes, dear.
About that other case.
Hmm?
The one you finished in New York before we went to the Pink Elephant. The one you handled alone.
Oh, yes.
Do you still swear you weren't at all interested in the three suspects? The blonde, the brunette, or the redhead?
I swear, so help me.
That's why I love you, Pat.
Well, of course that's why.
I love you because you're such a wonderful, charming, brilliant, handsome, awful liar.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. We wish to thank our guest star, Miss Sherry Britton, for her portrayal of Marion in tonight's story. Others in the cast were Mandel Kramer and Jack Abbott. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and directed by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
After all, traveling on a luxury train is very glamorous. But did you ever read one of those timetables where it says, baggage car, note, does not carry corpse?
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Pat and Jean Abbott, the nationally popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for an exciting recorded adventure in romance and crime. Tonight's story, The Blue Rocket Express. And here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for our puzzle in murder.
Pat's office is in San Francisco, but he'd been called to New York on a case, and in order to clear it up, we had to take the Blue Rocket from New York to Chicago for a quick one-day visit. And then we planned to take the rocket back to New York again. We'd checked our luggage through, and we were strolling into Grand Central Terminal.
Jean,
Yes, Pat?
the train doesn't leave for 20 minutes. Why do you always drag me to trains 9 years ahead of time? Now what are we supposed to do? Stand around the terminal twiddling our thumbs?
Don't get excited, dear. They opened the train a half hour early, see? Track 32. It's open already. So come on. Stop being a typical husband and get on the train.
Oh, of all the silly things. Dragging me here so early that I... Oh, you go ahead.
Why?
I need razor blades and cigarettes and a couple of magazines I forgot to buy.
Uh-huh. We got here too early. Well, you're lucky I brought you here so fast. You'd have forgotten about it.
Okay. Now just stop being a typical wife and get on the train.
I checked our space at the desk inside the gate and went into the lounge car. I just lit a cigarette when the only other passenger in the lounge, a small, bespectacled chap, nodded at me quite cheerfully.
Rather pleasant to board the train early, isn't it?
Yes, it's very comfortable.
Are you going to Chicago or on to California?
Just to Chicago for the moment.
Oh. My name's Duffield, Professor Ernest Duffield.
Well, mine's Abbott, Jean Abbott. You with the University of Chicago, Professor?
Oh, no. I'm going to California. I'm in the through car.
Oh, well, how do they work that? I've always flown across.
Well, you see, they switch the car off in Chicago and then hitch it on to the back of the El Dorado. That way, as they say in the ads, you don't have to change trains.
What do you teach, Professor?
Well, I'm not teaching anymore, Mrs. Abbott. I'm doing research.
Oh.
Matter of fact, that's why I'm going to Los Angeles to a conference.
And what's your subject?
Bacterial warfare.
Oh, I hate those words. Thank heavens no one's tried that yet.
Oh, but they have.
It sounds horrible. What is this conference in California?
I'm very sorry indeed, but I cannot discuss that. It would be classified information. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Oh, please don't go. My husband would love to meet you.
Well, I'd be delighted to meet him, too, but I'm, well, sort of an old eccentric, I guess you might say. I can't stand crowds. The moment the train fills up, I prefer retiring to my compartment until the end of the trip. I'm alone. I can relax, read.
Goodbye, Professor. It's been most interesting.
Thank you, Mrs. Abbott. Good evening.
Well, leaving us so soon, friend? My name is Charlie Drake. Stick around, friend. I have a few stories you'll like.
I beg your pardon.
Well, get him. He ain't square. He's oblong. How about you, ma'am? I guess we might as well be friends. We're fellow travelers in the old choo-choo. Drake's the name, Charlie Drake. I'm the original good time Charlie.
Uh-huh.
You traveling alone, honey? Just a small-town girl at the mercy of all the traveling salesmen?
No. I'm with my husband.
Oh, well, that ties it.
In fact, here he comes.
Well, I got everything I needed, Jean.
Pat, this is Charlie Drake, my husband.
Look, how's for all of us whipping up a little bridge game? Let's see, there's three of us here. Who's that fellow over there in the corner? Anybody know him, the old geezer?
No, we don't.
What do you say there, stranger? How about for being a fourth at bridge? Eh? Oh, poxy grandpa, a little on the deaf side, huh? Well, I can always keep the folks happy. I don't believe I caught your name.
I'm Pat Abbott. This is my wife, Jean.
Going to little old Chicago, are you? So am I. I'd love to be on that through car to sunny California, but business forbids. You got nice accommodations?
Yes, we're quite happy about it.
Well, look, I'm in car 181, compartment C. Open day and night, never a dull moment. Anytime you're feeling blue, you want a few laughs, call on your good friend Charlie. Hey, have you two heard the one about the nearsighted octopus and the bagpipes? Have you? You'll bust your buttons, kid. This one's a real knee slapper. Now, listen here. It seems the octopus went to a... Who is it? Pullman conductor, sir. Urgent telegram for Professor Duffield.
Oh, all right. Just a moment. I'll find the light. And my bathrobe.
Yes? Shut up, Professor. Get back into your compartment.
What are you doing with that gun? Who are you? What do you want?
You're bringing something to that California conference, Professor. It's a culture. Little germs in a flask.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, don't stall. There's no time. I know all about it. You've made a discovery. It's the most powerful bacterial weapon ever devised. The easiest to make, too. Quickest, cheapest. Now, where is it? Where's the flask?
Get out of here.
I want the flask, Professor, and right now. Be smart and turn it over.
Who are you?
Well, I guess you'd call me a salesman. I pick up little items like yours and then put them on the open market. Sell them to the highest bidder. You'd be surprised how these items draw customers. In America, Mexico City, Cairo, Berlin. I get around. I do very nicely. Now, where's the flask?
Stay away from there.
Is it in the medicine cabinet?
All I have to do is shout. The conductor will
You
come.
open your mouth, and I'll put 6 bullets into that celebrated brain of yours. The flask in one of your valises?
I'm going to give you 5 seconds to get out of this compartment. The flask is top secret property of the United States government. You must be out of your mind trying to get away with a thing like this.
I've done pretty well before. Now talk up, Professor. Where the devil is that culture?
I said I'd wait 5 seconds. You've about used them up.
You don't really want to die, do you, Professor? You have so much to contribute to America. Why get yourself knocked off? Don't you have a family, Professor? Friends? Don't you want to go on living? Professor, you're just begging to be killed, and I'm just the guy to do it. You know, I could even make it worth your while, Professor. I'll get lots of dough for the flask. Maybe I could cut you in for a piece. Now, where is the blasted culture, Professor? Don't touch that bell. Keep your hands off that bell, or I'll crack your head open with this gun. So help me.
After Pat and I left the lounge, we didn't see the professor or Good Time Charlie for the rest of the trip. We left the train at Chicago without knowing there was anything wrong. Neither did anybody else. Pat tended to his business and then took a relaxing spin on Lakeshore Drive in a cab. And by early evening, we were back on the return trip of the Blue Rocket Express heading for New York. After dinner in our compartment... Pat, I've been wondering. This is car 181, compartment C. Now, where did I hear that before?
From that big bore, Charlie. He said this was his compartment on the way to Chicago. Oh, I'm awfully tired, darling. I think I'll hit the hay.
Well, I'm wide awake. Night Owl Jean, they call me.
Okay. You go on up to the lounge. I'm going to ring for the porter and have him make up the berths. I'm knocked out.
Well, thank goodness we lost Good Time Charlie. I was afraid we'd run into him again. Or when we got off in Chicago.
Yeah. Let's come in. Oh, Porter, make up our berths, please. Thank you.
Oh, I'll step out of your way, Porter, so you can pull down that upper. Pat, look. There's a body up there.
Yes, a dead body.
Oh, Pat.
Get the conductor, please, Porter. Oh, someone did quite a job on him.
Well, it's Professor Duffield.
What? Who's he?
Well, I met him in the lounge car when we were leaving New York before you got here. He's a scientist, an expert on bacteriological warfare.
Well, that makes it worse, much worse. You better have the conductor notify the FBI immediately.
But this wasn't his compartment. What was he doing in here?
The reporter tells me someone's died in here.
Yes, conductor. When he lowered the berth a moment ago, we found this body.
What are your names?
Mr. and Mrs. Patrick Abbott.
All right. I'll find another space for you. Now, don't discuss this with anyone under any circumstances, except the police. I'll have them aboard on it at our next stop. Now, we'll take care of everything now. Just keep calm and keep quiet. Don't go to sleep in the space I give you until I've had a chance to get more information from you.
This man, the dead man, was in the wrong compartment.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, I met him on the way to Chicago on this train last night. If he was murdered and then his body was shoved into the upper berth and left sealed there, this is not the compartment he had for himself. His name is Professor Duffield. He was originally on the through car to California.
He was in highly classified government work, conductor. You better report that instantly when you contact the police.
Now, my schedule book says the man who occupied this space on our trip out was a Mr. Charles Drake.
Now, conductor, my wife wouldn't make a mistake. Besides, Charlie Drake, Good Time Charlie, as he called himself, got off in Chicago. This is not Drake. Look, would you do something for me?
Oh, what is it?
Here are my credentials. I'm a private investigator. The New York police will know my name if you want to check. So will the FBI and the Pentagon. I've been on cases involving classified material.
You tell all this to the police, Abbott. I'm just a conductor trying to get a train into New York.
All right. Now, this train is a radio phone. So is the El Dorado. And time may be terribly important. Would you let me call them?
Well, what for?
I want to ask them if Professor Duffield is aboard.
Well, he's lying there dead, isn't he?
Look, just let me make the call. I have a theory. There's a phone in the diesel cab of the El Dorado. I read about it in the magazine.
No, I can't let people play games now, Mr. Abbott. I have to see if there's a doctor aboard. I have to contact the police at the next town.
Just the one call. I have the right to do that, don't I? Look, I can't get away, can I? You can listen to the conversation if you like. I'm telling you, this may mean the solution of the case.
Okay, make your call. There's 2 cars ahead.
Thanks. Come on, Gene. Where are we, conductor? And what time is it?
Approaching Manfield, Ohio. It's 8:55.
Mobile operator. This is RY64372. I want BX6500.
Oh, you think you'll get through, Pat?
Probably. I've got to ask them this question.
I don't get it. Professor Duffield's dead in compartment C, and then you're calling to ask...
El Dorado, this is Patrick Abbott. I'm a private detective. Aboard the Streamliner Blue Rocket. You what? Okay, get on, conductor.
Hello, El Dorado. This is John L. McLeod, conductor aboard 15. Yes. Yes, it's all right. I understand. Yes. What's your question, Abbott?
Do they have a Professor Ernest Duffield aboard? Passenger for Union Station, Los Angeles. In a compartment on the through car.
Duffield for L.A. in the through car. Got a passenger of that description?
Well?
But what's the answer?
Yes. Are you certain? He is? Thank you. Goodbye.
What'd they say?
They have a Professor Duffield. He's fine, enjoying the trip. Of all the ridiculous gags to
pull... Well, that's impossible. The dead man is the professor.
All right. The police will take over shortly. We'll find out all the answers. They're getting aboard at the next stop 2 or 3 minutes now.
You said you'd find another space for us.
Yes, I'll try. Now, please, you wait here. I'll be back shortly.
All right. It's good. This is just what I wanted.
What are you going to do?
Follow me to the door.
But
now,
Pat,
never mind. The conductor has been so nice, I wouldn't want to spoil a beautiful friendship. Now, this train is slowing down. Just stand here. I'll get these latches open on this door. Now, in about 10 seconds, as the train slows down some more, you jump.
What?
Just fall easy. You'll tumble on the ground a bit, that's all.
Well, you can't skip out now. We're in the middle of nowhere. You'll be a...
We need every second, dear. Without any interference. Are you ready?
Well, the train's going too fast. I'm
now
not...
jump!
We were lucky. We landed on soft ground. Oh, thank goodness the train wasn't going quickly. It was very dark. We were in deep grass somewhere in the middle of Ohio. No lights anywhere. Nothing.
Now, let's see if we can...
If we can what, my dear, crazy Mr. Abbott? Exactly how do we solve a murder case involving a top-flight scientist by roaming around here by the railroad tracks?
Dear, this is Mansfield. I saw on the timetable that the El Dorado is due at La Junta, Colorado, about 5:40 in the morning. Now, if we can find a road and get a hitch and grab a plane...
Yes, if...
Look. Through the grass. There's a paved road way up there. I saw a headlight. Come on. Let's try for that hitch. Hurry, Gene.
We got the hitch in an old Model T. A very friendly farmer picked us up and told us there was a small airport about 15 miles away. A young veteran was operating a cargo plane service out of it. We bounced along the 15 miles in the old Lizzie, rattling like the famous skeletons on a tin roof. At the airport, we met the veteran. We thought we'd have trouble, but he was an eager kid, and the idea of trying to catch the El Dorado appealed to him. We stepped into his plane.
Yeah, I think we can do it, Mr. Abbott. Where do you figure on landing?
Well, that would be up to you, of course.
Oh?
But I'd like to pick them up somewhere around La Junta. If not, perhaps we might catch them in New Mexico.
Okay, now, you keep the timetable of the El Dorado in front of me, and I'll head for La Junta.
Well, isn't that country out there pretty rugged?
Yes, ma'am. Cliffs, hilly, rough terrain.
Well, can you make a landing out there where we can walk away from?
Ma'am, I used to fly over a spot called the Hump back in the war. From Assam to come in. You can fly over that. Anything else is a vacation with pay.
Oh, fine. That's a help. It's all we need. A real soupy storm. Now, we've got to get through.
Cross your fingers. I'm taking off. Only by the way.
Yes?
There aren't any parachutes.
We took off. Pat and I squatted on bucket seats in the back. The weather was awful. The little plane rocked, rolled, and practically stood still in midair. Time was passing. Precious time. Pat?
Yes, Gene?
How do you fellas do it?
Do what?
Just sit there quiet-like as if you were on a pleasure jaunt. Me? I've bitten what's left of my nails. I've recited pertinent excerpts from a book I read called How to Keep Calm in a Crisis.
Well, just relax. There's work to be done.
Oh, yes, you always say that. But you have ice water in your veins. You're the rugged type. Me, I'm the delicate, scare real easy type.
It's none of my business, Mr. Abbott. It's kind of silly to ask now, but are you 100% certain this trip was necessary? Why couldn't you have left it to the police where the train stopped?
Because I'm after that train. By the time I convinced the authorities about who I am, what I suspected, what was going on, and fought through the right channels to the right authorities, it'll be all over. But really over.
How to keep calm in a crisis. Remember the key words. What the dickens are those key words?
I'm down about as low as I can get. We ought to be directly over the railroad tracks. I can't get any lower. We'll smack up.
Well, have you got any field glasses in this flying percolator?
Yeah, around here somewhere. See if you can spot the train. It shouldn't be too hard. The El Dorado's got a headlight that throws a beam about a half a mile.
Yeah, I've got the glasses. I'm watching.
Pat, we're awfully low.
Yes, ma'am.
If he suddenly spots anything and has to climb to avoid it, we might stall, mightn't we?
Now, just relax, dear. I told you before...
You see the train?
No, not yet.
Well, you better see it soon, Mr. Abbott. I can't keep this up indefinitely. If we come to a very high spot, I may not be able to hedge hop like I'm doing.
Well, it should be here. Unless it's late. I don't see a thing. Just miles of track. I can just about make out the tracks. This storm is cutting the visibility down too much.
Are you positive you're right about the time and the place?
Yes, absolutely, Gene. The only thing could throw us is if that train is very late. That could be. Then we'd have to backtrack.
Well, it probably is late with this weather.
Now, if you just keep mum, dear, Wait a minute, wait. Wait a second, I've spotted it. I see it. A streamliner, about 20 cars. There's no freight. This is lit up like a Christmas tree down there.
Oh, thank heavens. Now what?
Can you get about 10 or 15 miles ahead of her and find a place to sit this plane down?
I can try. Oh, my aching GI back. Find a place to sit down here, huh?
We've got to, my friend. The scientist with top secret information has been killed. His head was bashed in.
Holy Aunt Hannah, is that what
yes.
this trip...
The killers are on that train. So put it down sweet and gentle and make it real fast.
If I can see a big enough stretch. This is a very small plane, but that doesn't mean we can land on a dime. You know, Wait a minute. I see a spot. doesn't look too bad. Of course, that rain's got so many puddles going, we could land and maybe hit a ditch or a gully or give hole and turn right over. I'll never see it coming.
All right. Put it down, pal.
Huh?
Right where you think we have a chance to make it.
Okay, now if I overshoot this field, there's a cliff up ahead there, see?
Let me see.
We'll go right off the cliff.
Now put it down, I said. Steady. Jean, dear.
Yeah.
Brace yourself against that seat.
Wish I could see more, but here goes. Start praying.
Easy, boy. Easy. That's it.
Pat, I can't look.
Easy.
This is it. Now.
Pat, the cliff. We're too close. We're too close.
Made it.
Oh, Rod.
That's wonderful. Beautiful job. Now, look. You got emergency flares?
Yeah, under the seat.
Fine, I'll take a few.
What in the world are you going to do now?
Set these off on the track in front of the El Dorado and hope there isn't an accident. They do 90 miles an hour on some of these stretches.
We ran through the rain to the tracks. The pilot stayed back with his plane and was to join us later.
I'll light a flare here, Jean. There. Now, just hope the rain doesn't kill it. You hear the train coming?
No, not yet.
Okay. Put another flare here. There. Now, let's see. Well, there are no curves on this approach. That's good. The engineer will see the flares early. Only it takes him almost a mile to come to a full stop. There. That's it. Now, just wait and watch.
Pat, you need a gun if you're going to board this train.
Yes, I need a lot of things, but I don't have any of them. I just have to take my chances. Good. He's seen it. You keep wide of the track, Jean. Very wide.
Yes, I am, dear.
He's slowing down. Now, look, when it gets to very slow speed, you watch down the left side. Watch the car doors. Someone might try to sneak off. I'll watch to my right. Shout if you see anything suspicious. Now, as she stops, run down a way so you can see more of the train. That's the girl. Now, look for the conductor. Don't say anything. Let me do all the talking. There he is. There comes the conductor.
Hey, what's up?
I set those flares, conductor.
What's the matter? Is this spot a washout? What's wrong here?
My name is Abbott, Pat Abbott. This is my wife, Jean. I'm a private detective. We had to stop your train.
Why?
I want to see a passenger of yours immediately, Professor Duffield. We called you about it on the radio phone, remember?
Yeah?
Now, I have no time to explain. The through car, the last one?
Yes, now, but wait a minute. You have no right to do this. You've already broken the law. Setting up flares like that.
All right. Now, you come with me. There's a murder involved. Any armed police aboard? We could use them.
No, and if what you're telling me is a lot of malarkey,
Now, let's get
I'll
on
tell...
board. Step up, Jean. All right, now. Which compartment is Professor Duffield?
Compartment D.
Here it is, Pat.
Sorry, conductor. I'm going in.
No, just a minute. You can't just...
Yes, what is it?
Pat, it's Charlie. Good time, Charlie.
Well, what are you doing here? I thought you...
Thought that we were on our way to New York by now, Charlie? Yes, we might have been.
Well, Mr. Abbott, there's Professor Duffield. Now, what's all the excitement about? You're talking to Professor Duffield.
This man is not Duffield, conductor.
Get out of my way.
Stay where you are, Charlie.
Charlie?
This man has been masquerading as Professor Duffield. He murdered the professor on the Blue Rocket to Chicago. Then he hid the body in the upper berth of his compartment.
You don't get out of my
You
way.
left the body in your own compartment. Then you took the professor's space in the through car. All the crews are changed. You told everyone in the El Dorado that you were Duffield.
All right, Abbott. If you won't get out of my way.
Put down that gun.
Everybody, out of my way. I'll shoot anybody that tries to follow me. Don't move till I'm off this car.
Pat, how'll we stop him?
I'll get after him. That flask he took with him may be terribly important.
Pat, come back. He'll kill you.
He's left the train. I can see him through this window. He's running up the hill out there.
Pat, don't!
The door he slammed. There, I got it. Come back, Charlie!
I told you not to follow me, Abbott.
I said come back!
I won't miss this time.
Now look out! Behind you, the cliff!
Charlie, gripping the flask, fell 3,000 feet. And turning to fire at Pat, he didn't notice that he was beside that same ominous cliff we almost went over when we were in the plane. Sometime later, Pat and I were back on the El Dorado. The conductor and local police were conferring about the crime. Pat and I were having hot coffee in the lounge.
Now, Jean, I know exactly what you're going to say.
Do you?
Yes, you're very upset because I took so many chances.
Well, I certainly am. After all these years of married life, I've become rather fond of you, Patrick, and I'd hate to see...
beg your pardon, Mr. Abbott.
Oh.
Mrs. Abbott?
Oh, hello. I remember you from the Blue Rocket. You're the gentleman who wouldn't play bridge with us.
Yes. I think I'd best introduce myself. I am Professor Ernest Duffield.
You're what?
That is correct. My identification papers. Would you care to see them, Mr. Abbott?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They told me what you did. I am extremely grateful. And so, I imagine, is the government. It is quite simple. The man Charles Drake murdered was hired to impersonate me. I was bitterly opposed to the idea, but the Scientists' Commission insisted upon it. I pleaded with them, but they wouldn't listen. The chap volunteered for the job, fully realizing how dangerous it was.
Well, Professor, your flask is gone. I presume it contains something very valuable?
It was supposed to contain something valuable, Mr. Abbott. And Mr. Drake went to great pains to find it, but, of course, it was worthless. The flask Mr. Drake died with in his hand was a nickel's worth of colored water. The real flask obviously is being sent to California by other means.
And how do we know you're Professor Duffield? I don't like to seem rude or melodramatic, but couldn't those identification papers be a government-manufactured fake for security reasons? Couldn't you be a government agent, maybe, impersonating Duffield, too? Did the government take the chance of revealing who the real man is, even now?
Did they, Mrs. Abbott?
Pat and I finally got back aboard the Blue Rocket on our way to New York. We were alone in our bedroom. Pat, do you realize you haven't kissed me since we left New York 3 days ago?
My, that's quite a debt I owe, isn't it?
You owe me 228 kisses, plus interest and carrying charges. A grand total of 343.
Wow. I better start paying off, huh?
Well, you'll find this is a very friendly bank, Mr. Abbott. We wouldn't mind at all if you'd overdraw your account. Moral of the story. There are plenty of fast express trains from Chicago to New York. But if you have a handsome husband who likes to make love to you, don't be a fool. Take a slow train.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those nationally popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. The cast included Kenny Delmar, Louis Van Ruten, and Mandel Kramer. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. This is Bill Rippey speaking. Next week, same time, same station, another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
After all, even breaking up an international crime ring doesn't justify another woman's borrowing your husband for a honeymoon. Now, does it?
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Pat and Jean Abbott, those popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for another exciting recorded adventure in romance and crime. Tonight's story, The Dead White Lifeboat. And here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle in murder.
Since the international situation is extremely tense and the picture changes constantly, many of the governments of the Western world that have gold, bonds, and other valuables in outlying islands, possessions, and obscure portions of the world occasionally move the bullion out. This time, the British government was moving valuables back to London, and Pat had been called in by insurance companies connected with the project to act as a private consultant on a special fee basis. So we sailed for England. At sea, I'd gone topside for a suntan. Pat had gone below for a Tom Collins. He was just leaving the bar alone and heading for the stairway when a very exotic young lady came up to him. She looked as if she'd just stepped out of a perfume ad.
Please, I'm in trouble. You've got to help me.
Why? What's wrong?
You've got to say you're my husband. I can't explain now, but it's terribly important. You must believe me. This isn't a joke or a trick. I'm very serious about it.
Now, look, I may have just come from the bar, but I'm practically sober. There's nothing wrong with me, so if this is any kind of a gimmick at all, funny or not, I'm just not interested.
It's a matter of life and death. Pretend you're my husband for a few minutes. That's all I ask. I'll explain later.
That sounds like a great way to get mixed up in a brawl or a lawsuit. Why don't you try somebody else, ma'am?
I'm telling you that you'll save my life if you'll do it. Those men, the two men, coming toward us now. See them?
Yes, friends of yours?
No, I told you I can't explain. Just say you're my husband. For heaven's sake, I beg of you, don't let me down.
Yes, but what?
Shh. Here they come.
Hi, Rhoda.
Hello, Fred.
You remember Johnny, don't you? Sure she does. How have you been, Rhoda?
Oh, fine. Thank you. I don't believe you've met my husband, have you? Fred Carter, Johnny Simmons. This is my husband, Harry.
Oh, glad to meet you, Harry.
Hello, Fred.
We've heard a lot about you, Harry.
Well, I'm glad to know you, too, Johnny.
We've been looking all over the boat for you, Rhoda. Then I suppose you two honeymooners have made it your business to be alone, huh?
I'm sorry we didn't get to your wedding.
Well, we were, too.
It was my fault, Johnny. I told Harry it would be in bad taste, though. You know, a second wedding for me. I didn't want a very elaborate ceremony, so we just stole away.
We'd have had to apologize to a lot of our friends. Perhaps we'll have a little reception in England, Rhoda?
I think we should, darling.
I've heard many interesting stories about you, Harry.
Yes, we could hardly wait to meet you.
I almost got to see you in Washington. When were you there?
About 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. Let me see. Yeah, I guess that's about right.
Oh, look who's coming.
Who?
That girl. She's an old friend of mine. Jean Abbott, of all people.
I was just going...
Well, Jean Abbott, I haven't seen you in years. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you. Just fine.
Good. How's your husband?
I was just going... My what?
I said, how's your husband?
Oh, you mean Alphonse?
That's it. I can never remember his name. Oh, Jean, meet my wife, Rhoda.
I always say that. Your wife.
How do you do, Jean?
How do you do?
And this is Fred and Johnny.
How do you do?
How are you? Well, we seem to be running into so many old friends today, Rhoda, don't we?
Jean, do you know these two are honeymooners?
No, I certainly did not. Really?
Well, I guess Rhoda and I can't keep it a secret much longer.
But you must all meet my husband sometime. Of course, he's not well.
Oh, he isn't?
The gout came back.
It did?
He still has that eye trouble.
Oh, eye trouble?
Oh, yes, my poor husband. Cross-eyed, you know.
Well, I think we better be running along, huh?
Running along?
Yes, we'll leave these two lovebirds alone.
Sure, come on.
Lovebirds?
See you again sometime, Jean?
Well, I should hope so, Mr. Abbott.
Come on, darling. We'll go back to our cabin.
Okay, dear.
Bye. Goodbye.
Well,
Hey, care to join us for a stroll around the deck, Mrs. Abbott?
well, Yes, I'd be glad to.
Those two make a lovely couple, don't they?
Magnificent.
She got quite a catch in him, I'd say. Handsome fellow.
I don't know about that.
Striking couple. They probably have beautiful babies.
They'll what?
Look out, Mrs. Abbott. You'll trip in that steamer chair.
Oh.
Here, I'll help you up.
Oh.
There you are. You seem so struck by what I said. I guess you didn't see that chair.
Yes. What was it you said?
I said I imagine they'll have beautiful babies.
Yes, that's what did it. Yes. I was burning up. Not from my suntan, either. A gag is a gag, fellas, let's face it. But what in the world was Pat doing masquerading as the husband of this pinup girl? My husband gallivanting around doing the mambo and standing in the moonlight with her. Then the shock wore off, and I began thinking. Johnny and Fred began to strike me as rather tough customers. There was something insidious, probably quite vicious, underneath this monkey business on board ship. I know Pat well enough to realize he'd only be in it if he knew the score. So I let it ride a while. I knew Pat and Rhoda were alone later, in her cabin.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr.
Abbott. Pat Abbott.
Oh, then, that girl we met.
That's right. She's really my wife.
Oh.
Luckily, she picked up my hint and played the part correctly. Jean is my wife, unless she's changed her mind by now.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
That's all right. Jean's a good kid. She'll understand when I explain it to her. By the way, Rhoda, how do you explain this? Why did you have to manufacture a husband for yourself out of thin air?
Well, my husband, Harry, is with an international bank.
Mm-hmm.
We were in Washington until recently. Then we had word that Harry's uncle died and left us quite a sizable fortune. To collect it, we had to appear at a hearing in England. In Sheffield, as a matter of fact.
Mm-hmm.
Those two men are Harry's cousins.
I see. I suppose they're named as heirs in the will, too.
Yes, but unfortunately, they're not exactly gentlemen. Fred has a police record, and Johnny's been in some very questionable deals. Harry and I were afraid that, well, since so much money is involved, we were afraid that...
Yes, of course. They'd try to kill Harry and collect the whole amount in the will themselves.
Yes. Mm-hmm. The will stipulates if Harry dies, Fred and Johnny get all the money.
Where is Harry now?
In England, I hope. We concocted a scheme. He flew across secretly on the Clipper. We lied and told everyone he'd be on the boat. Those are all his trunks over there. We put the luggage on board deliberately. Luckily, Fred and Johnny have never seen Harry. I didn't expect them to be on this boat. That's what frightens me even more.
Yes, I see. They appeared, so you had to produce a husband, Harry.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Rhoda, you can't very well keep this hoax going all the way across, can you?
Oh, I could if you'd help me. If you'd act as my husband for the whole trip.
Well, I'd be glad to help, but my wife is on board. Wouldn't Jean provide complications?
You said she's a good sport. Wouldn't she play the game?
Well, she's played it for a few hours, but for the whole trip, well, it becomes a pretty fancy game.
Oh, I know. This whole affair strikes you as absurd, but I'm desperate. I can't do anything else.
Jean has quite a sense of humor, but I don't know if this gag would appeal to her. Put to her seriously, though.
Oh, would you ask her?
Well,
You'll save my husband's life, and more than $100,000. I don't know what might happen if Fred and Johnny found out Harry's not on board.
You're forgetting they think I'm your husband. They might start taking pot shots at me.
It's a risk. A terrible risk. But would they have the nerve to try anything as open as that? Please help me. You've got to. I shall be so grateful if you'll just do this for me.
Wait a minute now. Hands off, ma'am. Let's not get too grateful.
I'll make it worth your while, whatever you say.
I was just thinking,
Yes?
might not be too bad. Romantic European crossing with 2 wives.
While Pat and Rhoda were in her cabin, I was doing my best to be gay and non-committal with Fred and Johnny. Then the dinner gong sounded, and in the salon I gave myself a perfect case of galloping indigestion while I watched Pat and Rhoda at another table, being coy with each other, acting like honeymooners. For 1 shilling, I'd have gone over there and broken the clinch, but I knew I had to restrain myself. Late that night, Pat met me out on deck. It was pitch black, so we decided to risk a stroll together. Pat told me the story.
Well, darling, shall we do what Rhoda wants? Keep up the masquerade?
Well, Romeo, it looks as if you've decided that already. Why ask me?
I'll stop if you want, Jean. Just say the word and I'll call the whole thing off.
Oh, it doesn't bother me too much. Not anymore. I think beneath this very sophisticated exterior of mine beats a very primitive heart. In that first moment when I saw you with Rhoda, I wanted to scratch your eyes out. But I'm getting used to it now.
Swear?
I swear. Pat, I think you should help her. I can share you for a few days if it means saving someone's life.
Well, we've talked a lot about how you feel, darling, but I'm in this ball game too, remember? I miss you.
Oh, Pat, darling.
Wait. Be quiet. People are coming. Come over here. No one must see us together.
Where we go?
Behind this lifeboat. Hurry. Be careful. That's it. Now duck down behind this one. That's it.
Cozy back here, huh, Pat?
Yeah. Come closer.
I don't hear any people coming.
There aren't any.
Pat Abbott.
I just thought if you and I sat down behind this lifeboat where nobody could see us, it's, well, as good as being parked on Observation Hill in my old jalopy. Remember those nights?
Remember them? Of course I do.
Look at that rolling water. And the stars just above the masthead. Just like one of those nights together back in New Mexico.
Oh, what in the world is
Came from down the deck. That way.
Pat, the alarm bell.
Men overboard! Men overboard!
Pat, wipe that lipstick off your cheek.
All right. You've got a smudge of white paint on your nose. They must have just painted that lifeboat. Here, take my handkerchief.
Men overboard!
They're lowering a boat for him, see?
Well, there go the searchlights. They'll find him.
Where is he? Have they spotted him?
Out there, Freddy. See where I'm pointing? Searchlights seem to be concentrating there. See what? Oh. Did you see him go over, Harry?
No, Fred. Mrs. Abbott and I did to see a thing.
Where's Rhoda?
Oh, why, she's...
Isn't it all? Oh, did they find the man yet?
No, not yet, Rhoda. They're looking for him. You shouldn't come out that way. You would freeze in those pajamas.
Oh, I was so frightened when the bell rang. I just jumped out of bed and ran to the deck.
Passengers, return to your cabins, please. Return to your cabins, please. Keep the decks clear.
I returned to my cabin, and Pat went with Rhoda to her cabin. They never recovered the body, although they did their best. The ship's officers checked each cabin to find out who was missing. After the checkup, the announcement was made that Pat Abbott was missing. They questioned me, sort of implying I'd pushed my husband overboard or something. No one on board knew what he looked like except me. So I made up a description that didn't fit Pat at all, since he was supposed to be Harry Prescott, Rhoda's husband. Pat went on playing the role for Rhoda's sake. A bit too enthusiastically, I thought sometimes. Anyway, he'd steal back to my cabin occasionally and bring me up to date. The night before we were to dock at Southampton, I got a note from Rhoda asking me to come to her cabin.
I'm so glad you've come, Mrs. Abbott. I wanted to thank you. I suppose it sounds ridiculous saying thanks for the use of your husband.
It's all right, if we've helped you.
Of course you have. So much. I won't feel absolutely safe until we dock, though when I see the real Harry waiting for me at the pier. I know Fred and Johnny. They don't give up easily. I do hope it works well at the pier and nothing goes wrong.
I don't think they've caught on.
I'm not sure. I've a terrible premonition that something awful's going to happen, especially since that night when a man went overboard.
Well, just skip the premonition. Keep calm.
I don't know what they're liable to do, what awful scheme they may have.
Well, why don't you just try to forget all about it until we reach Southampton?
I will, but it's difficult. I've tried bromides, long walks to tire myself out. I just can't sleep. I can't calm down. That's your husband now. Pretending, of course, that he's mine. I'll go to the bar, have a drink, give you two a chance to be alone.
Well, both my wives. Very convenient.
I honestly think you're taking this too lightly.
Am I?
I won't be satisfied until we've landed safely and the real Harry and I are off to Sheffield.
Oh, aren't Fred and Johnny going there, too?
Yes, but my husband's bringing a private guard with him, and it's a quick trip. I was just telling Jean I'd leave you two.
See you later, Rhoda?
Certainly. Bye.
Strange feeling.
What is?
Being alone with another woman's husband.
Oh. Well, I hope you don't find it pleasant. Might become a habit.
Pat, what do you think Fred and Johnny have up their sleeves?
We'll see. They'll have to play any card they have very fast. Speaking of what's being concealed around here, have you told anyone I'm a detective?
Well, of course not.
And the assignment? The gold? The bonds? You mentioned that?
Well, certainly not. Is there some on this ship? Being moved back to England?
Mm-hmm.
Well, where'd it come from? Well, why are they shipping it from New York? I thought... Oh, I see. They're shipping it by a zigzag camouflage route. Probably brought it up from the West Indies.
Now, you just mind your own business, dear. I'm on special assignment to watch that stuff, and that's all you have to know. I just told you that much in case anything happens to me. Might come in handy for you to know. Now, come on, let's get out of here. It'd look very bad if you're found in here. But there's no harm in our walking the deck together.
Oh, there are those two creeps again, Fred and Johnny.
Yeah.
They certainly turn up often, don't they? They couldn't be crowding us a little, could they?
They could. Hi, Fred. Hello, Johnny.
Oh, there. So you two are really hitting it off, aren't you? Where's Rhoda?
You're going to the bar.
She leaves you on a honeymoon like that? With a girl as pretty as Jean?
Oh, she's not the possessive type.
It is curious, you know.
Speaking of curious facts, Fred, you and Johnny just showed up almost automatically when that man went overboard, didn't you? Just walking around, that it?
Yeah. Just walking around. Why?
Well, it's just that you two always pop up wherever Rhoda and I can be found. You turn up all over the place.
Look, my friend, I've got some advice for you. Don't shoot your mouth off. Don't dream up a lot of things. Don't ask questions. It isn't healthy.
No, thanks. That's kind of you, Fred. Now, I have some advice for you two. Don't start up with me. That isn't healthy either. Now get going. You heard me?
I'd like...
Wait, Freddie, wait.
Not now. Not here. Come on. See you around, friend.
Pat Abbott, you're a fine one. You'll get your head knocked off.
Uh-huh. That's part of the idea, Jean. I want them to try something. It'll force the whole thing out into the open.
And where are you dashing to now?
The radio room. I'm going to try to reach the real Harry Prescott by cable.
Now, how can you? And what for? What are you up to?
Now, look, you. Don't ask questions. It isn't healthy.
Pat simply wouldn't explain. The next morning, our ship pulled into Southampton. Rhoda seemed to be in high spirits, feeling the worst was over. We came down the gangplank together, Pat, Rhoda, and I. Fred and Johnny were walking a little behind us. And as we stepped off the gangplank and onto the pier...
Harry must be here somewhere. I can't wait to see him.
Well, is he anywhere in that crowd, Rhoda, behind the ropes?
No, I don't see him yet. I'll find him back of the customs barrier, I'm sure. Don't say anything now. Here comes Fred.
Friends meeting you at the pier, Rhoda?
Yes, Fred, I expect some. I was just looking for them.
Well, I guess this is goodbye for us, Rhoda. See you later somewhere.
Mr. Abbott? Yes, I'm Pat Abbott.
You're Harry Prescott, aren't you?
What's this all about?
Well, he isn't named Abbott, Inspector.
Oh, yes, I am. You see, Fred and Johnny, I had friends waiting at the pier, too. They're very anxious to meet you, Inspector...
Inspector McClintock of the Yard. We have men all over the dock, so I would advise no one to try anything.
This gentleman is Pat Abbott, and I'm his wife. First time I could say so in almost a week, and I don't mind announcing it at all. Now, let's go on from there.
Rhoda, what the devil have you done?
Don't you start anything, Fred. Rhoda told us about the will.
The will? What will?
If you'll all excuse me, I'd like to look for my husband. He might be at the other end of the pier.
I hardly think so, Rhoda.
My arm! You're hurting my arm, Mr. Abbott.
Well, I just want to be sure you won't run off on some foolish errand, Rhoda. Harry isn't on this pier, is he? He isn't even in England, I'd say.
I don't know what you're talking about. Let go of me.
Go ahead, Mr. Abbott. Let's have the rest.
Your husband is at the bottom of the ocean, isn't he, Rhoda? Your beloved husband you've been so worried about? Right? He's dead and gone.
Inspector, I appeal to you. This man is...
Please continue, Mr. Abbott.
When the roll call was made after a man went overboard, they said Pat Abbott was missing. That meant Harry was really the man that was missing, didn't it? I'd taken his place, hadn't I?
Rhoda, if you pulled a trick like that...
Oh, but she did, Fred.
She murdered Harry?
Certainly. I knew your husband must have registered on board, Rhoda, or the roll call would never have come out that way. Your husband worked for an international bank, all right. He was helping bring gold and bonds and other valuables to London. He wanted to keep his presence on board very quiet, so he stayed in his cabin, allowed no one to spot him. Well, that played right into your hands. You had a smuggling gimmick figured out with Freddie and Johnny. They'd knock him off, use his papers, his keys, get access to the bullion, sneak some of it off the ship in that luggage you pointed out to me.
You can't prove any of that.
But then you got greedy. You decided you wouldn't have to split with Freddie and Johnny. You'd do it all yourself. They'd never seen Harry. So you got me to portray your husband. Freddie and Johnny would go off on a wild goose chase trying to kill me. And they'd step into trouble they didn't expect. Meantime, you killed Harry yourself. Dragged the body out in the dead of night and shoved it into the sea.
But evidence, Pat. I don't see how you can really
Dear,
prove...
remember when you and I hid behind that lifeboat and you got white paint on your nose?
Well, certainly.
Well, they just painted the lifeboats. When Rhoda came out on deck, she was in pajamas. Remember?
Why,
and it struck me as being just odd enough to call for some investigation. So during one of the many times I was in your cabin, Rhoda, I looked at your dresses. One of them had a big white smudge on it. Paint from the lifeboat. Now, don't tell me you can explain how that happened. Jean and I hid behind one for a reason, but why did you? Could it be that you hid the dead body there till you got the right moment, when the deck was deserted, so you could push it over? Or could it be you sweated it out when somebody saw the body go over and turned in an alarm? Or could it be that you saw the murder rap coming if they found that body in the water?
Well, then, Pat, there isn't any will or any dead uncle.
Inspector, I'd like to make a small bet with you that Rhoda has a very fancy trunk with hidden compartments. And in the compartments, you'll find very high-valued negotiable bonds, securities, yes, maybe some pure gold, all of which was in Harry's custody. And if you'll check with the purser...
I already have. Harry had a safe deposit box.
Uh-huh.
Rhoda here visited quite a few times. Without being watched or questioned, of course, being his wife. The box is quite empty. That stuff in the trunk, too, Rhoda?
You can't hold us, Inspector. We didn't do a thing.
Except plan to lift all those valuables with Rhoda. Except planned homicide before she beat you to it. Shall we get off the pier? Have a car waiting.
Oh, Rhoda?
Yes, Mrs. Abbott.
My curiosity is killing me. The jig's up, so I presume you'll tell the truth. I think I know all about this crime, but,
Yes?
Well, you spent so much time alone with my husband. I don't want to spend the rest of my life wondering
Wondering what happened between us?
Exactly.
The car is waiting. We've the boat train to catch to London, Jean.
Well, Rhoda, suppose we leave that part of the mystery unsolved, shall we? After all, it's the best part, isn't it?
I hate that woman.
Oh, she was just being coy. After all, a woman would get satisfaction from not answering that question you asked.
I hate you, too.
No, this is a fine, high-class London hotel. We're comfortable. Food is better in England now. We've got theater tickets, dinner dates with friends. Relax, dear. Enjoy your stay here.
How did Scotland Yard know you wanted them to meet you here at the dock?
Well, when I went to the radio room, I wired the yard to ask if they knew a Harry Prescott. They wired back that he worked for an international bank and was on board our ship with valuables. So I told them to meet us and have the whole pier covered, in case Fred, Johnny, or Rhoda tried anything fancy.
Mm-hmm. How long will we be here?
Oh, it'll take about a week to wrap up my assignments. The British government's bringing lots of valuables back to London on various ships and planes, and don't ask when or where. You can go on shopping sprees. I'll be back every night.
Look, Pat, the Thames. It's corny, but every time I look out the window in London, I get a big charge.
I know, so do I. Parliament, Westminster. The bobbies on the corner. I'm a real pushover, too. Tourist type. Gawking, wide-eyed American. Yeah, it's a thrilling view from here, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Thrilling, darling.
You seem so thoughtful. What are you thinking? About us? Wishing we're on our honeymoon again?
No.
You want to duck tonight's date and go somewhere alone? Is that what you're thinking?
No.
Thinking how much you love me?
No.
Well, what is it, darling?
I hate that woman.
Oh.
I hate that woman.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. The cast included Catherine Barrett, Santos Ortega, and Maurice Tarplin. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. This is Wayne Howell speaking. Next week, same time, same station. Another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
After all, a girl might expect almost anything on a second honeymoon. Anything. But murder.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Les Damon and Claudia Morgan as Pat and Jean Abbott, those popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for another exciting recorded adventure in romance and crime. Now here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle in murder.
Pat and I had left San Francisco, our hometown and headquarters for Pat's business as a private detective. We'd taken the car and headed off into the mountains, high up, where it was cool, quiet, and we could be alone. You can underline that word, alone. We were going to enjoy a second honeymoon. Enjoy is putting it mildly. We had so much fun, we decided to play hooky from the Cops and Robbers game for an extra week and drive east across the plains. Just wander and stare like tourists at the scenery. Chat with the characters in those isolated towns. Wind up evenings at a lodge under a desert sky. The heartland of the States, as you drive across, is empty for huge stretches, with raw gashes cut deep into the bare face of the earth. It's rock-strewn, solitary, sometimes ominous. Blue, Pat?
Oh, little darling. Just thinking about this racket I'm in.
Oh, what's wrong with it? You catch killers, you earn a fat fee.
Yeah, big deal.
Oh, what's the matter with that, dear?
Oh, I don't know. I understand the details. Chemistry, physics, ballistics, law, that's easy. But why? Why this business of supposedly civilized human beings knocking each other off around the clock? I hope no reporter ever asked me my philosophy of crime. I haven't any.
Well, you're not usually philosophic, Pat. I know the symptoms, dear. When you get talkative and moody, you're, hungry.
Maybe.
Look, that sign.
Where?
Oh, we just passed a sign. It said, approaching Carville. How's for stopping there and having a steak?
Okay. Carville. Carville?
You know the town?
Oh, yeah, now I know. Larry Martin works here.
Well, who's Larry Martin?
He's a newspaper man, friend of mine. He used to work in San Francisco. Now he's managing editor of the Carville Register. We look him up.
Oh, that's a novelty.
What is?
An old friend of yours turning out to be a man instead of a gorgeous woman.
Dull, huh?
Oh, no, not for me. Maybe for you. You used to know women, brother.
Please. My wife is around.
Oh, sorry. What kind of guy is Larry Martin?
Oh, he's a crusader type. He used to say, I may be a starving newspaper man, but I take no applesauce from anybody. Sounds corny, but he meant it. He's out of date, but wonderful. You like him. And yarns. Oh, that guy will spin them all night. People he's met, impressions he's had about life.
Well, let's not get too enthusiastic, pal. We'll end up killing a whole evening with him. And this is our second honeymoon, remember?
Oh, no. Later on, you'll have to do something to remind me of it.
As you approach Carville, you sense the excitement of a boom town. The flashing neon signs in the twilight, and a bit too big. Joey's air-cooled cafe, beer on ice, gas, souvenirs. The field hands dismount from their horses to play the pinball machine in the lobby of a cheap hotel. The newly made signs are crude with staggering prices. Shave, $1.50. You tense a bit coming in over the railroad tracks and the highway. For you know a boom town often has a rough crime rate, too. Carville was a mining town before. The wooden arms of the old dredges and cranes loomed up against the dark sky, like gallows.
Oh, we don't have to bother looking for Larry in the phone book, dear. See the little two-story building over there? Carville Register.
Oh, fine, Pat. Oh, there's a parking spot.
Uh-huh. I used to tell Larry...
Don't turn around, dear.
Huh?
Just park quickly and quietly.
Why, what is it?
A staring contest. First, that cop glared at us for no reason, and now there are two men behind us staring.
Well, so what? It's a small town. We're strangers.
It looks like they hate you before they met you. It gives me the shivers. We raced up the rickety stairs of an old building. We found Larry Martin, the newspaper man. He was surprised and happy and insisted that we walk around with him and see his presses and teletypes. Then we went to dinner at a roadhouse on the state highway. It was a roadhouse you wouldn't expect in normal times. There was dice, roulette, slot machines. One of them even played for $100 gold pieces.
The carnival's doing all right, huh, Pat?
Yeah, Larry. How long will it last?
Well, no telling. That vein of ore they struck just doesn't seem to have an end. Besides, we're on the main road to Ferguson City, and there's been ore discovered there, too.
Uh-huh. Well, how's it going, Larry? The paper, I mean.
Oh, great.
You still saving the world every day in print?
No. I don't get out to the prospecting area much. Too busy at my desk. But there's some amazing stories about get-rich-quick boys breaking from there.
Well, who's the big shot?
Who do you mean, Gene?
Oh, that short, fat fellow. Just came in with the blonde girl, the one everybody's bowing and scraping to.
Oh, that's Uncle Walter.
Uncle Walter?
Walter Bradford. Now, there's the kind of amazing thing I mean. Walter used to own a general store here. Made a small living. Along came the boom, and Walter's probably the most important man in town. Very popular, very generous. That's why we call him Uncle Walter. He's an easy touch.
Well, if he's so popular, why the two mugs with him?
Those guys? Well, just friends.
Well, the blonde doesn't look like his wife. His wife would be older and not quite so brassy.
Well, she's, his girl, that's all. Quite a kid, Florence. Used to work in a diner on the highway.
Now she's wearing a mink. Yeah, she must be quite a kid.
Does Bradford own this place?
Well, might have a small piece of it, I don't know.
Well, he certainly doesn't mind fighting in public.
What have you been up to, Pat? I got a wire story about you solving a robbery in San Francisco, but where were you before? It's been 2 years.
If you know this Walter, you better calm him down.
I'll never forget the last night we spent together, Pat. At Santa Monica, wasn't it?
Pat, look at that Florence go marching out. Talk about leaving in a huff.
Pat was supposed to get on the train back to see you, Gene. Do you mind if I tell her what happened?
Oh, go right ahead.
Well, the party was on the beach, Gene, not far from where Sunset Boulevard hits the Pacific and...
Pat!
It's outside, Gene. Something's happened out there.
They'll straighten it out. Just stay here.
Stay here? I just saw that blonde fall down through the glass door.
Same old Pat. Smells trouble like a hound dog. Goes racing for it. Come back, Pat.
I'll go with you, Pat.
Pat, I'm
I'll
telling
be
you...
right back, Larry. If I can push my way through this crowd. Excuse me, please. Where are you, Gene?
Right behind you, dear.
There. Now...
Pat.
Huh?
Pat, she's dead. That spring knife stabbed her.
What's everybody standing around for? Send for the police.
Who are you?
Pat Abbott, private detective.
You can leave.
I said, did anybody send for the police? Don't allow anyone to leave the club. Lock the doors. Is there a doctor here?
You're all excited, aren't you, Mr. Abbott?
No, not at all, pal. Just routine.
I said you can leave. We'll try to struggle along without you.
Okay. I just wanted to help, Mr. Bradford.
How did you know my name?
Your Uncle Walter. It gets around.
The coroner's coming. He'll take care of everything.
Uh-huh. Now, somebody must have seen what happened. Who did? Mr. Bradford and this girl were just outside this doorway here.
Well, anybody see what happened? I said, did anybody see what happened? You see, Abbott? Nobody saw nothing. Nobody.
Well, that's ridiculous. Half a dozen people were standing here. You, from the parking lot. And you, the hat check girl. You both saw it, didn't you?
You're stinking drunk, Abbott.
Oh, come on. I'm perfectly sober.
What do you mean saying he's drunk? And what's this all about? Where are the police?
Break up this crowd. Everybody out. Quit snooping around. Are you hard of hearing, Abbott? I said everybody out.
Yes, I heard. I'm staying till the police arrive. A girl has been murdered. There are half a dozen witnesses. I want it cleared up.
We clean up our own mess. We don't want no help from outsiders.
When it comes to murder, you've got no choice.
You're in Carville, mister. We run it this way. You fancy guys can have your own ideas.
Now, look, Bradford, I wouldn't be boasting about this deal if I were you.
My gosh, and we were so hospitable to you, weren't we?
Murder is murder, Mr. Bradford, in Carville or anywhere else.
Oh, is that so? Well, now, I wouldn't have known that. I'm what you smart guys call a poor hick, Abbott. Never had a chance to learn much. You might think that was too bad. But it's awful handy sometimes being ignorant.
You're covering up a murder, Bradford. Now,
you let go of me. Now, you look, Abbott. Don't go sticking your kisser into something where you don't belong. No wonder I don't like your type. You talk too much. You get hot-headed. You think everything's your business.
Pat, listen to me. Now, calm down. Come here. I gotta talk to you. Pat, will you listen?
What kind of a town is this?
He won't listen to reason, Larry. Not for me, anyways. You try if you want.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bradford.
Yes, sir.
Pat, get out of town now as fast as possible.
Are you crazy, Larry? What's got into you?
I don't understand what you're trying
Gene, Pat, I lied to you.
You what?
Walter owns this place. He owns the town. He runs it. We have a figurehead mayor and a phony police department. Brawls happen in this trap every night.
Brawls? This was murder.
I'm telling you, this is Walter's town. He gets away with anything.
He and his hoods?
Everybody in this town either owes Walters or is scared of him.
You too?
Yeah. Me too. Look, there's no time to explain. I know how Walter thinks. I know what he's liable to do.
What's he liable to do? I recognize the spring knife that killed that girl, Larry. The sterling silver handle. Bradford was toying with it at the table before they went outside. This is an open and shut case. Any jury would convict him in a minute. He'll be in the death house very soon.
That's what you think. Oh, you're still the same, Pat, huh? Same cockeyed sense of justice that works overtime. Doesn't always come out that way, Pat.
Larry, you can't just write this off. They aren't going to wipe that girl's blood off the floor, toss the body in the drink, and forget it. I won't let them. The authorities won't let them.
What authorities? The police of this town? Some other town, you think? Who's going to tell them? Who'll testify against him if by some miracle he's brought to trial? Run for that parking lot, Pat. Take Gene and head for the highway this minute. The coroner will clean up.
Clean up? Run away? Me?
Yeah, you. The big deal detective was up against the facts of life for a change. He'll knock you off, Pat. You're the only thorn in his side now, you and Gene. As long as you're within this city limits, you're fair game, a walking target. I've got to get back to the office, make up the first edition. Remember, just get out. Don't pick a fight. Don't ask questions. Write to me, huh? Tell me how it goes. And take care. Keep your nose clean.
Oh, Larry, wait a minute. I don't get it, Gene. He's like a terrified rabbit.
Well, what'll we do?
Call the state police, that's what. Come on, I'll show you. Now walk out casually. No wisecracks. Head for the door, then dash for the car.
We stole out, bewildered and tense. Pat was very bitter. Walter and his boys obviously had an eye on us. But we got out and found a phone booth.
All right, this will do it.
Who are you calling, Pat?
Ferguson City. This town is sold out. Bradford owns it like it was his own backyard. We need help from outside. I'll have the state troopers here in 10 minutes.
Your call, please.
State Police Headquarters, Ferguson City. This is urgent.
One moment, please.
Watch the door, Gene. If you spot anybody that looks suspicious, tell me. I'll hang up. We'll try from another place.
Sorry, sir. Lines to Ferguson City are tied up.
All the lines?
I can try again later. May I have your name and number?
Never mind. Lines are tied up. That's a stall. Bradford's got that night operator working for him. It's a cinch in a little town like this. 2 o'clock in the morning. Why would the lines be tied up?
Well, how about sending a telegram?
No, telegram office is closed. I noticed it on the way over.
Well, let's drive there. It's about 50 miles. We can make it in an hour, dear.
Right, come on, to the car. You got the road map?
In the glove compartment.
Okay.
Start towards the highway, and I'll give you instructions as you go, dear.
All right. We forget to put gas in this thing? No, look. Tank is full. I'll try the lights.
Oh, they go on fine. Nothing wrong with the battery. You can hear the spark.
Yeah. I think I know why we can't start. Wait here.
What is it, Pat?
That's what I thought. They botched up the motor while we were calling. We'll never start this car tonight. Come on, Gene, get out.
Okay. Where are we off to?
To the bus station.
Wait, Pat.
Huh?
Don't move.
What?
Across the street, 2 mugs. They were with Walter. You see them under the street lamp?
Yeah. All right, walk slowly. That's it, easy. See them reflected in that shop window?
Pat, this whole town is a trap for us.
Yeah. All right, walk faster. But when we hit the corner, run.
We made it to the corner. We ran 2 blocks in the pitch-black night. We saw the bus station. It was deserted. But there was a light on and a man at the ticket booth.
Help you, ma'am?
We want 2 tickets on the next bus to Ferguson City.
Ferguson
City. Please, hurry.
Ferguson City. Sorry, it's all reserved.
When does it leave?
Well, be here in about 30 minutes.
There's no one around. Where are the passengers with the reservations?
Well, it ain't our fault if they don't show up.
Uh-huh. What other buses leave tonight?
Ain't no more tonight.
You sure?
You trying to tell me my business?
Never mind, skip it. Come on, Gene.
Pat, the railroad station. We could try that.
Yes, maybe. It's obvious that Bradford's got everybody eating out of his hand. Which way is the railroad station?
2 blocks north.
Thanks. Let's go, Gene.
Oh, Pat, the ticket booths are closed.
Well, there must be somebody around here. Trains come through. They wouldn't desert the place. Hello in there. Anybody inside? Open this window. Come on, open up in there.
Take it easy, stranger. What are you trying to do? Break something? Wake up the whole town?
I'm sorry, officer. There doesn't seem to be anybody around.
So what?
Well, I want 2 tickets on the next train out.
Ticket seller's going to eat.
Well, there must be somebody here.
Ain't nobody.
Are you sure, officer?
I'm sure. Now cut out banging on the door and yelling, or I'll haul you in for creating a public disturbance.
Well, when is the ticket seller coming back?
I wouldn't know.
Where does he go to eat?
What business is it of yours? He ain't here. He won't be back for a long time. Now move along.
Pat, there isn't any way out. And I'm afraid they'll kill us.
Yeah. You can kind of feel it. Sense it in the air. They're watching us. Waiting to make the kill.
Pat, darling, I'm so scared.
I know, dear, I know. But we mustn't stop trying. Now, come on. There's one more chance. A gas station might be open on the highway. Yes, look, there's a gas station, see? Now, we just wait for a car.
It's awfully lit up here, Pat.
Yes, we'll crouch down here, back of this sign. Now, if anybody leaves a car open for a second, we grab it.
Uh-huh.
Shh. There's one.
No, he won't get out, Pat. He'll just ask for gas and sit there.
That's right. The station attendant will turn around then. Maybe go inside to get change. We'll get a break. The driver will be alone at the wheel. We're lucky. The man is driving and he's alone.
How do we handle it?
Now, look, I'll slug the driver. You jump in, grab the wheel. I'll toss him aside and get in with you. Now, this is our last out, Gene. Now, come on. Watch. Wait. He asked for the gas. Good. He wants something the guy has to get from inside. All right, now I'll sneak around the far side by the guy's wheel. Grab him from in back. You go in the other side. Now, it's got to be done very quickly. You ready?
Ready.
All right, let's go.
Sorry, pal. I'll take this car. Get in, Gene.
I'm in?
I'll let go of your throat in a minute, pal. I'm not going to strangle you. I just don't want you to make any noise. Sorry, I've got to borrow the car. I'll just toss you over to the side. Take it away, Gene.
Which way, dear?
Just follow the signs to the state highway.
Oh, brother, I thought we'd never get out of this town. Oh. I guess we're in the clear.
No, faster, Gene. Drive faster. That truck, Gene, look out.
You all right, Pat?
Yes.
Oh, that crazy truck driver cutting us off. He's standing right in our way. I'll get him out. Get out of the way. Pull to the side.
You're wasting your breath, Mrs. Abbott. He ain't moving, not till I get in your car.
Pat, this man...
Easy, Gene. I was afraid this was the deal.
I'm going to sit in the back of your car. Do you mind?
Yes, I
I
mind.
got my own invitation. Miss 38. Start up. Pick the next side road off the highway.
Do everything he says, Gene.
There's a warehouse 2 blocks down. Pull up there. All right, leave the car. Don't worry about it. You won't be coming back. Walk into that warehouse. Go on. The side door is open. Push it and go on in. All right, shut the door and walk down to the far end.
Now, you're one of Bradford's suckers, huh? Taking a chance on a double murder rap for dear old Uncle Walter.
Shut up.
Suppose it gets out that you knocked us off. What'll Bradford do? Send a love letter to the death house?
I said shut up.
We drove here from farther west. They'll know we passed through Carboon. They'll know we never got any further. They'll...
Stop, Gene! Behind these barrels, follow me. You all right?
Yes, dear. Oh, what a wallop. I think he's out cold.
No, just for a minute. I didn't clip him square. Just enough to knock him down. I had the wrong angle. And the shots went wild. Maybe I can get him to fire the rest of his bullets. I'll make a sound. Move the barrel. Stay very low. That's good. Now stay here. Don't budge. I'll try to sneak around in back of him. I'll crawl behind these barrels.
Okay, dear, but be careful.
Come on out, Abbott. I dare you show your face. You hear me? Come on out. Okay, Abbott. My gun's empty now. Come on out. We'll make a deal. Abbott? Where are you?
Run for the door, Gene. Yeah, this time I caught him right. Now, come on, let's go.
Darling, your mouth. He's ripped it.
Never mind.
Where to now?
The whole town will be after us, hunting us like a wolf pack. A lynch mob. And where's that side door? Oh, yeah, good. Sure enough, there's more hoods coming down the side street. Here.
Oh, we're lost, Pat. It's just no use. It's no use at all.
Wait a minute. There's one outside chance. We're going to the newspaper office to see Larry Martin. Even if the whole town's bottled up, there's one gimmick. Come on, Gene.
Pat, I told you to get out of town. Walter's in the other room checking tomorrow's paper.
Yeah, sure. To be certain nothing leaked, huh?
What are you doing here in my office, you and Gene? Trying to commit suicide?
We couldn't get out, Larry. They cut us off, tracked us down.
I can't help you. They'd kill me, too. Now get out, Pat. I beg you. I can't help you.
Nobody can help you, Abbott.
Uncle Walter.
Well, you should be pleased, Bradford. Your boys have been doing a good job.
Not good enough. You and your wife are still alive.
Now, sit down, Bradford.
Behave yourself, Abbott. Don't give me any orders. My mob's on the way here now, and you haven't got a bloody chance. You'll be a dead duck in 3 minutes.
I said sit down. Now, get this, Bradford. I may only have 3 minutes, but it's just long enough for me to kill you. And I'll do it, so help me. Before they come to take me, I'll see that you get it, and I can do it in 3 minutes.
Pat, there are a bunch of men down the street searching buildings.
You open your yap to call them, Bradford, and I'll kill you.
Pat, you're out of your mind. You haven't a chance
I
now.
do, though, Larry. Nobody's been thinking, that's all. There is a way to contact Ferguson City. Sure, the phones are out, the roads are blocked, but you can save it. That's why I came here.
What the devil are you talking about? Look out the window, up the street. Walter's boys.
Sure, hang up, Abbott. Knock it off.
Bradford, I said if you open your mouth, I'll murder you. I've been around your type long enough to know 10 different ways of doing it, too. Now, listen, Larry. This is a newspaper. You belong to a wire service. You've got a teletype. You showed it to us before. It reverses, doesn't it?
so you can send news bulletins out if a story breaks here. Now, where's your reverse teletype?
No, Pat. You do what he says, Larry, and when the boys get here, I'll have them string you up.
Larry, where's that reverse teletype? Which one of these confounded gadgets is it, and how does it work?
Well, I think it's this one, Pat, but I don't know how to signal with it.
Speak up, Larry.
Larry, you help them like a little Boy Scout, and my boys will take care of you but good. We'll drive one of your own news trucks right over your yellow face.
Larry, I know you sold out to Bradford, but doesn't your stomach turn every time he gives you an order?
What kind of talk is that? Don't you feel good when Uncle Walter hands you the dough, Larry? Big dough? More than a bum like you ever saw in his whole crummy life? Who set you up here, small fry? Who took you on when you hopped up that freight without a dime? Is this the thanks I get? Is this the payoff?
Cut it out, both of you. I can't think.
Larry, listen to me. You can crack Bradford now. You've got him right in your own hands. Well, there's just about 60 seconds left. Come on, boy. This whole town has got its face in the dirt. Bradford steps all over everybody. You know the pattern. Now you can break it.
Pat, they're very close. They're almost coming up the stairs.
They'll kill us, Pat. They'll kill us.
That's right, Larry. So be smart. Just wait a minute. You going to be a penniless bum again, a world saver, a pushed around no good newspaper man? You put one finger on that teletype, Larry, and you not only break me, you'll break a dozen guys. And they'll be out looking for you, and they'll take it out on you, inch by inch.
Don't listen to him. You've been threatened before, Larry. How many times? And every time you did the right thing. Where are your guts, Larry?
They're coming up the stairs, Pat.
Well, Larry.
Flip the second key on your left, Gene. It alerts Ferguson City for a news flash.
I got it.
I'll pound it like a typewriter.
All right, Gene, transmit this. Send state troopers to Carville immediately. Murder.
Walter realized it was all over. The boys, terrified when they realized state troopers were coming, backed down. Several months later, Walter was tried for homicide and convicted. He said he'd killed Florence in a fit of passion when she threatened to leave him. Nobody bothered going to Walter's execution. Nobody gave a hoot. Pat and I drove on toward San Francisco and home. Larry Martin headed east to seek a job again, but this time with his immortal soul in his pocket. Pat and I were spinning along across the desert toward the Pacific Highway. Fine thing.
Meaning what?
Second honeymoon. Ducking bullets.
Well, it's different. You've got to admit that.
Well, I'm not that progressive, Mr. Abbott. Me, I like my second honeymoons not different and fancy and new. I like everything the old-fashioned way.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. The cast included Tom Shirley and Joe DeSantis. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. This is Wayne Howell speaking. Next week, same time, same station. Another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
After all, if you were married to a private detective, would you let him take a case involving a dangerously beautiful woman who wants a divorce?
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Mandel Kramer as Pat and Jean Abbott, those popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for an exciting recorded adventure in romance and crime. Now here is Claudia Morgan as Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle in murder.
Along San Francisco's amazing, twisted, angular streets, many weird characters come marching into my husband, Pat Abbott's office. Some of them march, that is. Others kind of slide in as though they were hiding from something. The beefy gentleman who came to Pat's office this time was Walter Phillips. Phillips marched in, all right. Very cold, very sure of himself.
Well, Mr. Abbott, you've been trailing my wife?
Yes, Mr. Phillips.
You found grounds for divorce?
She's an exquisite woman, Mr. Phillips. Those green eyes. Murder.
Suppose we dispense with the irrelevancies. You took this case
I took it reluctantly. You see, divorce cases are a bit messy for my taste, but the fee... Well, income taxes hit me hard.
You're stalling, Abbott. Now, what's on your mind?
I'm stalling because I don't relish these things. I've been half tempted to return your fee and skip the case.
And what have you decided?
Well, my wife wants a new fur coat for next fall, so she decided.
Well, tell me what you know, then.
Your wife's been seeing some man.
Well, I could have told you that. Is that what you demand the big fee to tell me?
Do you know who the man is?
Well, who is he?
You've heard of the gambler, Julian Stewart?
You mean...
Mm-hmm. That's it.
You're not only lazy and insolent and reluctant to take the case, you're lying.
I have all the details right here. The times, dates, addresses, nightclubs, theater tickets. You want to see the file?
Yes.
It is. The little romance has been going on for about 3 months.
Well, I find it difficult to believe.
Perhaps. Now, last week, your wife...
My wife went to Los Angeles to see her mother last week.
That's very touching. You want to know the facts? Take a look at this.
Well, where did you get this picture?
That was taken last Saturday at the Santa Anita racetrack.
Well, it's Rita, all right.
And the man with her?
I've done you an injustice, Mr. Abbott. It is Julian Stewart.
You satisfied now?
Perfectly.
Good. Now, if you'll sign a complaint, I'll arrange for an attorney to have her served within the next few hours.
You're being a bit hasty, Mr. Abbott. I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to desist.
I don't understand. You came to my office recently in a state of rage. You were incredibly upset. You hired me to get evidence.
When I married Rita, I vowed to love and to cherish her till death do us part.
I'm afraid you'll have a long wait, Mr. Phillips. Unless somebody hurries up her death.
Yes. Unless that happens, Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Phillips, if you've the remotest notion of revenge, of doing away with your wife, I would warn you now to dismiss it from your mind. Even if the notion is just that and no more, get rid of it. You're a well-known, very successful, intelligent man, full of self-confidence. You'd probably think you could get away with it. That kind of self-confidence will destroy you.
Perhaps, Mr. Abbott, perhaps. Good day, sir. You'll hear from me.
Good day, Mr. Phillips. Jean, come in.
Oh, Pat, he looked very distracted.
He should be, darling. His wife's two-timing him.
He getting the divorce?
He doesn't want it now.
Got good grounds?
Well, that depends. What's good grounds?
Oh, many things. Like a wife whose husband's so busy being a private detective, he never romances her anymore.
Well, come here. I'll fix that.
I like San Francisco better than Reno anyway. At the Abbotts household, everything was very smooth. At the Phillips palatial mansion outside San Francisco, it was very rough. Walter Phillips had gone from Pat's office directly to his wife's luxurious bedroom.
Walter, darling, I didn't think you'd be home this early.
Well, I felt I'd been neglecting you, sweetheart. Well, haven't I, Rita?
No.
It's awfully nice of you to take that attitude, Rita. But let's face it, I haven't given you 1/10 of the attention you deserve. However, from now on, things are going to be different.
Are they?
You won't have to visit your mother in Los Angeles for lack of something better to do. Oh, incidentally, how is your mother? I've neglected to ask.
Oh, why, she's just fine, Walter.
Well, that's nice. How did she like the races?
The races?
Santa Anita.
I wasn't there.
Funny. I ran into one of my friends today, and he was positive he saw you at the track.
Oh, well, one day Mother was busy, so I did go to Santa Anita.
You never mentioned it to me.
I didn't think you'd care.
Rita, everything you do interests me. Incidentally, when do you hear from Julian Stewart?
Julian?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen him in weeks.
Really, darling?
Yes, the last time I saw him was 3 or 4 weeks ago. You remember, we were all at the 84 Club.
You haven't seen him since.
No.
You're lying, sweetheart.
Now, listen, Walter.
If there's one thing I detest, it's a liar. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope I didn't hurt you. My nerves, I'm rather tense and anxious these days.
Get out of this room, Walter.
But I said I was sorry. I must have lost my head. As you know, Rita, if you're not careful, you may lose yours, darling.
Rita, of course, was lying right in her pretty teeth. She underestimated Walter. After the little quiz program with her husband, she dashed off to see Julian Stewart. It was an out-of-the-way place, and Julian Stewart had purposely selected a dark corner.
What happened, Rita?
Julian, it's awful.
Oh, don't spoil those gorgeous eyes with tears, Rita. I said, what happened? What happened, Rita?
My arm, you're hurting me.
It isn't the first time you were hurt today, is it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why are you wearing that veil over your face?
No, don't, Julian.
Ah, quite a shiner. Who did it? Answer me.
Walter.
Why?
He knows about us.
Who told him?
I don't know. Julian, I'm going to get a divorce.
Don't be ridiculous.
But you said...
I said a lot of things. The fact remains your husband's a very rich man. If you divorce him, where do you think you'd wind up?
We'll get by.
Oh, you don't know me very well, do you, baby? I don't want to just get by. There's no fun in that.
But what can we do?
Suppose Walter was to have an accident.
You're not serious.
Now listen to me, honey. You don't have to starve the rest of your life. Not when you can have everything in the world, all for your very own.
I don't want to hear any more about it.
You shouldn't divorce him. You'd be a sap. But he's very much in the way, isn't he? And if he dies, under what looks like very legitimate circumstances, you collect, no?
You're crazy.
Am I? Think a minute. I'm telling you, Rita, it's a snap. Nobody would suspect a thing. Now listen. Walter keeps a lot of heavy cash in the house, doesn't he?
Yes.
Then what could be more natural than for a burglar to pay him a visit?
Julian, please.
Now, look.
Julian,
Then they won't work for 3 or 4 hours, but once he falls asleep, he's good for the night. And as soon as he goes off, you start tearing the house apart. When you finish...
Yes?
Use this.
No.
All you have to do is pull the trigger once. Your troubles are over then.
It's stupid. We'll be caught. We'll hang for it. We won't enjoy one more sane and happy and normal minute together.
But he won't even know what hit him.
I positively won't do it.
Okay, baby. If that's how you feel.
Where are you going?
I'm leaving. Obviously, I don't mean anything to you.
That isn't true, Julian. I'd do anything in the world for you.
Then prove it.
All right. Give me the gun. Yes?
Hi, Rita.
Carl.
In person. Well, haven't you got a kiss for your ever-loving brother?
Carl, what are you doing here?
I thought I'd run over from San Diego and pay you a visit.
Why didn't you let me know?
I wanted to surprise you.
But tonight of all nights,
But what's wrong with tonight? You can put me up for the evening, can't you?
No. You'll have to go to a hotel.
In this 20-room mansion? I don't get it. Oh. You and Walter having trouble again?
Don't talk like an idiot.
Oh, why are you so nervous?
Oh, because you pop in here like this was a boarding house or a motel. How do you know I didn't make other plans for the night?
Okay, I'm sorry. Now, calm down. It isn't that important.
I'm upset, Carl. Have you got a cigarette?
No, I'm just fresh out.
Oh, there's a pack in my bag.
This one?
Never mind, I'll get it.
All right, I've already got it. You gals carry some mess.
Give me that bag.
Rita, what were you going to do with this?
I said give me that bag.
Whose gun is this?
None of your business.
Well, I think it is. What were you doing with this gun?
I told you it's none of your business.
All right, but you can't stop me from guessing. Now, let me tell you one thing, my fine, high-class, reputable sister. You're a very beautiful woman. Irresistible to most men, I guess, and very clever. But you'll never get away with murder, Rita. Practically nobody ever does. You're smart, so just keep remembering. The odds are all stacked against you.
Hello.
Julian, this is Rita.
Oh, what's up, honey?
We can't do it tonight.
Why not?
My brother, Carl, came to town. He knows everything.
What?
I couldn't help it. I forgot myself for a moment. He found the gun, Julian.
So what? I've got another. Now, look, Rita. You made up your mind. It's tonight or never.
But with Carl in the house, it isn't safe.
Oh, forget it. Go to sleep. When you wake up, it'll be all over.
What are you going to do?
Never mind what I'm going to do. Forget it. Don't worry about it. What you don't know will never hurt you. Just leave it to Julian.
All right, Gene, I've got an hour. Let's have that lunch.
Darling, as usual, lunch with your wife will have to be skipped.
Hmm?
There's a man outside to see you. Saw him as I came in.
Oh, who is it?
Says his name is Carl Rainey.
Well, send him in and read a magazine in the anteroom, darling. I won't be long.
Last time you said that, I didn't see you for 2 months.
I swear.
All right. On one condition, though. You must tell me what Rainey wants.
Darling, a private detective who has ethics does not tell his
Most
wife...
private detectives don't have such trusting, loyal, intelligent...
talkative, time-wasting wives. Now get out and send him in.
Fresh. Step in, Mr. Rainey.
Thank you.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Rainey?
I'd like to know how to go about having a person legally committed.
Well, that's easy. You go to a lawyer, not a detective.
I want someone committed to an insane asylum.
Well, then you also need a psychiatrist to examine whoever this is.
Well, you see, my sister, she's the one.
I'm very sorry. The case doesn't seem to concern a private detective. You're in the wrong office. You want me to recommend a good attorney?
I just don't know what I really want, I guess. You see, my sister, Rita Phillips.
No detective is qualified. Rita Phillips?
Mm-hmm.
Well, sit right down again, chum. Your brother-in-law came to see me just this morning.
What did he want?
Well, we can skip that. That would be divulging a client's conversation.
Well, would you help me?
Probably not. The whole pitch you've made doesn't sound legit to me. I don't like clients with phony angles.
Look, I'm leveling, Mr. Abbott. You've got to believe me.
All right, go ahead. Let's try it on for size.
I missed lunch with Pat, of course. He went breezing out with Carl Rainey, and I dined alone. Pat was obviously getting deeper into a case he had little relish for. Maybe dangerously deep.
Now, look, Rainey, we've been driving around for over an hour. Where are we going?
I'm taking you to my sister's house.
You told me that, but where does she live? Mexico City?
Oh, now listen, Abbott.
No, you try doing a little listening, just for a change. You know, this ride hasn't been a total loss. I've been doing a little thinking.
Have you?
Mm-hmm. Your sister is playing around with a man named Julian Stewart.
That's a lie.
Now, you know better. So you must have come to my office for only one reason. You want to establish the fact that she's not responsible in case anything should happen.
What are you talking about?
Well, let's assume, just for the sake of argument, that your sister commits a murder. I guess I hit the jackpot, hmm? What are you stopping here for?
I want to hear every word of this. Go on, Abbott. You were saying?
I was saying merely that if your sister Rita murdered someone, it would be awfully helpful if you could prove that you had consulted a responsible person before having her committed to an insane asylum. A jury, in that case, might never find her guilty of murder in the first degree.
Hmm?
There'd be considerable question about her sanity. That casts extreme doubt on convicting her. She did not know, as they say in legal psychiatry, the nature and quality of her act. That gets us into the intriguing area of lunacy and homicide.
And that's quite a clever theory, Abbott.
It's more than just that, Rainey. It's your gimmick. And it's in operation.
Suppose it is. What do you propose to do about it?
Give the victim ample notice.
I thought I understood an ethical private detective's dealings with his clients are confidential.
Not in this case. You don't sit idly by and watch a man get killed. Suppose you were a psychiatrist. A man comes to you and swears he's going to commit murder. Very convincingly. You going to keep quiet about it? I hardly think so. You'd warn the victim. There's a point where ethics becomes impractical, no?
Just a second. Stay in the car. Where do you think you're going?
Put away that gun, Rainey. That won't stop me.
I said, where are you going?
I'm going to call your brother-in-law, Mr. Walter Phillips, out of common, ordinary decency and tell him that somebody's planning to kill him.
Okay. So the gun won't work. Maybe something else will. It usually does. How about 1,000, Abbott?
Are you kidding?
3,000, cash. We'll go to my apartment. Get it now.
I'm not for sale, chum. You tried the wrong gambit again.
You're a tough customer. I'm afraid nothing will help me except maybe... pleasant dreams, Mr. Abbott.
All right, Pat. Take a swig of this.
No. That's enough.
Oh, go on, darling. It won't hurt you.
Where am I, Jean?
On a cot, dear. In the police station.
Police? How'd I get here?
Prowl car picked you up in the park around 2 this morning.
Oh, my head.
Yes, your head's right. The doctor worked quite a while on that noggin of yours. What happened, Pat?
Rainey threw me a curve.
Carl Rainey?
Mm-hmm. Darling, remember when he came to my office and we had to skip eating together?
He a client? You make a deal with him?
Well, sort of.
Well, you better get a new lead on this case.
Why?
He stayed at his sister's house last night. A burglar walked in and...
Yes? What'd the burglar do?
He blew Carl Rainey's brains out.
Well?
Are you Julian Stewart?
Who wants to know?
I do.
Who are you?
I'm a private detective. The name's Pat Abbott.
I don't remember inviting you over.
I have an irritating habit of showing up without an invitation.
Never mind the gags, Abbott.
Please, you'll have to be gentle with me. My head hurts.
What's in your mind, Abbott?
A man named Carl Rainey retained me to have his sister Rita Phillips committed to an insane asylum.
He what?
You heard me. He was afraid she'd commit murder.
He's a screwball kid. He was just fooling.
If he was, pal, the joke's on him. He was just murdered.
Why did you come here?
Well, it occurred to me that the killer might have mistaken him for Rita's husband, Walter Phillips. They were both approximately the same size, and Rainey was killed at his brother-in-law's house.
What does Phillips say?
I haven't had a chance to talk to him as yet. First, though, I want to know why you were gunning for him.
Look, friend, why don't you be as smart as you like people to think you are? Why don't you keep your nose clean? Shut up and go back to your two-bit office and find some lost dogs and pocketbooks.
I like this much better.
But you won't like it much here if you stick around. Now get out.
Okay, Mr. Stewart. I may be back, though.
Gee, I don't know if I can wait.
You try gags, too, don't you?
And next time, give me a little notice. You look like such good company, I might want you to meet some of my friends.
Hello?
Rita, this is Julian.
What do you want?
Was a Pat Abbott over to see you?
No.
He probably will be. And we got to get together before it happens.
Why?
Don't be stupid, so we can cook up a story.
I don't want to see you, Julian.
Oh, that's funny. You never felt that way before?
I do now. You murdered my brother.
Shut up!
You killed Carl.
Now listen. I'll be over to see you in 20 minutes. And if you know what's good for you, you'll be waiting.
Pat, what are you going to see Mrs. Phillips for? The police have already talked to her.
My hunch, Jean, is that she knows more about this murder than she's let on. Rainey's death was probably an accident. The intended victim was Walter Phillips.
You think this is another Snyder Gray case?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Are the police protecting Phillips?
He's on his way to Chicago to attend a directors' meeting. Took the train at 4:30.
Well, how do you know?
Got it from his secretary. And if that's not enough, I also talked to the red cap who put him on the train.
Is this the house?
Mm-hmm. Careful now.
Do you think she'll talk to you alone?
She'd better.
She will. You're the persuasive type.
When my wife's with me, I'm persuasive.
That's why she's with you. There are all kinds of persuasion a man can use in a woman, and some of them I don't like. Oh, darling, maybe we're wasting time. Doesn't seem to be anybody home.
Okay, then. I'll have to open the door.
With what?
I got keys.
How?
Oh, I got ways, too. Locksmith in the neighborhood. Servants. Here we go.
Pat, this is housebreaking.
Oh, I'm on police business, my dear girl. I'm trying to solve one murder and stop another one. Man's life is at stake. Here we are. This one does it.
Oh. Lovely home. Pat, look.
Where?
End of the foyer. Is that Rita Phillips on the floor?
Yes, it is.
Oh, what's wrong with her?
It's the late Rita Phillips, Jean. She's dead.
Did you call the police?
Yes, they're coming right over. I want a closer look at Rita. Mm-hmm. She was obviously beaten to death. The killer's weapon smashed that watch she had on, you see?
Yes, it stopped at exactly 4:30.
We're in this deep, sweetheart. I wish somebody else had found this body.
Why?
Because we're not impartial witnesses anymore. We're mixed up in it, but good.
Pat, where are you going?
The prowl car will be here in a second. You wait out front for them and tell them what happened. I'm going over to see Julian Stewart. There might never be a better time.
Yes?
Hello, Mr. Stewart. I said I might be back.
And I said I didn't want you back. I threw you out once. Do I have to do it again?
Where were you at 4:30 this afternoon?
Why?
That happens to be the time Rita Phillips was murdered.
Are you kidding?
Now, don't waste time playing games, Mr. Stewart. Didn't you know she'd been killed? Better answer that door first.
Come in.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Walter Phillips.
What are you doing here, Abbott? This is most inopportune.
That's a masterpiece of understatement, Phillips. Your secretary told me you were on your way to Chicago. Also, I spoke to a red cap.
Yes, I was on the train, but I got off after a few stops. I suddenly remembered that I had unfinished business here.
Mm-hmm. Shall I guess what it was?
Can you?
Sure. You were going to kill Mr. Stewart here.
You're quite right. Now tell me, in your expert opinion, would a jury convict me?
You're crazy.
I don't think so, Stewart. Especially when I'm sure Rita will give evidence in my behalf.
Now you're wrong. Your wife won't testify.
I know her better, my friend.
Yes, but obviously you haven't seen her lately. She's been murdered.
What? Rita's been... Oh, no.
Yes, it's true. I'm sorry. I just came from your apartment.
You're lying.
I hardly think so.
Who did it?
I was just going to ask Mr. Stewart about that, but suppose we ask you first.
Me? Why?
Because you're the most obvious suspect. Your wife was playing you for a chump. And a man like you would never take that lying down.
That's a ridiculous assumption. It would never hold water.
Well, then you shouldn't mind supplying all the evidence for the alibi, should you?
At 4:30 this afternoon, I was in the dining car aboard train 707. Now, if you'll permit
Look out,
me...
Stewart. Oh, why? Give me that gun.
Certainly, Mr. Abbott. There you are. Oh, don't waste time examining Julian Stewart. I'm an excellent shot. I shan't fight you at all, as you can see. I handed you my gun. Any jury will agree I had ample justification to kill him.
Surely.
and I will go scot-free.
Maybe. There's just 2 other items. You also killed your wife and Carl Rainey.
What?
In those instances, Mr. Phillips, the jury will believe me, not you.
Okay, Pat, start bragging.
I never brag, darling. Imagine after all I did for Walter Phillips, he goes on a maniac murder hunt.
Well, tell me why he killed Carl Rainey.
Well, that's easy. That was to frame Julian Stewart. You see, Rainey and Phillips were about the same size. When Rainey was murdered, it looked like an attempt by Stewart that had boomeranged. Only the police couldn't make it stick. So, being a man with purpose, Phillips then went on to murder number 2.
His wife?
Mm-hmm. His wife. The lovely, green-eyed would-be divorcee. Oh, she was really...
Yes, darling. Well, never mind what she was. Just explain the case, you wolf.
Well, you see, the police couldn't help but believe then that Stewart had killed Carl Rainey by accident. And then done away with Rita to shut her mouth.
Yes, Pat, but what put you on the right track?
Well, Phillips pretended the murder of his wife was news to him. Yet, without ever being told when she died, he was ready with his alibi for the exact time.
I see, but didn't she die at 4:30? No?
No, of course not. Phillips killed her around 2. Then he set the hands of her watch ahead.
Oh, darling, nice going.
You understand it all now?
Yes, I understand everything but one part of it.
Oh, and that was?
Those green eyes of hers. Pat, did they really flip you more than mine?
Well,
Or is your wife just a worn piece of merchandise lying on a shelf somewhere?
Oh, that reminds me.
Reminds you of what?
Come here. Closer, much closer. That's better.
Oh, tired stock, that's what I am. Property you take for granted. Pat, why are you looking at the calendar?
The date. Speaking of property, it's time to take inventory.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Mandel Kramer as those popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. The cast included Louis Van Ruten, Nancy Sheridan, and Chester Stratton. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. This is Wayne Howell speaking. Next week, same time, same station. Another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts.
Adventures of the Abbotts has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
After all, there are two sides to being one of the prettiest and wealthiest girls in the world. You have all the money anybody could want and all the enemies.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Mandel Kramer as Pat and Jean Abbott, those popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for an exciting recorded adventure in romance and crime. Now here is Claudia Morgan as Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle in murder.
The gorgeous and very rich girl I mentioned was destined to become involved with my husband, Pat Abbott, a private detective in San Francisco. The best. Well, this case began on the top floor in room 4C of a shabby rooming house by the San Francisco waterfront. A thin, nervous little man named Wally Russell was puffing away at a cigarette. From time to time, Wally would steal a glance at a cheap alarm clock on his dresser. Wally had an appointment with an exquisite blonde. Oddly enough, he wasn't looking forward to it.
Who's there?
It's Kay Braddock. I'd like to see Mr. Wally Russell, please.
Wally Russell? Sorry, he ain't in.
Could you tell me where I might find him? I'm sure he was expecting me.
No, I can't tell you.
Well, could I trouble you to give him a package?
Okay. Wait a minute. All right, Miss Braddock. Where's the dough?
How did you know it was money?
Well, didn't you say so?
No, I did not.
Well, I guess I must have misunderstood you.
No, you didn't misunderstand anything. You know perfectly well what you're talking about. You're Wally Russell.
Me? You're crazy.
Where are the letters?
What letters? Look, Miss Braddock, what do you mean?
I want those letters, Wally. Now, do I get them? Or do I have to...
Put the gun away. Look, lady, it might go off.
It certainly might.
All right. I'm Wally Russell, but I haven't got your letters.
You're a liar.
Look, I swear to you, I haven't got the letters. I haven't got them. They were stolen from me this afternoon.
I don't believe you.
Look, lady, why should I pull a phony? Didn't you say you'd buy them back?
Who stole them?
Well, I don't know.
I'm warning you, Wally. I'll take this gun.
Easy now. Easy, don't... It was Pat Abbott.
Who's Pat Abbott?
He's a private detective.
Why should he steal the letters?
Well, Look, he's had a bad run of luck lately. He's not been making any dough. He probably figured his price to you could even be higher than mine, you see.
Well, then he gives you a cut, huh?
No, so help me, you don't. I got nothing to do with him.
Heaven help you if you've made this story
Wait
up.
a minute, Miss Braddock. Where are you going?
To see Abbott.
You don't want to just go barging in on him. Look, he might not be ready for you. He might get sore. He might use the letters some way you won't like.
I want to catch him off guard, Wally. That's exactly what I want to do. Catch him when he's not ready for me.
Maybe a psychiatrist could tell you why Pat's name suddenly popped into Wally Russell's mind. Of course, Pat wasn't having bad luck, and he'd never have taken the letters anyway. In fact, Pat's quite unpopular with the underworld because he won't take cases that are even a little bit on the shady side of the law. Well, Pat was in his office going over some reports on recent cases, and when he heard a knock on the door, he opened it and saw this breathtaking canary blonde.
Are you Pat Abbott?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm Kay Braddock.
Oh, I recognize you. I saw your picture in the magazines.
Aren't you going to invite me in?
Hmm? Oh, certainly. It isn't very lavish in here, but come in. Come in, have a seat.
Thank you.
Now then, what can I do for you, Kay?
I'm Miss Braddock, if you don't mind.
Very well. And you can call me Pat.
I could call you a lot of things.
Like what, for instance?
Oh, a rotten blackmailer, for instance. A cheap crook.
Why would you do that?
Where are my letters?
Where's what?
My letters? You speak English, do you not? Perhaps not well, but enough to understand simple words.
What letters are you talking about?
The ones you stole from Wally Russell. I'll buy them back.
Look, maybe you'd better go outside and come in again. I lost my place.
Stop stalling, Abbott. I'm warning you. I'll make one offer, and that's it. 25,000?
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Would this make it any clearer?
The gun? No. No, I've seen them before. And they've also been pointed at me before by overexcited females. So put it away. Look, I won't get hurt playing games like this, but you will.
Wait, you unspeakable...
All right, I'll take that.
Let go! Let go! Let go of that gun. Let go. All right. I'm so desperate.
I'll just keep it here in my drawer. This is National Safety Week.
Hey, you all right? What's been happening?
Harvey wouldn't give them to me.
I told you to let me handle this, Kay.
Why? Would you have been any better at it?
Yes, my fine high-class Seamus. I would have been much better at it. Katie, you go on home. You leave me here with that.
All right, Harvey, but please be careful.
Must you leave so soon, Miss Braddock? You came in here, called me dirty names, cracked me in the face. It's been charming. I hate to see you go.
Oh, that's very funny. See if you find Harvey just as amusing.
Okay, Abbott. Where are the letters?
Well, which ones do you want? The sad one that I wrote to the tax bureau or the happy one I wrote to Santa Claus?
You're just full of side-splitting remarks today, aren't you?
Because I'm a little peeved, if you don't mind, chum. I never heard of any letters. And a bunch of characters come marching in waving guns at me and asking for them. I just don't dig it.
I want the 3 letters Kay wrote to me. She'll buy them back.
Why should she? You both read them, didn't you?
Because Kay is to be married, that's why. And if Everett, that's Lord Glenview, if he ever sees them, he'll call it off.
Judging by all the signs, you shouldn't want the marriage to take place anyway. Looks to me like you're torching for Kay.
What of it? She'd be much better off with him. He's rich, too. Famous, distinguished family. She's a blue blood. I'm nothing. I disgrace her. Now, where are the letters?
I've told her and I tell you, I don't know anything about any letters. Now, stop acting like a child. If I had them and I wanted to sell them, I'd talk price, wouldn't I? She offered me 25 big ones.
Wally Russell said...
Well, whoever Wally Russell is, he's a phony. That was a line. I don't know why he mentioned me. He probably saw my name somewhere and got into a tough spot.
Why should he do this, though? He's admitted stealing the letters from my apartment.
I don't know why he should do it. I just came in myself.
You know something, Abbott? I believe you.
I'm deeply touched. Now, if Miss Braddock would like me to represent her, I could talk to this Wally Russell.
Thanks. Never mind. Wally's one job I should be able to handle myself. Come on in, Wally. Happy to see you.
Harvey?
It's Mr. Scott to you.
Well, look, how did you get into my room?
The superintendent let me in. I told him you were expecting me.
But you got no right to do that.
Wicked at me, huh? Lying that way?
Look, I mean, Mr. Scott, I know why you're here. Look, I told Miss Braddock the truth. Those letters of yours were really swiped from me.
Sure, by a private detective named Pat Abbott. You'll have to do better. I just saw him.
You did? Well, he's lying then. He's covering up.
I hardly think so.
Look, why should I send you to him? Didn't the dame offer to buy him back? What kind of a merry-go-round would it be if I made it all up?
Where are those letters?
Oh, you got it out.
Joking me. You don't tell me.
There goes my neck. You crazy. I've had enough of you, you slimy...
Pat thought he'd heard the last of Miss Braddock and her letters, but apparently he hadn't. Several hours after Harvey Scott dropped in on Wally Russell, I was with Pat in his office.
And why are you so thoughtful-looking, sweetie?
Well, darling, the letters I wrote you. Remember them?
Sure. I used to be embarrassed to go on mail call on the Pacific. Every Marine in the outfit waited to see me get your letters.
You didn't read them aloud, did you?
Of course not. But they knew the kind of stuff that was in them.
Oh. They were beautiful love letters. Poetic, sensitive.
And 6 cents short.
That's very unromantic.
Darling, if only you understood the postal
I
rate.
was just wondering. Now, what can a woman say in a love letter that's worth $25,000 to get the letter back?
I'll ask her.
Ask who?
Kay Braddock. 5 will get you 10. This is Miss Braddock. Hello?
Mr. Abbott,
Speaking?
this is Kay Braddock. What do you want for those letters?
Oh, not that again.
I said, what's your price?
Well, there isn't any. I don't know anything about it. Harvey Scott just went to get them back from Wally Russell.
I know he did. Harvey's here now.
Didn't he get them?
No.
Put him on.
Just a second. Harvey, he wants to talk to you.
Abbott,
Yes. I take it you didn't do too well with your friend Wally.
you take it right.
Does he still say I have the letters?
He does.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, since you laid an egg up there, how about giving me a crack at it?
It's a free country.
No. I want an authorization. I don't work that way. I will represent Miss Braddock and put an end to this blackmail scheme, and my fee is $500. I'll return the letters to her.
And you do have them.
Of course not. Don't be a sap. But I'll find them. Look, why should I offer them to her for $500 if she said she'd pay $25,000?
Hold on. He says, why would he give them away for $500? All right, Abbott. You're hired.
Right. You'll hear from me.
Well, you got a job, dear?
Yeah, and a rough one. Give me a straight bank robbery anytime, not this blackmail, hanging up everybody's dirty wash.
Pat,
Hmm?
would you love me more if I were an exquisite blonde with, $1 million?
Of course not.
You couldn't love me more, hmm?
No, do you know what kind of taxes I'd have to pay?
I hate you. I hope the murderer in this case starts after you with a gun, a bottle of poison, and a carving knife.
You may get your wish, pal. Sooner than you think.
Pat decided to go over to Wally Russell's place, and, well, I persuaded him to let me go along. You know, he grumbles all the time about my being in the way, but he also knows my woman's intuition has paid off in a lot of cases.
Wally? Wally Russell?
He isn't here, Pat.
Wait a minute, I'll turn on this light.
Pat, look. On the bed under that blanket.
All right, you just stay where you are, Jean. I'll take a look. Well, that gets Wally Russell off the suspect list. The hard way.
Pat, the room looks so upset. Was he strangled?
Well, there are throat marks, Jean, but actually he was killed by a knife. This knife.
Go. Was he killed by the same person who tried to strangle him?
Not necessarily. You know, this development will make things very difficult for me, Jean. I was working for Kay Braddock. The police might try to detain me.
Oh, well, darling, they know you're on the right side of the ball game.
Yes, but if it's a very mystifying case, they'd need some action. They'd have to show some results. They might try grilling me for a while. Look around. Let's see if we can find any letters. Huh?
I'll try, dear. No. Nothing much here in this drawer.
There's nothing much in the room, I'd say. No desk, no cabinets.
But, darling, where are you going?
Come on, Gene. We'll report this to the police. Then I want to have a little chat with the canary blonde heiress.
Kay, darling,
Yes, Everett.
you know you love England, especially my estate at Glenview. They say there's a legend. They say that honeymooners...
Everett, I want to ask you something.
Of course, darling.
Suppose your family doesn't approve of me.
Approve of you? Oh, why shouldn't they?
I'm an American. I'm not royal.
Oh, please, don't be absurd.
Oh, it's probably the mailman. Why don't you look at a magazine, dear? I'll be right back.
Very well, darling.
1 second, please. Just a minute. Oh.
Hello, Miss Braddock. Remember me, Pat Abbott?
No, I'm sorry. I'm afraid we've never met.
What's that?
I've never seen you before in my life.
Oh, knock it off, Miss Braddock. You retained me to recover some letters that Wally Russell stole from Harvey Scott. Now, let's not play games, I'm getting a little impatient.
I haven't the slightest idea of what you're talking about.
Next, you'll be saying you never heard of Harvey Scott.
It's true. I haven't.
Then it wouldn't interest you to know that Wally Russell is dead.
It would not.
Particularly if you killed him.
I must ask you to leave, Mr. Abbott.
I may have to refuse, Miss Braddock.
And that would be extremely rude, Mr.
Abbott. Pat Abbott.
Well, I'm Everett Seabury, Lord Glenview.
Are you?
The tone of your voice indicates you don't believe it, and I resent that.
I'm afraid I can't be responsible for what you read into what I say.
Well, my dear sir, I don't know who you are.
I'm a private
or
detective.
what you want, but you're obviously upsetting my fiancée, and I suggest that you leave.
Well, I'm sorry, but there's been a murder.
Don't listen to him, Everett.
Miss Braddock wants you to go, Mr. Abbott.
Well, that's too bad. You see, I have a little speech prepared, and I was hoping to make it.
Well, you...
Pat, dear, how do you feel?
Like a big dope. Keeping my eye on that blonde.
Well, I told you to cut that out.
If I wasn't watching her, I'd have seen this Englishman coming with that Sunday punch. Come to think of it, I did kind of spot it coming, but he scored anyway.
Well, he would have.
Why? They don't usually get me.
Darling, he used to be an amateur heavyweight champ.
You did?
When you first mentioned the case to me, I looked up Lord Glenview's background. He was on the English team in the last Olympics.
No wonder.
Well, they packed you off into the elevator. They left you in the lobby. I came along to pick you up and found you groggy but happy. Dumped you in this cab and... Well, you caught up now.
Caught up on everything but who stabbed Wally Russell.
Well, who did, Pat?
I don't know who. I can guess why, though. Because of the letters that Kay wrote Harvey Scott. The killer must have them now.
How can you be sure?
Well, they weren't in Wally's apartment, and they're too valuable to destroy.
In other words, find the fan mail and you find the boy.
Let's go to police headquarters.
Oh, darling, what for?
Well, maybe I can persuade them that I can crack the case if they send Harvey, Kay, and Everett a wire to go to my office.
But what for?
That's elementary, my dear Jeannie. Gives me time to search all their apartments.
Find anything, Pat?
No, not a thing, Jean. We better hurry. There's no telling how long before Harvey Scott comes back here to his place.
Look.
Well, what's all that?
Birdcage, roulette wheel, poor man's Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm. Now, Harvey Scott must get pretty busy. Wonder if his landlord knows what's going on up here.
I think so.
Well, hello, Harvey. I thought you'd be at my office.
Sorry if I embarrassed you. I forgot my wallet. I presume you know searching my apartment can only be done by the police. If they have a warrant.
I sometimes forget the, social amenities.
Get out. Both of you. I can't stand cheap kibiters butting into everybody's business.
Also, I'm allergic to remarks like that. Isn't that odd?
Isn't it also quite legal if I find someone ransacking my premises for me to shoot?
Is that an academic question?
No. I mean it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We'll, run along.
I suppose you ran through Kay's apartment, too.
You know, it's funny. I don't remember.
You ruined Kay. You won't live to regret it, Mr. Detective.
Frankly, what's your angle in this? Just frustrated romance?
What do you think?
Well, I can't believe that you're just a knight in shining armor.
Don't worry about it, then. Forget the whole case.
Did Kay buy you off?
Get out. Stay out. And you.
Yes, what about me? I'm Mrs. Abbott.
Take care of your husband, Ann. Extra good care. He's liable to have an accident.
You got the key, darling?
Well, it's hard to find, Pat. You and I go sneaking into so many places, I can never find the key to your office. Now, wait, I'll look in my purse. Pat, I don't understand. No letters at Harvey's, none at Kay's. What do you think about Lord Glenview?
Well, he could be a fake.
Well, then how come I found all that background on him?
You didn't find too much. Being fast with his hands, he could have patterned himself on the genuine article. Look, Jean, we could try a bluff.
Darling, here's the key.
Oh. Well, Lord Glenview, how did you get in here?
Well, shall we say this epidemic of housebreaking is contagious, and shall we leave it at that?
Where's Kay?
Well, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting this lovely lady.
My wife. Where's Kay?
How do you do? Well, I thought the two of us should have a chat, Mr. Abbott. She may be by later.
Mm-hmm. Well, what would you like to chat about?
I'd like to know why you are annoying Kay.
I was working for her.
So you said when we first met. Now, who is Harvey Scott?
Well, why don't you ask Kay?
Well, because I would prefer to get the information from you.
Well, I'm afraid you're wasting your time. And besides, by opening up this little can of peas, you might run into some questions you won't like.
Can of peas, eh? For instance?
Well, suppose your title is a fake, and suppose Kay should find out.
Yes. Go on.
You might put a few dollars aside by cashing in on the letters yourself. Even if she doesn't marry you, she'd want them destroyed.
You know, that's a very ingenious theory, Abbott. But I don't know what letters you're talking about.
You don't? All right, then we'll skip that for the moment.
I hardly think so.
Pat, it won't be a sock in the jaw this time. That gun he has...
Oh!
Oh. Well, this time, thank heaven, you were ahead of him, Pat.
Yes, darling, but it's too bad I had to smash your favorite vase in my lord's noggin. Well, maybe I can find another vase.
No, you'll never find one like that, dear.
Why?
You see what's inside?
Hey, good girl. Letters. From Kay Braddock to Harvey Scott. I'll just relieve my lord of that gun. He'll be coming around in a minute.
Pat, I'll visit you in the death house.
What do you mean?
Well, you said the killer was the man who had the letters. Well, you had him, pal, right here in your own office. In my favorite vase. Incidentally, I do wish you'd chosen another place to hide them.
Oh, stop the clowning. I have to figure out who planted those letters here, and
Perhaps we can assist you, Abbott.
Harvey Scott.
Everett, darling.
My husband caused him, Miss Braddock.
With a vase, inside of which, Miss Braddock, I found the missing letters.
Let me have them.
Just 1 second. You're forgetting something.
You'll get money.
I don't want the money. I want the killer. One of you charming people tried to frame me.
It certainly wasn't Kay.
How can you be so sure, Harvey?
She was with me all afternoon.
Where were you at 3:30?
Why?
That's when Wally Russell was murdered.
I said she was with me.
And I said, where were you?
Well,
we were having a drink at the Fraser Bar.
Why don't you keep out of this, Harvey?
Harvey gave you the answer.
But it wasn't the right one. Now, let's face it, Miss Braddock, you don't have an alibi. But you may not be put on the stand.
Why?
That would be up to you. Shall she testify against you?
Me?
Certainly. You killed Wally Russell.
Really?
Now, don't try to leave, chum. I said don't... Just winged you, Mr. Scott. You wouldn't listen. But you'll have plenty of time for listening now. You know Might have paid you to listen before to what you said was a fine, high-class Seamus like me.
Harvey Scott was packed off to the clink. And a few days later, Kay Braddock came to see Pat.
Well, where's his lordship, Miss Braddock?
Well, I wouldn't know, Mr. Abbott. My original suspicion was correct. His family didn't approve of me.
Oh?
Especially after I was mixed up in a lurid crime. Oh, I think I owe you some money.
Well, I'll mail you a bill.
May I be a little curious?
Sure.
Why did Harvey do it?
I'm afraid the truth might be an awful blow to your pride.
Oh?
All you meant to him was money in the bank.
Well, then, why was he so concerned about the letters?
You see, Wally never stole those letters from Harvey's apartment. Harvey gave them to him to shake you down. Then Wally got smart. He figured why work on a percentage basis with Harvey when he could claim the letters were stolen from him and collect the full amount.
Oh, no. So that's why Harvey was so upset when the letters disappeared.
Mm-hmm. He knew Wally was double-crossing him, so after squeezing the truth out of him and then recovering the letters, he killed him.
But, why did he plant the letters in your office?
Because they were hot. You see, we all knew that they supplied the motive for Wally's death.
Mm-hmm.
But Harvey couldn't bring himself to destroy them. With your bankroll, those letters could be converted into cash at any time. He could always get in to see me at my office and try removing them on some pretext.
How did you know he was guilty?
Elimination. Everett didn't know about the letters. And you, well, if you had killed Wally, you're the one person who would have destroyed the letters, so that left Harvey.
I should have let you handle everything from the beginning.
Well, I guess it might have been a little easier at that.
Yeah, it might have been more fun, too.
There'd have been a killjoy, though, Miss Braddock.
Oh, how do you do? Your wife.
It's no dice where Pat's concerned, Miss Braddock.
Oh? Don't you like blondes, Mr. Abbott?
Oh, yes, I certainly... No, I...
Oh, and don't you like wealthy women, Mr. Abbott?
Yes, of course. I mean, they... No.
It's just that he loves his wife more than any other woman. Isn't it, Pat?
No. Yes.
Adventures of the Abbotts has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
After all, if you've got to keep your husband from going back to an old flame, well, you're not going to let anything like a double murder stand in the way, now, are you?
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Mandel Kramer as Pat and Jean Abbott, those popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane, whose current book is Death in Lilac Time. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for another recorded adventure in romance and crime. Now here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle in Murder.
Pat and I had been on a case in Pittsburgh. When it was over, having been brilliantly solved by my Pat, who's a tremendous detective, we had an invitation from an old school chum of Pat's, Josh Fielding, president of International Steel. Josh invited us to drop by and tour his steel plant. Pat and I stood beside Josh as he led us past the huge, boiling cauldrons of hot, liquid steel.
You make quite a mean kettle of soup in those cauldrons, Josh.
Yes, it's mean, all right, Pat. Some of it's up to 3,000 degrees. Now, if you look at that catwalk crossing over your head toward the cauldrons...
Oh, what a terrific view. Look at that catwalk. It's so far up. Look, Pat. Pat, that man up there.
Good heavens, he's falling.
He'll fall into that hot steel.
I'll never forget the sight of that man as he fell past the girders, his hands clutching helplessly at the air, his face twisted in unspeakable fear. I would have passed out if Pat hadn't grabbed me and carried me outside. Sometime later, when I'd calmed down, we were in Josh Fielding's office.
Of course, we'll skip the rest of the tour, Mrs. Abbott. I'm sorry you've been so upset.
Oh, I'll be all right now, Josh. You seem to have done much better than I did. You've really taken it in stride.
Unfortunately, these accidents in my plant occur quite frequently. I become used to them. Well, as used to them as a man can be. It's all part of the human equation. If we can't write disaster off now and then, we'd all go mad, wouldn't we? I'm sorry, though, that it disturbed you, Mrs. Abbott. I was hoping you'd feel well enough to, take a quick look at our research lab.
Thank you, Josh, but I'd rather not.
Pat, you know who works in there? Laura Stewart.
Not the Laura Stewart. The belle of the old campus herself?
Exactly. She turned out to be a remarkable chemist. I put her in my lab last year.
Laura Stewart?
Mm-hmm.
Josh, you remember the night at college when Laura and I got accidentally locked in the gym?
I never thought that was an accident, Pat.
No, not if I know Pat it wasn't. Darling, you never told me about that.
Well, he never told you about Laura Stewart. Why, he and Laura were locked in...
Did you ever see anybody else from the old gang,
It was
Josh?
the talk of the campus. She was a ravishing girl, and...
Go on.
Isn't it awfully hot in here?
Now, come on, Pat. Step into the research lab with me and say hello to Laura. She'll be so glad to see you.
I'd like to take a look at her myself.
Well, some other time, maybe.
Let's go, Mr. Fielding. Which way is it to the research lab? I've always been interested in research of various types.
I see. Well, it's right through that door down the hallway. Just follow me. Just a moment. Stand right here, please. That's the warning buzzer. It means that someone's coming out. We'll have to wait here a second. Let these men pass. Careful. Just stand back, please.
What are those men carrying?
Grams of radium.
What in the world? Well, what noise is that?
A Geiger counter.
Oh, well, I've never heard one. Detects radioactivity, doesn't it?
Yes, we have to be very careful. All right, fine. This way to the lab, please. There she is, Pat. Laura Stewart.
Why, Pat Abbott. Oh, darling.
Hello, Laura.
Where have you been all these years? Oh, you've got to give me a great big kiss for Auld Lang Syne. Just you come here to
Now,
Laura.
Laura, I'd like you to meet my wife, Jean.
I still haven't met anyone who sends me the way that Pat... Your wife?
How do you do, Miss Stewart? I'm always glad to meet an old friend of Pat.
Hello, Mrs. Abbott.
Why don't you show Pat and Jean around the lab, Laura?
Of course, Josh and I...
Laura, I don't believe I've had the pleasure of meeting Mr. and Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, yes, Pat and Mrs. Abbott. This is Mr. Jordan.
Hello.
How do you do?
Tim Jordan's head of my research lab, Pat.
Oh? That must be very exciting work, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, it is, Mr. Abbott. Especially here at Josh's plant, where he gives us free rein.
Josh, I'm going to be the first to wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you, Laura, dear. That's very sweet.
Oh, is it your birthday, Mr. Fielding?
Well, happy birthday, Josh.
Thanks. And if you two don't join the rest of us at my home for a party tonight, I'll never speak to you again.
We'd love to.
No, I'm not waiting for the party to give you my present either. I'm going to be the first to do that. Here.
Laura, what a beautiful fountain pen.
Why, it makes my present for Josh look sick.
Oh, don't be silly, Tim. It's nothing, really.
Laura, why don't you and Tim close up the lab and come over to my house right now with Pat and Jean? I'll mix my usual perfect cocktail.
Oh, no, I'm afraid I couldn't do that. I really couldn't. I have too much work to do. You run along. I'll meet you there later.
Are you sure?
Yes, absolutely. You go along with Pat and Mrs. Abbott, and I'm sorry, I can't go now.
All right, Laura, you don't have to get so upset about it, dear. Tim, how about you? You can come with us now, can't you?
I'm right behind you, Josh.
No, Tim.
What's the matter, Laura? You feel all right?
I feel quite all right. It's just that I have something here in the lab that I want you to look at, Tim. You can go with them later, can't you? You don't have to go now, do you?
Well, it isn't a matter of life and death.
And don't go now, Tim. Stay here. I've got to talk to you.
Well, all right, Laura. Just don't excite yourself this way.
I'm not excited.
Come on, Pat and Jean. We'll see these two later. Don't be late, Tim. You drag Laura out of this lab whether she wants to work or not. It's my birthday, and I won't stand for any nonsense. We'll be waiting for you at my home.
Bye, Pat and Miss Abbott.
So long, Laura. See you later.
So nice to have met you, Miss Stewart.
And bye, all. We won't be late.
Here's the door, Pat. One of you men open the safety door.
Well, your old flame may be a very glamorous-looking woman, Pat, but I'm afraid she's on the hysterical side.
Don't you know why?
Why? Got a theory?
Mm-hmm. It's because she saw me again.
Oh, you conceited.
Well, I always have that effect on her, darling. No Geiger counter this time, huh, Josh?
No, Pat. After all, as president of this company, I'm not going to steal from myself. We just take ordinary common sense precaution.
But ordinary precautions don't seem to work, Mr. Fielding.
Why do you say that?
Well, I was thinking of that man who fell from the catwalk and was killed.
Pat.
Yes, Laura?
We drank to Josh's birthday, so this time I'm drinking to you and me and certain memories.
To us, Laura. And I know which memories you mean, too.
Pat, you seem to be having a wonderful time.
Oh, yes, darling. Laura and I were just talking about research.
Oh, were you?
Come on, Pat, and Mrs. Abbott. I want you to meet Dean Kennedy.
Hello, Laura.
Dean Kennedy, this is Pat and Jean Abbott.
Oh, how do you do?
Hello.
Dean Kennedy is head of the little college here in town. Have you heard of the Independence Institute of Technology?
It's a formidable name, Mr. Abbott, but a very modest school.
Oh, excuse me, there's the birthday boy. I want to speak to him again. Josh!
Yes, Laura?
Would you do a favor for me? Could I have the fountain pen? Would you give it back to me?
Give it back to you?
It's really not the sort of present that I wanted to give you, and you've half a dozen pens already.
But I like it, Laura. I don't expect you to spend a lot of money on a fancy present.
Please, Josh, give me the pen. I want to get something else for
Now,
you.
don't be silly. You gave it to me, and it's all over.
It's a darn good-looking pen.
Well, of course. Forget it, Laura.
Will you please give me that pen?
No. Now, skip it, won't you?
Josh, give me that pen.
Not on your life.
Josh, come back
Now,
here.
Laura, why are you so bothered about a silly old...
Oh, Josh, let go of me, Pat. Josh, just wait.
Look at her, chasing after Josh up those stairs as though she were playing cops and robbers. She's determined to get that pen back. I know the reason why. Pat! He's falling downstairs! Pat!
Let me see him.
Well, call a doctor, someone.
What happened?
No. It was an accident. Is he all right? Is he all right?
He's dead.
I didn't know what I was doing. I was angry. I pushed him. I didn't realize that he was so close to the stairs. I didn't know. I didn't
All right, Laura,
know.
easy now. Easy. Look, I think Laura ought to rest for a while. She'll be all right if she's left alone.
Yes, you're right. We'll wait in the other room, Mr. Abbott. Come on, Tim.
All right, Dean.
I'll help you to that couch.
Had a girl, Jean. Now, if the rest of you will wait in the other room...
Come on, Martha.
I say she killed him deliberately.
Please, Martha. Let's go, Tim.
Certainly, Dean.
All right, let's just get her on that couch, Jean.
Now, Laura, stand up. Now, that's right. Now lean on me. That's it, dear.
You've got to believe me. I didn't kill him. Mrs. Kennedy hates me, and that's why she said that.
Now, Laura, please, lie back. That's it.
I'll go into the dining room. I saw a bottle of vodka in there. I'll be right back, Jean. The phone is out in the hall, too. It's convenient.
For what?
I'm going to phone the police.
Oh, now, Laura, just try to control yourself. You won't help things acting this
I
way.
wouldn't hurt Josh.
No.
I just pushed him. I didn't know.
All right, Laura, all right. Now, suppose you just... Lights. Well, who turned them out? Pat! Pat, come here! Pat!
Jean, where the devil is that light switch? Jean.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Pat, someone turned out the lights.
Where did you get that letter opener?
Oh, someone came into the room in the dark. I didn't know what was happening. I tried to grab them, and I reached out, and they shoved this letter opener in my hand.
Better put it down, Jean.
Yes,
It wouldn't help much if anyone saw you with that letter opener. Better look at Laura.
Laura, what? Pat, she's bleeding. Laura, what happened?
Pen. The pen.
Oh, no. Pat, is she...
Yes, Jean. She's been stabbed in the heart.
Oh, Pat, I touched that knife. My fingerprints are on that knife.
Steady, darling. I'd better do a little bit of clue hunting before we let anybody in here. Let's see here.
Oh.
Women have more junk in their pockets.
Pat, isn't that the top of the pen that Laura gave to Josh Fielding?
Yeah. Now, there are other fascinating little items in here.
Oh, what, for instance?
Some letters. From Dean Kennedy to Laura.
Oh, Dean Kennedy, that little man with the glasses. He's the most harmless, innocent. Good letters?
Mm-hmm. And you're not going to read them. I'm censoring them right now.
Let me see them
No,
now.
go away. These are not for little girls. Dean Kennedy, Mr. Jordan.
Is Laura dead?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Oh, that's horrible. Horrible.
The police are on their way. They'll take over. By the way, the three of you were in the other room before this happened. Now, tell me, did any one of you leave that room at all?
Well, I went out to get another drink in the next room.
I see. Dean Kennedy, I just wanted to ask you a question.
Yes, Mr. Abbott.
I found these letters in Laura's pocketbook. Were you going to buy them?
Me? Buy them?
You heard me.
All right, it is true. I did write those letters. I've tried to cover up because... Well, I'm married. I've worked for 10 years to get my job as dean at Independence, and any gossip, whatever it was, could have cost me that job. But I don't care now. I can't cover up anymore. We're all involved in a terrible murder, and Now I certainly don't give a hoot what becomes of me.
Well, Dean Kennedy, if I were you, I'd try not to be quite so talkative.
You think we might implicate ourselves? Well, we're in it up to our necks now anyway.
But I think we can save you a lot of embarrassment. Maybe even save your job.
Oh, how?
Go home. Right now. Everybody. You and Mr. Jordan, go home.
But, Pat, the police
That's just the point.
But the police will be here any second now.
And there's a chance, an outside chance, that we can wash this up without seeing all of your pictures smeared across page 1 of the local tabloid.
But if we leave, the police will think...
I've handled policemen, Mr. Jordan, for a number of years. Now, don't you worry about what the police will think. Just go home. While there's still time.
Well, you're a detective, Mr. Abbott. I'll take your word for it. I'll do anything you say.
So will I. I'll be at my home if you want me. You can depend on that.
And what Dean says goes for me, too. I'm available any time, Mr. Abbott.
Pat, are you going crazy?
Why, darling?
Well, you've got a double murder on your hands and 3 suspects. Dean Kennedy, maybe his wife, and Tim Jordan, the research man. Do you question them? Do you hold them for the police? Well, it looks as if we were in a picnic for the Campfire Girls, and everybody can go home.
I want them all at home, Jean. Each in his or her own home. And, speaking of the subject, you're going home, too.
Lloyd's will give you 100 to 1. You don't get me to go home.
Jean, go home.
Not on your life. With 2 murders to solve?
Darling, do you remember the time in Mexico City when I got mad and spanked the daylights out of you?
Call before you come home. I'll be waiting up for you. Very much upset, I went home. Pat swings quite a punch when he spanks. And the last time we had that kind of a session, I couldn't sit down for a week, so I went home. Meanwhile, as I learned later, Pat was traipsing around, of all places, in a car with a friendly policeman.
Well, I hope you know what the confounded bejeepers you're doing, Abbott.
I think so, Sergeant.
What'd you say this gadget was?
That's a Geiger counter, Sergeant. Really a simple gadget.
Yeah, it's a fine way to solve a murder, riding around all night with a silly box sticking out the window.
Well, this silly box, Sergeant, is one of the most important gadgets in the world. You see, it detects radiation. Now, if there's any radioactivity near this Geiger counter, it starts to click.
So what?
Well, it's an exercise in logic. Look, Sergeant, what's happened on this case? Josh Fielding, the man who got the fountain pen, was killed. Laura Stewart almost went mad trying to get the pen back. She finally got it. At least she got the top half of it. Then she was killed. Must be quite an extraordinary pen, huh, Sergeant?
Yeah, go on.
People wouldn't knock each other off for a pen, even if it did right underwater. Now, why did Laura refuse to leave the research lab with me and Josh after she gave him the pen? And why did she refuse to allow Tim Jordan, the head of the lab, to go out?
I don't see the connection.
There was a Geiger counter outside the lab, Sergeant. It clicked when we arrived. Obviously, because an employee came out of the lab with some radium.
Radium?
Mm-hmm. I even complimented the president of the outfit, Mr. Fielding, on his care in seeing that no employee got out of that lab without passing a Geiger counter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, radium is worth a fortune. Thousands of dollars a gram. Just the sort of thing you would conceal in a fountain pen if you were stealing it.
Oh, yeah, I get it now. Sure, this tomato Laura Stewart decides to get about $100,000 worth of radium out of the lab, so she sticks it in a fountain pen. Gives it to the president, knowing that they wouldn't turn that gadget on when the boss walked through the door.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see that, all right. Then she goes to the party and figures she'll get it back. She'll give him a fancier-looking birthday present, and she'll keep the radium. They have a battle. She shoves him down the stairs.
And I find the top of the pen in her pocket.
Yeah, meaning somebody's got the bottom half with a fortune in radium inside. Dean Kennedy, Mrs. Kennedy, or that Tim Jordan.
And that, Sergeant, is why we are taking this delightfully cool evening ride in the car with a Geiger counter. It can spot radium in a mile area. So we're going to pass the home of each suspect, and when the counter starts to click...
That's where the radium is. I get it. That's the killer. Well, now that I've figured out the whole case, what are we waiting for?
Yes, Sergeant. Now that you've figured it all out, what are we waiting for?
That's Tim Jordan's house right ahead of us, Abbott. He's the head of the research lab.
All right, Sergeant. I'll turn on the Geiger counter. Okay, it's on. Now stop the car.
All right.
If the counter starts to click, he's our man.
Okay, listen closely, Abbott. Anything yet?
Nope. Drive on.
All right. There's Dean Kennedy's house. Listen closely now, Abbott.
Nothing doing.
No, I don't hear anything. All right, it's the Dean's wife, then.
Maybe, Sergeant. Maybe.
Or who else could it be? Here's her house. Dean's wife lives over there. You got that Geiger counter on?
Yes, it's quiet.
It sure is.
Wrong again.
I don't understand it. It's got to be one of the three.
Sergeant, drive me home. Must be something wrong with the way I figured this out. But what the devil is it? Where did I go wrong?
Okay, Abbott. Home sweet home. Here you are. Hey, your wife's got the light on. I bet she's sore as a pup. You leaving her home while you work out the case.
Only I haven't worked it out, Sergeant. There's something wrong.
Hey, wait a minute. Holy Aunt Hannah, you hear what I hear?
Yes. The Geiger counter's clicking, but
It's
Sergeant...
clicking, all right. That means the killer's in your house, Abbott. Don't tell me your wife took that radium.
Don't be ridiculous. Let's go in.
Hey, how do you like that gadget? Clicking like crazy. There's radium in that house of yours, Abbott.
There's a killer in there, too, with Jean.
Oh, Pat.
You got here just in time, Abbott. We were about to leave.
Well, if it ain't Mr. Jordan.
Sergeant, Pat. Oh, thank heavens you're here. It's Tim Jordan. He's the one who stabbed Laura.
I think your husband realized that, Mrs. Abbott.
Sergeant, you can turn off that Geiger counter. Now, look, Jordan.
Careful, Abbott. You're forgetting something.
You've got the other half of that pen, Jordan, with the radium in it.
That's just it. I have the radium with me in a needle that was inside the pen.
Oh,
so...
my arm. You let go of my
Mr. Abbott, if you or that policeman take one step toward me, I'll put this needle into your wife's arm. I suppose I don't have to be more specific about what would happen if radium is directly injected into Mrs. Abbott's arm. A very agonizing death, Mr. Abbott. Quite prolonged and unspeakably painful. And there'd be nothing medical science could do.
Why, you know...
I'm leaving now, Mr. Abbott. And I'm taking your wife with me, just to be sure my departure isn't interfered with. I'm taking her with me in my car. If there's any attempt to follow me, I'll be forced to use the radium needle.
You've got it all figured out very nicely, Mr. Jordan. You've had a good scheme ever since that man fell into the cauldron of hot steel. Was that an accident? Or was he wise to the fact that you were trying to steal radium from that lab of yours?
He overlooked a wrong conversation, let us say.
Yes, but it was Laura Stewart who finally gave you the real opportunity. She had access to the radium. You must have known radium was missing, so you went through the same logic as I did. When she made the fuss about the pen, you realized Laura had the radium in it, so you stabbed her and stole it. But you were afraid Jean had noticed you in the dark, so you came here to make sure.
I'm afraid I haven't any more time, Mr. Abbott. That is, we haven't. Your wife and I. My car's outside. Get moving, Mrs. Abbott.
Let go of my
Let them go, Sergeant. Don't try anything.
Oh, but Abbott...
Let them go, I say.
Coming, Mrs. Abbott.
Tim Jordan gripped my arm with the radium needle about an inch from my wrist. The slightest movement, and he would have jabbed it deep into my veins. Pat, who'd usually fight like 10 Marines, stood grimly watching us go out the door. My Pat wouldn't take a chance, however good it was, on anything as dangerous as radium. When we got outside, Jordan took out the gun he'd been carrying and made me get into his car.
I'll drive down this road, Mrs. Abbott. Then we'll turn left and hit the highway. I must warn you, if we're followed by a police car, I shall kill you instantly. Don't move, Mrs. Abbott. I can see everything you see.
Mr. Jordan, all I want to do is powder my nose. That's a woman's privilege.
Well, all right.
I don't see why you should worry about a girl's powdering her nose. I'll just...
My eyes! My eyes!
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Jordan. I'll just take that gun of yours and... Look out! We're going off the road!
Jean? Jean, darling? Wake up, darling. Jean. You're in the hospital, darling.
Oh. Jordan. Tim Jordan. I blew the powder in his eyes.
Mm-hmm. It was very smart, sweetheart, but you should have waited until you were at the stoplight. You know, you knocked over a lamppost, an ice cream truck, and a fire hydrant.
Oh.
Of course, no one minds about the first two, but there's a little French poodle who's awfully sore at you for ruining his favorite hydrant.
Oh, Pat. Oh, what happened to Tim?
He's in the clinic. And your picture is in the paper with a very fancy headline.
Oh?
Daring girl captures radium killer. It's a nice picture, too.
Do I look pretty?
Fair.
Prettier than your old flame, Laura Stewart?
Maybe.
Pat, tell me the answer to the biggest mystery in this case.
The biggest mystery? What's that?
Oh, what happened when you and Laura were locked in the college gym all night?
Oh, darling, that was before you and I were married.
Well, I still want to know.
Did you see the gorgeous flowers I brought you?
Oh, stop stalling, darling. I hate people who stall about a question and change the subject.
Jean, what happened with you and that airline pilot when you got caught in the rain in that Paris hotel?
Say, they are beautiful flowers, aren't they?
Adventures of the Abbotts has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
After all, receiving presents when you go on a romantic cruise is wonderful. But what if someone gives you and your husband a corpse?
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Mandel Kramer as Pat and Jean Abbott, the nationally popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for an exciting recorded adventure in romance and crime. Here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's Puzzle in Murder.
Pat and I decided to get away from it all, as if you ever do when your husband's a private detective. Anyway, the boat had sailed, and Pat and I brushed off the confetti and headed for our cabin.
This way to the Abbott's cabin, ma'am.
Oh, but it's sensational.
Mm-hmm.
Must be very wealthy people, these Abbotts.
Now I'll just close this door. Now, me proud beauty, now that I have you alone in me cabin, maybe I ought to grow a mustache so I could twirl it now and then, huh, Jean?
No, don't grow a mustache, Mr. Abbott. I kind of like you the way you are. Oh, Pat, everyone's been so sweet I could cry. Look at all those presents. 4 Bon Voyage baskets, 6 bottles of champagne, and those roses. The cabin smells like Shangri-La. Where are you going, dear?
Take a shower and dress for dinner.
Oh, wear the white dinner jacket tonight, Pat, so I can be very proud of my handsome husband.
Okay, darling, but I hate the darn thing. I always feel like a head waiter. We have a present that we didn't know about, Jean.
Really? Oh, that's marvelous. Don't tell me. Now, let me guess. Bath salts?
No.
Orchids?
Mm-mm.
Well, what is it, Pat?
A dead body.
Oh, isn't that nice? What did you say?
There's a guy in there taking a shower, but he's not singing.
Now, Pat Abbott, if you're clowning around... Now, let me...
You stay out of there, darling. It's not a very pretty sight for starting a vacation. Somebody split his head open with a fire hatchet.
Our second honeymoon got off to a delightful start with champagne, roses, and a cadaver. We found a horrible, mangled body in our cabin. Pat called the captain. I thought all ship's captains looked and talked like Charles Lawton, but this chap was very simple. Not at all dramatic, but abrupt. Almost too abrupt. After quite a few questions...
Sorry this happened, Mr. Abbott. I know you're a detective, but I'll assume complete charge of this case.
Well, that's all right with me. I'm on a vacation.
I'll arrange for you to use another cabin.
Do you know who the dead man is, Captain?
Yes.
You mind telling me?
He was a member of the French secret police.
Oh? Any idea who killed him?
I told you I was taking charge of this case.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was just professional curiosity.
Pat, let's get out of here.
Good idea, Mrs. Abbott. You'll feel better, and I can get to work.
You're sure I can't help you, Captain?
Absolutely. What's happened is quite obvious. The dead man's fully clothed. He was killed near this door. The body was pushed into the tub to hide it. Of course, there aren't any clues at all about the killer yet.
Oh, aren't there? Captain, if you'd have looked at the ashtrays in this cabin, you'd have noticed 3 brands of cigarettes had been smoked.
What?
Now, you use a pipe. My wife and I might smoke 2 brands, but how about the 3rd one? It might be interesting to know whose cigarette that was, don't you think?
Well, I'd have noticed that eventually. I just...
Well, I'm sorry to have wasted so much time for you, Captain. This is your case, isn't it?
The captain made us promise not to mention a word about the murder to anyone and to behave as though this was a very jolly trip, which indeed it turned out to be. The trip was to Martinique in the French West Indies. And there were some passengers who'd crossed from Cherbourg to New York and then gone south. While Pat was playing shuffleboard, I strolled into the cocktail lounge. I met a very dapper little gentleman. He was almost a Hollywood idea of a comic Frenchman. Small, delicate, with a mustache. Very graceful airs about him. He wore a loud Nile green suit and a yellow ascot tie. Very chic. We were at the bar.
Madame Abbott, to me you are absolute perfection, except for one thing.
Oh, what's that, Pierre?
You are married. To my eternal regret. Ah, comme c'est dommage. I shall never know why it is that all of the exquisite women I meet are married. It is very depressing.
Well, don't let it get you down. You're like my husband.
Well, he may be the most charming gentleman in the world, but for taking you to himself, I detest him.
Pierre, tell me, what business have you run away from for this cruise?
I have run away from the East Indies, madame, the export business. I have come to forget all of my troubles. Of course, confidentially, it is not easy to forget the troubles of the world, even on this boat.
What about this boat?
You see the gentleman at the other end of the lounge?
Uh-huh.
He is Jacques Fontaine. You have heard about Monsieur Fontaine?
No, I met him for a second. But
he is what the writer Pertinax, André Géraud, would call a gravedigger of France. He was a collaborationist. At first, he worked with the coiffeur. Now he is involved in the mess in Indonesia, on the wrong side again.
Really?
Yes.
Well, my husband and I thought he was very pleasant.
Every night I pray that Monsieur Fontaine will not live to see the morning. But I am a timid gentleman. If I only had the courage to,
The courage to what?
I am just dreaming, madame.
Enjoying yourself, Jean?
Oh, hello, Pat. Pierre Duchamp, my husband, Mr. Abbott.
Enchanté, monsieur. I hope you will pardon me for monopolizing your wife's time. She is so delightful. I stole a few minutes of conversation with her.
Oh, it's all right.
Now, if you would excuse me, I shall leave you two very happy people alone. A young couple in love, eh? Ah, c'est magnifique.
Oh, well, don't run off, Pierre.
Yes, madame, I go. But we shall see more of each other, no? My cabin is number 5 on A deck. We are neighbors, right? Au revoir now. Bientôt.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, really, Pat? You didn't have to glare at the poor little fellow.
Jean, why is it that if I leave you alone for more than 60 seconds, the wolf pack comes out howling?
Don't be stuffy.
He is up to no good. With all that dancing around and bowing and scraping, he's just a wolf. And you encourage him, pal. Oh, don't run off, Pierre.
Will you stop acting like a jealous little boy? Now, Oscar Wilde once said that
Suppose
jealousy
we skip the quotations,
Pat, I found out something, and it might be helpful.
What is it?
Pierre loathes that chubby man we met, Jacques Fontaine, the one at the other end of the bar.
Because he says Fontaine's on the wrong side in Asia?
Now, how did you know?
Scuttlebutt.
Well,
a lot
Pierre
of hep
said...
Washington columnists say that Fontaine is innocent. They say all this talk about his being a traitor is just a lot of French pastry. We'll get a chance to judge for ourselves, though, darling.
Why?
In the mirror, he's coming over. Now, if you start gushing over him the way you did over Pierre...
Pat, Voltaire once said that the monster of jealousy...
Don't quote at me. I can't stand people who do that. Hello, Mr. Fontaine.
Monsieur Abbott, Madame Abbott, may I join you? We didn't have much of an opportunity to chat when we first met.
Well, sit down, Mr. Fontaine. We'd be delighted. Have you just come from France?
Mary, yes.
Did you, have any trouble getting out of the country?
Oh, no. Why should I?
Just asking. Europe's not exactly a playground these days.
Oh, I have been made the victim of cheap political gossip, Mr. Abbott.
Oh?
And you have been listening to it. And you have believed it.
Oh, I didn't say that.
I am on the side of democracy in French Indonesia.
Of course, your story has been corroborated, Mr. Fontaine.
No, that is impossible. The only witnesses I have...
Yes?
Were killed.
After a few minutes, the conversation changed, and Pat lost interest. At least he seemed to. Actually, I knew he was anxious to prowl around the ship. He left me with Fontaine and went back to our cabin.
Oh,
Aren't you in the wrong cabin, ma'am?
You are Monsieur Abbott?
Yes. You know, I'm beginning to wonder what makes me so popular. We keep having visitors in here.
Please forgive me. I'm Marie Fontaine.
Fontaine?
Yes, I saw you in the lounge before. You were speaking to my father.
Well?
It is very rude, but I wanted to speak to you. I was waiting in the hallway, hoping you would come, but then I saw a man's shadow. Someone was watching me, following me. He seemed to be just around the turn toward the exit. I was frightened. I ran into your cabin to be safe. I waited for you here.
Miss Fontaine, what's this all about? Why should anyone follow you? And why do you want to speak to me?
It is about my father. You know, they say he is a traitor to France, but he is innocent, Mr. Abbott. He is innocent. And you are a famous detective. You can help us. Secret agents, they follow him. He will be killed. He will be killed.
Now, Marie, just take it easy now. I'll do whatever I can.
Oh, you will? Oh, but I do not have any money. I have nothing to offer you.
Well, that's all right. You just forget that. Just relax.
Oh, Mr. Abbott, I knew you would help me. You are a darling, a darling.
Now, Marie, please.
Oh, your
now,
name.
Look, Marie. Marie, please.
Oh, look out, fellows. Here come the cops.
Oh, Jean, come in, Jean. This is...
Oh, this must be your wife. Oh, c'est drôle.
Yes. C'est drôle.
Shall I turn on the air conditioning, Pat? You look overheated.
Well, no, darling.
I was thanking your husband, Mrs. Abbott. I am Marie Fontaine. He's going to cooperate with me.
Going to? My dear Miss Fontaine, he is cooperating.
Oh, I'm sorry if you misunderstand. I shall leave.
I'd better see you to your cabin, Miss Fontaine. She's not safe going around on the ship alone, Jean.
Now, where have I heard that one before?
Jean, on the subject of jealousy, George Bernard Shaw said...
While I cooled off in our room, Pat escorted Marie back to her cabin, very conscious of the fact that a killer was at large who might not have played his last card.
This is my cabin, number 3.
3? Didn't Pierre say that he had number 5 on this deck?
Yes, his cabin is next to mine. The little man in the green suit. I do not trust him. He makes me very nervous.
Is there a connecting door between your two cabins?
Yes, there is, but I keep it locked. Pierre behaved like a harmless pigeon, but I think that he is a wicked vulture.
You and me both.
I shall be quite safe if I stay in my cabin. Thank you for bringing me here, Mr. Abbott. I'm sorry if I upset your wife.
Good night, Marie.
Oh, confidentially.
Yes?
I'm not really sorry. I like kissing you. You are the kind of man for whom a woman would be glad to take risks. You are...
Good night, Marie. C'est drôle.
Pat? Coming to bed?
No, not yet, darling. I want to visit Mr. Fontaine.
Darling, he didn't kill that secret agent.
Didn't he?
I think Pierre did. The man in the green suit is a phony, if you ask me. You agree, Pat?
Well, I'll tell you more about it when I come back.
Got a clue?
Mm-hmm. I want to talk to the steward on A deck.
Oh, I'll come with you.
No, you'll stay here.
I'll come with you.
You'll stay here.
I'll scream. I'll pull the fire alarm. I'll break the door down.
Oh, I love women. Here we are. This is Fontaine's cabin. I'll knock.
Monsieur Abbott.
Pat, he's been stabbed. He's falling.
I'll get him. Hold him up. Mr. Fontaine, try to speak to us. Tell me what happened. Who was it? Who was it?
Oh.
He's checked out. I'll call the captain. Just put the body on the sofa. Hello, this is Pat Abbott. May I speak to the captain, please? It's urgent. Captain, this is Pat Abbott. Come on down to number 8 on B deck. Somebody's killed Fontaine.
They seem to have done quite a job on Fontaine, didn't they?
Captain, when that secret agent died, did you get any ideas about the case?
We went over every detail. I found nothing.
You sure you didn't overlook something?
I resent the implication, Mr. Abbott.
Look, isn't it a bit late for all this studied formality?
Mr. Abbott, you keep your professional nose out of this, or you'll be awfully sorry you didn't.
Look, Pat. Look what I found. This piece of yellow cloth.
Let me see that.
It's from Pierre's tie, isn't it?
Could be.
Oh, now, 24 men on this ship are wearing yellow ties. I've seen them.
Yes, but Pierre kept talking about having the courage to...
Go on, Mrs. Abbott. Go on.
Well,
Oh, confound it. Now what?
We raced to the top deck. It was pitch black up there. The captain shouted commands. Long fingers of light swept the water.
Anybody see him? Anybody see him? Get that boat down! Faster! Faster! Hop to it!
Pat,
Yes.
I'll bet Pierre jumped off. He said he just needed courage, that's all. He stabbed Fontaine and then he went over. He committed suicide. Oh, they'll never find him in that black water.
You've solved this pretty quickly, haven't you, chum?
Bring that light more to the left. The left! Swing it over! That's it! Binoculars! Get my binoculars! Come on! Come on!
The search was fruitless. After hours of hunting desperately and sailing around in circles, the captain gave up. Finally, we sailed ahead. Pat and I went to see Marie.
It is no use. My father is dead. He's dead. Oh, if I could have put my hands on that Pierre, that murderer.
He's paid for it, Marie. He's done away with himself.
Pierre died too easily, too quickly. Should have died like the dirty beast that he was.
All this hysteria won't do you any good, Marie.
Pat, I wonder what to do about that note.
What note, madame?
Well, yesterday when we were alone, your father gave me a note, Marie. He asked me to give it to the French embassy. Your father said it was terribly important.
Oh, what was in it?
I don't know. It was sealed. Your father asked me not to open it. He said I should see that it goes directly to the French government and to no one else.
I will be glad to bring it to them. I will be proud.
Now, Marie, dear, I do trust you, but...
I think Jean had better do what your father said, Marie. We'll take it to the French embassy.
Yes, I am sorry for asking. Forgive me. Everything must be done just as my father said.
Oh, I'm feeling better, Marie.
Oh, yes, Captain. Thank you.
Making any progress, Captain? Get at the truth yet?
No, not yet.
Look, maybe
Mind your own business, Abbott. Now, you're supposed to be on a vacation, remember? I'll work this out in my own good time and in my own way.
Later, Pat went for another one of his strolls around the deck. As I watched him disappear with that long, casual western gait of his, I went back into our cabin alone. One second.
Good evening, Madame Abbott.
Pierre, it's you, but...
I am supposed to be at the bottom of the ocean, huh? Yes, sorry to disappoint you. Shut the door or I will use this gun.
But you didn't commit suicide. But you did kill Fontaine, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Yes, I did.
And that agent of the Sûreté?
Yes. He knew too much about me. You have a note, Madame Abbott, from Monsieur Fontaine. I will take it, please.
I am not going to give it to you.
But now, my dear, you must have learned by this time that human life has very little value to me. I have done away with 2 people. I could so easily make it a 3rd. Give me that note, Madame Abbott.
Get out of here, Pierre.
I want that note. I shall wait exactly 10 seconds for you to hand it over. Then I shall kill you.
You don't frighten me at all, Pierre.
2 seconds have gone by. I shall wait 10, as I said. Then I shall get you out of the way.
The shots would be heard and you'd be caught. You haven't much of a chance anyway. You'll be seen no matter what you do. You're finished, Pierre.
Odd that you should be willing to die for that little piece of paper. Surely it is not that important. When my watch comes to the 10th second, I shall fire. 8 seconds. 9 seconds.
Drop that gun, Pierre.
Abbott!
Duck, Jean.
Pat, you missed him. You hit the mirror.
You hurt, darling?
No, but there he goes, Pat, down the hallway. Well, go ahead, you... Pat, what are you standing there for?
Just want to kill time, darling. I missed him purposely.
You what?
Now, I want to give him a chance to get back to his cabin. I don't want to grab him right now.
Well, of all the... But I thought...
That it was all over? That all I had to do was catch Pierre? No, darling. You've been oversimplifying this deal ever since the cards were out. He's had enough time now. Come on.
Pat, be careful.
Don't follow me.
I certainly will.
Shh. Wait now. Easy now. Round this turn.
There he is. Way down the hall. Mm-hmm. You see him? He's looking around for you. Now he's going into his cabin. There he goes.
Good. Come on. First, I'll just have a look in here.
Oh, but that's Marie's cabin.
Of course it is. Fine, it's empty. I'll make sure that connecting door is locked. Yes, it is. All right, now, come out here in the hallway. That's it. Now we're going to play some games. You got a cigarette?
A cigarette? Now?
Sure.
Oh, Pat Abbott.
Come on. Atta girl, now give me a light.
Oh, what in the world?
I'm going to blow some smoke through the keyhole in Pierre's cabin. When I do, you scream fire.
Oh, now, Pat, I can't.
Come on, start screaming.
Pat, fire! Fire! Fire!
Where is it? What is the matter? Marie!
Stand right there, Marie.
What?
I missed you before on purpose, but this time I'm playing for keeps.
Where's...
Pierre? There isn't any Pierre. Is there, Marie? There never was any Pierre. Was there, Marie?
You rotten...
Come on, talk up.
Yes, you're right.
You created Pierre, Marie. Yes, you played the part of 2 people. You were Pierre with the help of a wig, a mustache, a green suit, and a slight change in your voice.
No, you
I said
cannot...
stand still. Look in that cabin, Jean.
No. It will not be necessary. The disguise is in there.
Who was Fontaine, Marie? I said, who was...
He was my husband. He disowned me. He despised me. He would not have anything to do with me. He was very wealthy. He was not a collaborator. He gave money to the French resistance, to a certain Pierre Duchamp.
You killed the real Pierre then, didn't you?
Yes, in Paris, to get the fortune my husband had given him. Then I became Pierre myself.
You followed your husband to the boat. You took a cabin. He must have pleaded with you to leave him alone, but you wouldn't. A French secret agent caught up with you. So you grabbed a small fire hatchet and killed him. You built up the story about your husband's being a traitor. You built Pierre as a patriot. You stabbed your husband, then you wanted us to think that Pierre had knocked him off and jumped the boat. What'd you throw into the water, a packing box?
Please, I cannot talk anymore. I'm tired. Take me to the captain. I will not give you any more trouble.
The money you got by killing the real Pierre wasn't enough, was it? You wanted to inherit everything your husband had, too.
May we go now, please? Whatever you do not know must be in that note that my husband left.
All right, start walking. That ladder goes to the top deck, to the captain's headquarters.
Yes, I will. This has all happened so fast.
Pat, take her arm. I think she's ill.
May May I please have your arm?
Oh! Biting, eh?
You'll never take me.
Oh, and scratching,
There
too.
you are. You're not going to...
All right, then I'll just carry you to the brig.
Now
Up you go.
Darcy, now.
Oh, see what I mean, Gene? I love women.
After Pat had turned that tigress over to the captain, we had dinner. We danced. We went up on deck to begin our romantic cruise again. Pat, how'd you know Marie was also Pierre?
Well, that was easy, darling. First of all, I never saw them together at the same time. Now, that was just a vague notion, so I asked the steward on A deck to do a favor for me.
Oh?
He showed me the cigarettes that he'd emptied out of the ashtrays in Pierre's cabin. Every one of them had lipstick on the tip.
And if you weren't sure then, you must have been later. I noticed Marie was the only person we told about the note. But a few minutes later, Pierre came in and asked for it. Oh, I'll bet the captain's hopping mad. He was hoping to solve the case without you. The arrogant so-and-so.
He isn't half as mad as I am. It's a fine second honeymoon, this is.
Pat,
Hmm?
I was just thinking.
Yes, dear?
Well, if the boat sank,
If the boat sank.
and we were marooned on a desert island for the rest of our lives, what would you do?
I don't know. Spend most of the time
Doing what?
this. I told you, darling. I love women.
Moral of the story. I made one mistake that you can benefit by if you're planning a cruise. Please don't go on a streamlined luxury ship. Go on a very small, dangerous boat that's liable to be shipwrecked near some lovely private island.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Mendel Kramer as those nationally popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane.
Adventures of the Abbotts has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
After all, suppose you were arrested on suspicion of murder and your husband was out chasing a beautiful redhead with $100,000. You think you've got troubles, hmm?
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Mandel Kramer as Pat and Jean Abbott, those popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean for another exciting recorded adventure in romance and crime. Now here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle in murder.
Pat and I were having our breakfast coffee. We do kind of a switch on the husband and wife routine at breakfast. Pat's hungry. He gobbles up pancakes and sausages and concentrates on his eating. Me, well, I bury my nose in the morning paper. Pat's business as a private detective keeps him so busy he doesn't have too much time for the news. So, well, I'm the poor man's John Cameron Swayze. I tell Pat what's new.
Well, go ahead, pal. Let's hear it.
Your insurance all paid up, Pat?
Why?
Your days are numbered. They're knocking off private detectives in this town like pins in a bowling alley.
Who'd they get this time?
Well, the paper says your friend Charlie Brooks was shot last night in his office.
Well, that isn't surprising. Anyway, Mr. Brooks was no friend of mine, darling. I warned him. He was getting into some very crooked deals.
He was looking for a woman named Paula Sterling, it says.
Probably found her. Only somebody didn't like it, so they shot him.
Who's Paula Sterling?
I passed.
I thought maybe she was somebody in the gossip columns of those silly magazines.
And you should know, dear, you read them.
Out of morbid curiosity, that's all. Anyway, you'd better let this be a lesson to you. Take me along on all your murder cases, and I'll keep you out of trouble.
Yes, you're very helpful.
Your wife isn't a good detective.
Terrible.
She good for anything at all?
I doubt it.
How about this?
Yes. Now that you mention it, she does have talent along certain lines.
While Pat and I were at breakfast, a man we'd never heard of, a Mr. Sharbert, was talking to a hood who worked for him, a hood named Julian. They were in Sharbert's very expensive and lavishly decorated apartment.
I'm telling you the truth, Sharbert. Now, when I got there, this private eye, this Charlie Brooks, he was dead.
Julian, doesn't it strike you as odd?
Doesn't what?
I hired Brooks to find Paula Sterling. He was going to tell me last night where he'd found her. Then he was murdered about the time you got there.
You think I saw the killer?
I don't know, my dear Julian. I'm merely speculating.
I didn't have nothing to do with it.
I'm still looking for Paula Sterling, Julian.
Well, how am I going to find her, Mr. Sharbert?
The private detective did. You're as bright as he is.
Yeah, but he got 2 bullets in him for finding her.
Yes, Julian. And somebody might get bullets in them for not finding her.
Me, for instance, Mr. Sharbert?
You, for instance, my dear Julian.
I walked Pat over to his office in one of San Francisco's newest skyscrapers. Figured I'd kibitz on a case or two. Pat hates it. But me? I worry about him. I also worry about the women that parade into his place. The one we found in his waiting room, for example.
I'm Dorothy Strickland, Mr. Abbott.
Oh? Well, do sit down. This is my wife, Jean.
Oh, how do you do?
Miss Strickland.
Not here in the anteroom. My private office, Miss Strickland.
Oh, thank you.
Wait here, Jean. Jean. Come back, dear. I said wait here.
Oh, did you?
Mm-hmm. You see, perhaps Miss Strickland wants to talk to me confidentially.
Well, that's what I thought.
Read some magazines out here, chum. Newspapers, whatever you like.
Okay. Oh, say, here's something. Pershing says he has the Kaiser on the run. Where do you get these magazines? From your dentist?
Now, what's on your mind, Miss Strickland?
I want you to find my sister-in-law,
Why?
so my brother can sue her for divorce.
I'm very sorry, but I don't get mixed up in divorces.
But she may have been murdered.
Really? What makes you think so?
She's been missing for 6 months.
Well, that doesn't mean she was killed, unless you have some special knowledge.
Don't start accusing me. I don't like innuendos like that.
I'm just trying to get the story straight. What's your sister-in-law's name?
Paula Sterling.
Oh. Her again.
Paula Sterling's her maiden name. She's originally from Los Angeles. Why did you say her again?
Her name was in the morning paper.
Yes. Very unfortunate. That private detective.
The fact that he was killed looking for her is hardly tempting.
Well,
for
hear
me
me out first.
The divorce her fault?
No. My brother Stuart is young, and, well, he's fallen in love with someone else.
Tell me, could Paula have disappeared so your brother can't find her and serve her? Is she blocking the divorce that way?
Absolutely not. That's why I know something must have happened to her.
Anybody else mixed up in her life? Another man, maybe?
None that I know of.
Is she psychologically sound? No possibility of amnesia?
That's out of the question.
Do you have any idea why the first detective hired on the case was murdered?
None. Are you frightened? Is that why you won't look for Paula?
I don't scare quite that easily, Miss Strickland, but I do like to know who's holding what cards.
You've got to take the case. I need your help terribly. Isn't there anything that will persuade you?
Perhaps.
I think I'd know a way, except there's an obstacle.
Oh? What way is that?
Well, let's say the obstacle's in the anteroom.
My what?
Well, sometimes it's easier to win a man to your own way of thinking if there isn't a wife in the picture.
Oh, well, skip that. Married or not, I still have a peculiar feeling I don't like risking my neck unless I have to. Now, tell me, what does Paula look like?
Well, she's 5'3". She weighs 115 pounds, has beautiful red hair, lovely big blue eyes. They say she looks a little like me.
Oh, lovely eyes, beautiful hair, looks like you. You're the modest type, I see.
No, just telling you the facts. That's what you wanted, isn't it?
Speaking of facts, Miss Strickland, let's face a very interesting one. The fee.
Hope it won't be exorbitant.
Well, you know, stuntmen get a lot of money. That's because their assignments might be fatal. Now, you were asking me to walk the same road that a colleague of mine just walked, and he's in the morgue.
All right, name your figure.
5,000. Find her or not.
Well, would that settle it? Then you'd accept?
Probably.
I'll dig up the money somehow, some way. It's a deal, 5,000. Of course, if it could be less, I mean, even a little less.
You're asking me to find a woman nobody's been able to locate in 6 months. She's very attractive. In spite of what you say, she's undoubtedly involved with men, and some of them are obviously hoods. They just knocked off the guy who finally did find her. And you've no really valuable clues. There'll be nothing less, Miss Strickland.
All right, I'll pay.
All right, then you're on.
Will you start immediately?
Immediately.
You're a darling. I could just kiss you.
Well...
Was I interrupting something?
No, I, just that, Jean, dear,
Yes.
You see, she got excited because I consented to take the case. Do you have a pencil, darling? I want to take down Miss Strickland's number.
I think you've already got her number.
Look, I came here to hire services, Mrs. Abbott, not to indulge in second-rate wisecracks.
You also didn't come here to kiss my husband. Or did you?
Here, I'll write my number on this pad. There we are.
All right, I'll call you the moment I learn anything, Dorothy.
Learn anything? Brother, if I hadn't come in, you'd have graduated with honors in about 5 minutes.
I was talking about the case.
Well, I wasn't. Now, isn't that odd?
I'm very grateful, Mr. Abbott, and goodbye, Mrs. Abbott.
Goodbye, Miss Strickland.
That's a sweet girl.
Husband snatcher.
Darling, you don't know what this involves.
I certainly do. I listened on the intercom.
1 million people in San Francisco, and I have to find one redhead. You know, that's like looking for a cheap apartment.
I have a feeling I can clean up this case with one call.
And I have a feeling that you've flipped.
Just listen.
Hello?
May I please speak to Paula Sterling?
Well, this is Paula Sterling.
Well, this is the office of Pat Abbott. Are you from Los Angeles?
Well, yes.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Well, hello? Hello?
Well, my fine, high-class private detective with the big problems. What have you got to say now?
Well, that couldn't possibly be the same Paula Sterling. Dorothy's been looking for her for almost 6 months.
Or maybe she wasn't trying very hard. She's living at the Beverly Arms.
Well, how did you know?
Elementary, my dear Abbott. I looked it up in the phone book. Well, Pat, what does the nameplate say?
It says Paula Sterling, all right, but it can't be the same one.
What's the matter?
Not locked.
Nobody home?
Let's try the bedroom.
Pat.
Yeah. Looks like somebody hit this place like a hurricane.
What could have they been looking for?
Same thing we are. Paula Sterling.
Well, they couldn't have expected to find her in any of these drawers. If you ask me, this was a conventional robbery.
Well, darling, you talked to her just 15 minutes ago.
Well, so what?
Well, if this were a conventional robbery, then the burglar might still be... What happened to those lights?
I don't know.
Turn them on.
They won't work.
Fuse must have gone. Don't move.
That's good advice. Why don't you take it, too?
Get that flashlight out of my eyes.
Well, Pat Abbott, the detective, right?
Have we met?
Not formal, no. I saw you in a courtroom once. Oh, you did real good. But you won't this time. Not with this dame.
Which dame?
Paula Sterling, the dame with you.
I am not a dame. I'm Mrs. Pat Abbott.
That must be fun.
I could have more fun, pal, pushing your wise guy face.
Never mind that. It'd get us all in a jam.
I didn't hear your name.
Call me Julian.
All right, Julian. We're looking for Paula Sterling, too.
My boss would like to know that.
Who's your boss?
Mr. Sharvert. He's a very nice guy. You know, you ought to meet him. In fact, you ought to meet him right now.
Maybe I don't want to.
Maybe you don't see this 38.
All right, we'll meet him. I love cordial invitations like that.
All right, folks. Step inside.
Just quit shoving, Julian.
Hello, Mr. Sharvert.
And precisely what is this uproar about?
Oh, it's just what the doctor ordered. Meet Paula Sterling, Mr. Sharvert.
Paula Sterling?
You don't recognize her?
My dear Julian, I told you Paula was a redhead. This lovely girl is not.
Oh, hear that, Pat? This lovely girl.
Well, I found both of them in Paula Sterling's apartment.
I'm extremely sorry. I didn't quite get your name.
My name is Abbott. Pat Abbott.
The renowned detective? I am impressed. What were you doing in Paula's apartment?
Just looking.
For what?
I heard there was a vacancy.
I wonder if we have time for these little ventures into irrelevant humor.
Okay, we'll leave.
What is your interest in Paula Sterling?
A client of mine wants to locate him.
Perhaps we can join forces. I'm looking for her, too.
Thank you, no.
You're uncooperative, aren't you, Mr. Abbott?
Give me a crack at him, boss. He'll cooperate.
Would you like Julian to go to work on you?
Sure, if he'll put down that gun.
Where is Paula, Mr. Abbott? Julian, I don't approve of violence.
Pat, are you all right, dear?
Of course he is. Help him up, Julian.
Never mind. Just put the gun down, pal. I'd like a crack at you myself.
Did Julian change your mind, Abbott?
I'll change his face for him.
Oh, Pat.
Julian, Mr. Abbott will be of little use to me unconscious or dead. Unless I decide he hasn't the information I want.
He's got it. And I'll get it out of him.
Mr. Abbott, I'm not doing this for amusement. Paula Sterling worked for me until she disappeared with $100,000 of mine. I want it back.
Want me to answer?
Never mind. Hello? Yes? Yes. You have? Oh, that's splendid. Accept my apologies, Mr. Abbott.
What for?
An error. It's been rectified. One of my employees phoned in. Imagine. He just found Paula Sterling.
Pat, you haven't said a word since we left Sharpert.
I've been thinking, darling.
Well, it's about time, the way you were being pushed around.
I want to see Dorothy Strickland.
Business or pleasure?
You got the key to the office?
Mm-hmm. Here.
I'll turn on the lights.
Pat, look, near your desk.
Stay where you are, Jean. I'll take a look.
Well, if she's asleep, don't disturb her.
I couldn't possibly disturb her. She's dead.
Oh, no.
We finally found Paula Sterling.
Why was she killed here?
Remember when you spoke to her on the phone?
Uh-huh.
You said this is Pat Abbott's office. Well, she must have come down here to find out what was going on, and Sharpett's hoods were waiting for her.
You're a bad guesser, Abbott. I'd like to be your bookmaker.
You know, this is the second time you've snuck up on me, Julian. I'm getting annoyed. And get that gun out of my face.
I've been tailing you ever since you left Sharpett's place. That phone call was a phony. Sharpett figured when you heard we found Paula Sterling, you'd go where she was hiding out to check.
Well, he's a bad guesser, too.
Why'd you knock her off?
Don't be an idiot. I just got here. You know that.
Yeah, but how long does it take to knock a dame off and roll her for a dough?
Give me the phone.
Who you calling?
The cops.
Forget it. It's a crummy idea.
Oh, you've got a better one?
Yeah. I got a better one.
Take it easy, Pat.
Darling, where's Julian?
Gone. Coming back with Sharpett.
You know, I'd like to get Julian sometime when he isn't armed.
No, don't try to get up. I already called the police.
I didn't want to take a chance disarming him. Kind of you. Wild shot, you know. Honey, why don't you go to the movies,
I'd rather be with you.
Do you have any shopping to do?
I'd rather be with you.
Jean, you're lousing up the case.
You're wrecking our marriage, Pat.
Okay, but I'm not responsible. Come along with me.
The phony. Pat, I mean. He sneaked to a phone booth and got his pals over at police headquarters and had them pick me up. They took me to headquarters. Invited me to play gin. Oh, I was furious. I threatened to sue for false arrest. Well, they said I was a witness. That was true, and I had no comeback. But I vowed then and there to fix Pat's wagon if it was the last thing I did. I don't mean his station wagon. While I was fuming and fussing in custody, Julian was calling his boss.
That you, Mr. Sharpett?
Yes, Julian.
Listen, wait till you hear this. Now, it's the screwiest thing. Who do you think killed Paula Sterling?
She's dead?
The cops just picked up Pat Abbott's wife.
Now, that is odd.
You better kiss your $100,000 goodbye. Gone with the wind, pal.
Perhaps you're right. Come by and see me, Julian.
What for?
I'll pay you off.
You didn't have to drive me to the airport, Mr. Sharpett.
I'm delighted to do it, Julian. It's the least I could do under the circumstances.
Hey, wait a minute. You made a mistake.
Did I?
You should have taken that left turn.
Oh, how stupid of me.
Why are we stopping here?
Something just occurred to me.
Did it?
Yes. Julian, who stands to gain the most from Paula Sterling's death?
Well, Pat Abbott.
Why do you say that?
Well, he could knock her off, grab the dough.
Incredible. Abbott is a world-famous detective. He's turned down more money than that. Extremely ethical.
Maybe his wife swung it, huh?
Don't be absurd.
Who does that leave?
You, my dear Julian.
Me? What are you getting at?
Suppose you committed the murder. You wouldn't have to split the take with anyone.
Oh, come on.
Do you have the money with you, Julian? Or shall we drive somewhere and pick it up?
Put that gun away.
Let go, I tell you. Let go. The price of stupidity, my dear Julian. To live by violence is to die that way.
Well, I'll be darned. Pat Abbott.
Hello, Dorothy. Can I come in?
Can you? Step right in. Tell me, why are all the attractive men married?
Skip it. We've business.
Where's your wife?
Didn't you hear me?
Yeah, tell me where she is.
At police headquarters. I couldn't afford to let her go wandering around town on this case. Too many trigger-happy people in it.
Trigger happy? Who?
Your sister-in-law worked for a man named Victor Charbot.
Have you found her?
Yes.
Where is she?
My office.
I'll get my coat and I'll be with you in a minute.
Wait a second. I have bad news for you.
You mean she's ashamed to see me, that's it, huh? That's all right.
It isn't that.
What are you trying to tell me?
She's dead.
Oh, no. Oh, that's awful.
She wasn't the young innocent, Dorothy. She was mixed up with a rough crowd. She stole $100,000.
What, do you realize what you're saying?
Sure.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense. I mean, Paula was a simple, sweet girl. She didn't need Charbert's money.
I can't convince him of that.
Well, you're wrong. There's a mix-up.
Yes, there is a mix-up.
What do you mean?
You said she had beautiful red hair and blue eyes.
Well?
Her hair wasn't naturally red like yours. It was dark at the roots. That was the first thing that struck me when I saw the body. And, also, she was about 2 inches shorter than you.
Well, what difference does that make?
Well, I know you haven't seen her in months, and girls do dye their hair.
Now, wait a minute, you've lost me. I can't seem to think straight. Now, the shock, I guess. Knowing Paula's dead.
Paula Sterling isn't dead.
But you just...
The girl in my office is dead, all right, but not Paula. You're Paula Sterling.
Oh, no, now, really? If you're trying to be clever...
No, not very clever. Tell me, how do you know she took Charbert's money? I didn't say it was his, but you did.
I just presumed, since you mentioned his name...
No, it was too easy when Jean found your name in the phone book. I should have had the answer then. What surprises me is that Charbot never thought of looking there.
Sure he did, but it wasn't there when he looked. I waited until today when the new phone listings were published before I walked into your office.
I was very thoughtful. Who is the dead girl in my
My
office?
double, and she did it well, too.
Mm-hmm. Well, now, if we're all through...
We're not through.
Mm-hmm. You have a license for that gun, Dorothy?
Nope, but it won't bother me. The police will think that Charbot killed you when they find your body.
You want to make a deal?
Go ahead, talk.
I'll get you a great lawyer. You could plead insanity.
Yeah? On what grounds?
Trying to get away with this. You'd have to be nuts to try it. Now, you better put away that gun. Those things go off sometimes. Did you kill anybody else besides your double? Charlie Brooks, maybe?
Uh-huh, Charlie Brooks. He got wise. He stumbled on the truth. He wouldn't listen to me, and he acted like a Boy Scout the way you're acting. And he ended up dead, the way you will.
Maybe not.
Oh, you want part of the $100,000, huh?
Maybe.
How much?
Half.
Or what?
Keeping my mouth shut. You know, the heat to get whoever kills me will be terrific. Now, that's playing it your way. Now, think of mine. I say nothing, pin a rap on Charbot, get him out of the way, and we're both clear. They'll never find out who got
Now,
Brooks.
wait a minute. You talk too fast. I gotta think.
Just think of being in the clear. Now, think.
Don't get so close to me.
I don't want the gun.
You're not made of ice water, after all.
Who could be? Ever look in a mirror?
I thought you came here on business.
Well, I did. Well, clean that up.
Oh, my
Now.
arm! Let go!
Pat, are you all right?
Yes, Jean. Get up, Dorothy. Police downstairs, darling?
Yes, prowl car. I talked him into coming here. I had a notion you'd make yourself a target.
You dirty
Out the
low
door, Dorothy.
down. You didn't want
Let's
to
go
deal.
see those boys.
You never did. I bid for an old stall.
Oh, that's nothing. We all do that. Darling, I told you you'd come within inches of a bullet. That shot she fired. Lucky it was wild.
Not as wild as I am, dear. Locking me up in the hoosegow. Chasing redheads. Kissing this woman.
Line of duty, pal.
Oh!
Ow! Hey, what's the idea of kicking a guy in the pants if he just captured a killer?
Well, I'm your wife, right? Line of duty, pal. Line of duty. Paula killed the girl in your office, Pat, right? But now, how did that help her?
Well, darling, once I told the police that Paula Sterling was dead, Sharbert accepted it and would give up looking for her. He suspected Julian of double-crossing him.
You're guessing.
No, I'm not. They just picked up Sharbert and he confessed.
Well, where's Julian?
The coroner's got him.
So, the reason Dottie came to you was to have you establish that Paula Sterling was dead.
Absolutely right. You see, that left her free to take a powder with Sharbert.
Fine. So now you collect from your client, and the case is closed.
Well, my client was Paula Sterling, alias Dorothy Strickland. I just nailed her for homicide, so I'm afraid she won't pay me a dime.
Oh, that's what I like. A husband who's a good businessman, makes money, protects himself, takes care of his wife and home. Total profits on this venture, $0, 0 cents. Well, Pat, one more wonderful case like this, and we'll be bankrupt.
Darling, you mean you love me for my money alone?
There's something else?
Come here.
Oh. Pat.
Yes, darling?
I don't care if you haven't a cent.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if you're a terrible businessman. Mm-hmm. Nothing matters. Except one thing. Get a deposit on the next case. Cash.
Adventures of the Abbotts has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
After all, what would you do if your husband started to mix business with pleasure, especially if business was a horrible corpse and pleasure was an exquisite woman?
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Jean and Pete Abbott, the nationally popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. Pat and Jean invite you to join them each week at this time on NBC for another recorded adventure in romance and crime. Tonight's puzzle in murder, the Royal Purple Scooter. And here is Jean Abbott.
Well, I just called for Pat at his office. It was dinner time. My husband was ready to forget being a private detective and make a beeline for the nearest lobster a la Newburgh.
Come on, Jean. We'll go down to the skipper's, relax, and I'll order myself
Oh, is that a customer? So late.
I'm not expecting one. Come in. Yeah?
Mr. Abbott?
Yes?
My name is King. I'm from California Fidelity. Have you got a minute?
Yes, Mr. King. Surely. Sit down. This is my wife.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. King?
What's on your mind, Mr. King?
Well, Mr. Abbott, my company sells accident insurance, and we think that we have a job for you.
What's the problem?
Do you mind if I deliver a short lecture on the insurance business?
Not at all. Go ahead.
The American public is really remarkable, Abbott. Now, our company spends $1 million a year telling people to use a little common sense. But they commit suicide anyway. They spend $1,000 for a painting, but they won't spend 50 cents to fix a rug on the stairway. Then their best friend steps on it, falls, and knocks his brains out. They'll take 6 hours to hang that same painting on the wall, but they won't take 60 seconds to move a bottle of iodine out of reach of the baby. Now, I hope I'm not shocking you, Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, no, please go ahead, Mr. King.
Now, we've done everything under the sun to try to educate the public, but they go right on sticking their fingers in the light sockets, standing under trees during storms, and stepping on the soap in the bathtub. You know, when I get the casualty tables, I often think that maybe Freud was right about the death wish. Maybe we like dying. You'd think anyone but a congenital imbecile wouldn't light a match to look inside a gas tank. But a man in Sacramento tried it just yesterday. I just saw him at the morgue. Now we've got a new problem, and that's why I'm here.
Well, what's the problem?
Too many dangerous old cars on the road.
Oh, I see.
The American public loves this method of doing away with itself. Everybody and his brother has grabbed hold of anything on wheels that will move, and they're out on the road doing 90 in cars that belong in the junkyard. Cars with steering rods that snap, worn shoes that blow, brake linings that won't hold.
That's costing your company quite a few dollars, I imagine, huh?
It's costing California Fidelity thousands of dollars every day, Mr. Abbott. Oh, we're geared to certain emergencies, but we can't see daylight on this one. So, our only hope is to make a test case. There was a chap killed in an auto crash on Locust Avenue last night. Here's the card on him. His name is MacDonald. Rick MacDonald.
Oh, yes. I think I read about that in the paper.
Yes. MacDonald was coming down a hill near Locust Avenue. It's a bad one. Terrific grade, soft shoulders. 8 fatalities in the last 6 months. The city council has been too busy to fix it. They could have banked the curve, but they preferred to spend the money painting gold letters on City Hall. MacDonald went right off the road and over a rocky cliff.
He was alone in the car, wasn't he?
Yes. He wasn't speeding, though. The meter was smashed at 32 miles an hour.
Did you find anything that showed why he spilled over?
No. We had a top-flight mechanic take the wreck apart. Couldn't tell a thing. Car was too banged up.
What do you know about the man who died?
MacDonald? Well, he was 42, owned a chain of drugstores, married. He seems to have kept out of trouble. He was what we'd call a good risk. Now, he'd bought the car just a few days ago. Now then, if we could show that the car was a death trap when he plunked down his $1,750 for it, if we could show criminal negligence by the dealer who sold it...
Then you'd have a case.
Exactly. Maybe then we could set off some legal fireworks and get out of paying these dozens of fat claims like MacDonald's. His alone is $100,000.
$100,000?
Yes.
Who sold him the car?
A chap named Tenike. Harry Tenike. He has a fancy lot over on 7th Street. Mr. Abbott, if you'd investigate for us, California Fidelity would be glad to pay any reasonable fee.
All right, Mr. King. Now, what do you know about the dealer, Tenike?
Not much. He's been selling used cars for a long time. Grabs jalopies cheap on the East Coast, then palms them off in Dallas or here in San Francisco. He's about, 36. Single. No prison record, no legal trouble at all.
Uh-huh. Okay, Mr. King, I'll take it from here.
It would be worth quite a lot to us, Mr. Abbott, if you could prove the accident wasn't necessary.
Well, it shouldn't be too hard to prove that some of the cars they're selling these days aren't exactly dreamboats.
Some. Probably most of them.
Insurance companies have such fine, trusting natures.
Well, we're not dealing with the Vassar Daisy chain, Mrs. Abbott. The insurance company very often involves what Mark Twain called downright human cussedness. It's not a business for people with queasy stomachs or elaborate moral standards.
Have you anything else to tell me, Mr. King?
No, I think that's about it.
I guess you forgot one little item. I read it in the paper this morning.
Oh, really? What was that?
When they found that wrecked car and McDonald's body, they found a scooter in the back seat, a purple scooter.
Yes, that's right. I'd forgotten about that.
Well, the newspaper said that the McDonald's didn't have any children, so why was there a scooter in the dead man's automobile?
Oh, I see, Pat. You mean MacDonald was murdered. After Mr. King left, Pat and I headed for Harry Tenike's used car lot. It was a gaudy place with huge signs, glaring spotlights, and a public address system.
Yes, sir, folks. Harry Tenike is crazy. Crazy. He's giving his money away. He wants you to drive right up here and sell your car, and Uncle Harry doesn't care what he pays for it, not Uncle Harry.
Sounds like the old Army game, doesn't it, Pat?
I think the odds in the Army game are better.
Oh, that must be Mr. Tenike over there. The salesman said he's a big, fat fellow with red hair.
All right, now remember, Gene, I'm not a detective. I'm a customer.
Uh-huh.
We want to buy one of these terrific bargains from Tenike.
Okay.
Mr. Tenike.
Yes.
I'm interested in that 51 there, the gray coupe. What do you want for it?
Why, that's practically a brand new car, my boy. Bought that just this morning from a lieutenant in the Navy. You know how those chaps are. They take wonderful care of their cars.
How much is it?
Well, it's only got 16,000 miles on it. The tires are perfect. It's got a radio and a heater.
I said, how much is it?
Well, I'm not rightly sure. You see, I've already offered it to a dealer, so I may not be able to sell it at all. I don't remember what price he bid me for it. What do you think it's worth, my boy?
You try to remember the price, huh?
I think it was $1,600. Is that about what you expected to pay for a car?
Not for a car that's been in an accident, no, the way that one has.
Now, where'd you get that idea, my boy?
The fenders have been rewelded. The hood's been worked on. That car isn't worth $1,600.
Well, maybe it does need a little fixing, but I'll have my mechanic go over it for you.
Is that the kind of a phony deal you made with Rick McDonald? Did you sell him one of these hot cars, one of these suicide buses?
Well, where'd you get that idea?
A little birdie told me.
Very funny.
Did you know McDonald at all? Or was he just another sucker?
Look, Bud, when I want quiz programs, I turn on the radio. Who are you, anyway?
My name is Abbott. Pat Abbott.
And I'm Mrs. Abbott.
Who sent you here? You what they call a private investigator?
Oh, they call me a lot of other things, too.
Look here, Abbott. I did know Rick McDonald. Matter of fact, he happened to be a very good friend of mine. And I wouldn't chisel Rick out of a dime. The car I sold him was perfect.
Yes, but there isn't any way of proving that now, is there?
Rick knew cars, Abbott. He'd driven cars for 20 years. I couldn't have gypped him even if I wanted to. And besides, we were practically buddies.
So he'd trust you, eh, Tenike? He'd take your word, blind, that the car was okay.
Get out of here. I'd have knocked your lousy head off for hitting that I double-crossed Rick. I had nothing to do with the way he got killed. He was on a crummy hill. 8 other guys went off the same road this year. That ain't my fault. And no Penny Annie Sherlock Holmes.
You say you knew McDonald very well?
Sure I did. I've known the McDonalds for years.
You must have known Mrs. McDonald, too.
Dottie? Sure. So what?
So nothing.
Now, look here. Dottie's a good girl. You've been hearing that stuff about how she runs around? Now, they say that just because she's so pretty. That's all. Now, go on, beat it, Abbott. You get out of here and forget my address. Ah, dear, you're coming around here with dirty cracks about Rick and Dottie. What are you trying to do? Show the boys you're smart? Show them that they hired a genius? What some people won't do to make a buck.
All right, easy, Tenike, easy.
You get out of here. You get out and make it fast before I take this wrench.
All right, I'm going, Tenike. Nice to meet you. Yeah, you're just the way they describe you in the ads. Jolly Harry Tenike, everybody's friend.
As soon as we left the used car lot, Pat suddenly reversed his usual policy. Instead of ordering me to go home and stop bothering him while he was on a case, he actually sent me out snooping. He actually asked me to help him. He told me to look up Tim, our old friend who was an expert mechanic. He told me to check on people who'd bought cars from Tenai. I went dancing away, very happy that Pat had realized at last that I was a very valuable assistant.
This is Pat Abbott. Ordinarily, I don't barge in on Gene's storytelling, but, just between you and me, I got rid of Gene purposely. I'd given her a lot of useless things to do so that I could go to see Mrs. McDonald alone. Oh, all in the line of duty, of course. But from what I'd heard about Dottie, I knew I'd be better off if there weren't any other women around, and she thought I was single. See, I wanted Mrs. McDonald to play every card she had without inhibitions. Mrs. McDonald's one of the most colossal little numbers I'd seen outside the pages of Esquire. Sitting in her apartment, I thought that what Tenai called being a penny ante Sherlock Holmes sometimes had its rewards.
Another Manhattan, Mr. Abbott?
Thank you, Mrs. McDonald. You're quite a mixer.
Call me Dottie. You've been much too formal ever since you got here.
Well, I'm sorry it's necessary for me to talk about your husband's death.
Oh, that's all right. I guess I'm not the weepy type anyway. Oh, I'll miss Rick. That's that. I'll miss him, well, for a while anyway.
Sounds like you two...
Oh, we got along as well as the usual married couple. Oh, you know how it is. Well, when you get married, you'll find there are lots of jokers in the deck. But, you didn't come here to talk about our marriage, did you?
No. I came to ask you about Harry Tenai. Do you know him very well? The used car tycoon?
Harry? Oh, sure. Harry and Rick both wanted to marry me. That was back in 41. Well, then we got into the war, and Harry was drafted. So I married Rick. Later, Rick got into the drugstore business and made a lot of money. It kind of burned Harry up. You know, first he lost me, and then Rick made a fortune while Harry was on the Anzio beachhead.
Was Tenai around last night, before your husband went out driving?
No, we hadn't seen Harry for a couple of weeks. Why? What are you trying to do? Hey, what are you getting at?
I'm just trying to get at the details.
Tell me something, Dick Tracy.
Sure, what?
Do you by any chance think I killed Rick?
Could be.
Oh, if you do, you're not as smart as you look. Why should I kill him? For the $100,000? I got all the money I want. Here, look at this necklace. You like it?
Yes, very pretty.
Genuine mother of pearl. Rick got it for me. Cost him $5,000. Come closer. Take a good look at it.
Yeah, that's swell.
You like my dress, too? Rick bought it. He thought it showed me off nicely. What do you think?
Certainly does.
Like my perfume? It's another present.
From Rick?
From a friend. Oh, I have lots of friends. Oh, this perfume's $65 an ounce. Now, do you think I had to kill Rick to make $100,000?
I don't know yet.
It's wonderful perfume, isn't it? Look, Pat, I can't go out while they're burying Rick. It wouldn't look nice. You know, there's a family downstairs, and, well, they'd be shocked. But, I need a little company, you know, somebody to hang around here with me, and I thought, well, maybe you and... now, who could that be?
I think it's my wife.
Your what?
Oh, Mrs. McDonald? I'm Mrs. Abbott.
How do you do? Come in, won't you? I was just talking to your husband.
Hello, Jean. How'd you know I was here?
We'll talk about that later, Pat. Coming, darling?
Oh, yes, I was just going. Mrs. McDonald and I were discussing the legal aspects of the case.
Did you learn anything interesting, Pat?
Oh, yes. Mrs. McDonald has been very informative.
I'm sure she has. So nice to have met you, Mrs. McDonald.
Well, I'm happier to see you, Mrs. Abbott. Goodbye.
Toodaloo.
Goodbye. Pat Abbott.
Now, Jean, listen to me. I was being very tricky with that woman.
Yes, I can see you were.
I purposely was giving her enough rope, you see, letting her go on and talk. I acted very innocent. I was just looking for clues, and... how'd you know I was there?
Right after I left you, it suddenly occurred to me. I asked myself why you were so anxious to send me off on errands. Then I remembered how the insurance man, Mr. King, described Mrs. McDonald. That was quite a legal discussion, Pat. With Manhattans all over the place, the room smelling like a perfume store. Does Mrs. McDonald hold all her legal conferences in slinky lounging pajamas?
Well, I don't know. All I want to say...
It must have been a very serious discussion. Oh, I can just see you, dear, looking at Mrs. McDonald's backless pajamas and saying, of course, what's most important is the case of Rittenhouse versus Humperdinck, where a writ of notel...
Well, now, look, Jean, if you don't trust me...
I trust you, Pat. Do you know something, little boy?
Yes, ma'am.
Santa Claus up at the North Pole watches all the little boys year-round. So he knows who deserves to get presents.
Uh-huh.
He keeps a little book on you, Pat Abbott. And I'd hate to see what he just wrote about you and Mrs. McDonald.
You would, huh?
You're not getting anything from Santa next Christmas, Pat Abbott. Back at Pat's office after we finished discussing Mrs. McDonald, we discussed the case, seriously. I asked Pat what the next step was, and he stood up and announced very solemnly...
In regard to the mysterious death of Rick McDonald...
Yes?
I'm going to take the final step necessary to solve the case. I'm going to,
Yes?
I'm going to...
Yes? Yes?
I am going to play beanbag.
Pat wasn't fooling either. Without any explanation, he left me flat in his office and went running over to the Locust Street section where, and he began to play beanbag with all the neighborhood youngsters. I decided that Pat was either disgusted with the case or temporarily insane. I decided this was a perfect opportunity for me to solve the mystery on my own. So I went back to Harry Tenike and his used car lot.
I told your husband to stay away from here, Mrs. Abbott. Now I'm telling you. Now get out. And stay out.
Then I tried Mrs. McDonald.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Abbott, but there isn't anything more I can tell you. Well, I think your husband covered everything very nicely when he was here.
3 days went by, and all this time Pat was still in his second childhood phase, playing one-a-cat, cops and robbers, and handball with the youngsters. He was on a sandlot watching a ball game when...
Hey, some game, eh, Billy?
Oh, boy, it sure is, Mr. Abbott.
Now, remember, if we win this one, I'm going to buy you a brand new first baseman's mitt.
Oh, golly. Would you? Oh, boy.
You got many toys, Billy?
Oh, sure. I got millions of them.
Uh-huh. Listen, Billy, you want to tell me a secret?
Uh-huh. What?
Well, it's about something that happened last week. Now, you can tell me the answer. You can trust me, you know.
Sure. What is it?
Well, now, I won't tell a soul. But I want you to tell me the truth.
Go ahead. Shoot.
Billy, did you lose a scooter?
That night, the minute Pat came home, he picked up the telephone and put in a call for Mr. King of California Fidelity.
Well, I hope King is home, Jean.
You must have found out something very important to be calling him at home, Pat.
Yes, I did.
Hello?
Mr. King.
Yes?
This is Pat Abbott.
Oh, hello there, Abbott. Well, you got something for us?
Yes, I think I've got your answer. And the scooter did have something to do with it.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. I'll come right over.
All right.
Tell you what, my car's downstairs. I'll drive over and pick you up, then we can go to my office. I'll open it up, and I'll round up one of our lawyers, and then we'll get moving. You can fill out affidavits.
Yeah, fine.
I'll be over in, I should be there in 10 minutes. Bye-bye.
I'll be waiting. Bye.
Well, Pat, what'd you find out? Well, you're not going to make me wait for Mr. King, are you?
I found out.
Yes?
I found out that beanbag is a much more difficult game than you think.
We waited quite a while for Mr. King, almost 30 minutes. Pat got impatient and went to the corner stationery store for the evening papers. Finally, Mr. King appeared. We got into his car and drove off for the insurance office.
All right, Abbott. What's the story?
Well, Mr. King, in the first place, just as you suspected, McDonald didn't have an accident.
Really? Go on, Abbott.
Well, I spoke to Harry Tenike and to Mrs. McDonald, but the most fascinating item in the whole setup, as far as I was concerned, was a scooter found in the back of McDonald's automobile.
Yes. You said over the phone that you had something on that.
Yeah, well, I made it my business to hang around with the kids who lived near the McDonald's. I sort of built up a reservoir of goodwill with the gang of them.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to know if one of them had lost a scooter, and sure enough, one of them had. His name was Billy Livingston. Great kid, Billy. Kind of devilish, too. You see, the night McDonald died, Billy had stolen into the back of McDonald's auto with his scooter. He was hiding back there, trying to sneak a free ride. Well, McDonald parked in front of a stationery store and had gone inside to buy a paper or something. And while Billy crouched on the floor in the back, someone came up. He lifted the hood of McDonald's car and jimmied the works. Probably loosened the steering rod. Well, Billy got scared and ran away, leaving his scooter on the back seat. That's why it was found in the wreckage. Well, after the news went around town, Billy was too frightened to announce that it was his scooter.
Well, could Billy see well enough from the back seat that night to recognize who jimmied the car?
Mm-hmm. He could, Gene.
You mean the kid knows who committed the murder? He can identify them?
He can.
Well, who was it? Who killed McDonald?
You did, Mr. King.
Pat, you said...
Yes, I said Mr. King did, Gene.
I made a mistake, Abbott. I purposely hired you, figuring that it would be a nice cover-up for me. The double bluff, you know? The guy who pulled the gag, insisting that there be an investigation. Seems I underestimated you. I thought you'd go up a blind alley or pin it on Harry Tenike.
Pat, we've got...
You don't have to do anything, Mrs. Abbott. I carry a .38. I've carried it ever since I killed Rick. Comes in handy now. I can stop my car.
You know, King, the only thing that bothered me is why. Why did you do it?
Because of Dottie McDonald. I had a yen for Dottie. One of those bad ones. Makes you sick inside and pretty desperate. I sweated it out for a while, then she started to pay some attention to me. I went out with her a few times. Got to where I figured that if it weren't for Rick, I could be the number one boy. Especially since Dottie couldn't stand her husband. Being second in the league is no good. You get so you want to be first so much you don't care about anything else. Then Rick called. Wanted insurance on the car. I knew he'd bought a used one, probably a punk one. Harry Tenike hated Rick.
So, Harry Tenike was the perfect suspect, huh?
Sure. And there was another thing. The hill near Locust Avenue where Rick lived. It's a dangerous incline. And automobile accidents make almost perfect murders. So I had all the cards.
Yeah.
Now, if you'll stay right where you are. In the front seat, there's some rope, Mr. Abbott, on the floor beside you. Will you pick it up, please, and hand it to me? And, I think you're an intelligent man. I think you won't try anything. I think you know that if you do, I'll blow your wife's head off.
Here's the rope.
Now, don't move, either of you. I can wrap a rope around you with my left hand, I think. So, and tie it down to the door handle. So, gotta pull it tight. There we are.
What are you going to do?
Mrs. Abbott, the hill where Rick went over is just ahead of us. I'm going to start the car and then jump out. Simple, isn't it?
No, you can't do that. If we're found in your car without...
Did you ever hear of accident faking, Mrs. Abbott? That's another side to this fascinating business that I'm in. I had a long talk with one of the best accident fakers in the country last year. He taught me quite a few things. It'd be very easy for me to scratch my hands and legs and be found terribly shocked with the dead bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Abbott. We had an awful accident. You were killed. I was luckier.
Pat, he can't.
Easy, darling. Now, I'll start the car. Now, if you don't mind, I'll be leaving.
Pat, he's gone. You've got to stop this car.
Tight this rope. Too tight.
I can't move my arms either. There's the hill, Pat. Right ahead of us. Stop the car. Stop the car. Oh, Pat, you got to stop the car. There's the hill right ahead of us.
Come out, Billy.
Okay, Mr. Abbott.
Our friend Billy Livingston is with us, Gene. He's been hiding in the back.
You know what I taught you to do, Billy?
Sure. I remember. I'll do it. I've just got to climb over this seat.
Hurry, Billy, hurry. There's a police car back.
They must have noticed that this car is out of control. Now, go on, Billy. Do what I told you. Don't get excited.
Now I take hold of the steering wheel. Right, Mr. Abbott?
That's it, boy. Take it. Hold on to it. Steady. Steady.
Stop the car. Here's the hill pad. Here it comes.
You know which pedal's the brake, Billy. I showed you that.
Yes, I know. Now I step on the brake.
Keep the wheel steady and straight.
I can't reach the brake. My foot's too short.
Try, Billy. Go on, boy. Try. Reach, Billy. Reach. You've got to step on that brake.
Oh, it's so hard to reach it.
You're touching it, Billy. That's it. Now step on it.
The hill. The hill. Little Billy Livingston jammed his foot down on the brake just as we reached the soft shoulder on the curb. Just as we would have gone over. The police car behind us pulled up, and in less than 3 minutes, Pat led them to Mr. King, who was walking nonchalantly down the side of the road toward the bottom of the hill, where he thought we would be found dead. Later that evening at home, Pat, how did you happen to teach Billy how to stop the car? And how is it that he was hiding in the back anyway?
Well, do you remember when I got impatient, waiting for King to show up?
Uh-huh.
I strolled down to the stationery store.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I picked up Billy. I thought King might try something like that once he knew I had him. Billy seemed to be quite a little expert at hiding in back of cars by now, so I took him along as an ally.
Very neat. Now, about, Dottie.
Oh, yes, Dottie. Wasn't she gorgeous? Sort of a care package from Errol Flynn. She keeps going where Betty Grable leaves off.
Wait a minute. Wait. What has she got that I haven't got?
Now, you come on out to the terrace in the moonlight, darling, and I'll take inventory.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those nationally known popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. We wish to thank Ann Corio for portraying the role of Dot McDonald in tonight's story. Our cast tonight included Mandel Kramer and David Pfeffer. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. Next week, same time, same station, another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts. This is Roger Tuttle speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
After all, if your husband is chasing a murderer, well, it doesn't look very nice for him to have his face smeared with lipstick, now does it? Especially if it's another woman's lipstick.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Pat and Jean Abbott, the nationally popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. Pat and Jean are brought to you each week at this time by NBC, inviting you to join them for another recorded adventure in romance and crime. And here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle in murder, a story entitled The Rickshaw Red Lipstick.
Very much against Pat's wishes, I went down to the San Francisco waterfront with him. Even though we live in the town, he usually forbids my going there. We went to a dilly of a place. It was a rough-and-tumble bar and cabaret for longshoremen. We'd gone there to look for an old friend of Pat's, Frank Svensson, a retired sea captain who owned the property. You see Mr. Svensson anywhere, Pat?
No. I can't understand what's become of him, Jean. Last week when he phoned me, he sounded very worried.
Sell the lady's fortune? Would the lady want to know the secrets that lie in the card?
No, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Jean, darling, in case you haven't heard, fortune-telling is a lot of malarkey.
Oh, but that's where you're wrong, sir. If Madame will try, you shall see how accurate my predictions are. It is only $1.
It's a fake, Jean. The whole thing is a fake.
But, sir...
Look, never mind the fortune. Just tell me something. Is Frank Svensson around?
Swenson?
Yes, he owns the property here.
I am sorry. I've never heard of him. Oh, Madame. Very interesting. Ilona sees you have a fascinating palm. Now, if Madame would like...
What do you see, Ilona?
I see many handsome men.
Oh, you do?
Of course, they are dim in the past.
Maybe you'd better skip the past, Ilona.
I should say not. Let's hear about it. I didn't know you had a lot of men in your past, dear.
Oh, there's one in particular. A continental type.
Oh, there is?
Oh, he was very important in your past, Madame.
Well, just skip it, will you? A lot of this fortune-telling is malarkey.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Well, I'll have you know that these fortune-tellers are very accurate sometimes. Now, go ahead, Ilona.
Madame was dancing with this man, some years ago.
Ilona, maybe you'd better tell my fortune from the cards, hmm? Never mind the past?
Oh, not on your life. A continental type, huh? With oil in his hair, maybe? And a little mustache?
Pat, I did know a few men before I met you. But what of it?
Aha. This line in the palm, the love line, it turns towards this man in your past. You saw him many times, and then
that
one night...
will do, Ilona. Thank you. That's all. The end. Cut.
No. Go on, Ilona. Take a real good look at her hand, and then tell me.
Yes, Mr...
Abbott. Pat Abbott. This is my wife, Jean. Now, tell me...
yes?
What happened that one night with that broken-down Romeo?
He was not broken down, and he was not a Romeo.
Well, that night, the palm tells me that
Thank you, Ilona. That's fine. I'm so sorry you finished. Pay her, Pat.
Oh.
Pat, please.
Okay. Here you are, Ilona.
$5?
Yes, it was worth it.
Oh, you are so sweet. For that, Ilona kissed you.
Hey,
Thank you. Muchas gracias.
I have suddenly developed a violent dislike for that woman.
Oh, why? I think she was very interesting. The palm is so fascinating.
Wipe that lipstick off your face and stop grinning.
She couldn't help kissing me, Jean. I affect women that way. Hey, look at my handkerchief. What color is that lipstick she has?
Oh, it's a new shade, Pat. It has purple in it. That's why it looks so funny.
Oh.
It's called Rickshaw Red.
Makes me seasick.
Pat, there's a fight over at the bar.
Well, sit tight, dear. Be prepared to duck.
One of them's awfully young, Pat, isn't he? Looks like he's about 19. Well, he shouldn't start anything with that big fellow who's talking to him. He'll get his jaw broken.
Don't worry, Gene. That kid can handle himself.
Well, he doesn't look that way to me.
Bring a chair. Keep behind this table, Gene.
Pat, the big fellow will kill that young boy. Pat, they have guns. Stop them.
No, it's too late. Keep down, Gene.
Pat, the boy killed him. He shot the big fellow.
Oh, no, he didn't. The kid had a gun, all right, but if you look at that big lug's body lying there in the sawdust, you'll see he didn't die of bullets. There's a knife in his back, Gene. While they were making fireworks with the gun, somebody in this place tossed a knife into that big boy on the floor.
The boy, Pat, he's coming over here.
Please, help me. I gotta get out of here.
Huh?
They'll hold me for the cops. Look, I didn't kill him. Someone threw a knife. That's what killed him. I just aimed for his arm. You've got to believe me.
All right. Come on. While this crowd's running around, maybe we can duck out the back door.
It's this way. Please help me. Stay with me. Someone's got to listen to me. Down at Pier 7, we've got to stop that boat.
What boat? What's wrong?
I'll tell you on the way. We can stop them if you're game.
Game?
Yes. You see, they're liable to kill anyone who steps on board.
The young boy stood there in the smoky barroom with the crowd milling around. Blood was streaming from his mouth where the big fellow had smashed him with his fist. He was hysterical. Pat grabbed him with one arm and me with the other. Then he practically carried us out of there past the dead body lying in the sawdust, through the back door and into a cobblestone alley. As we ran toward the docks, the boy calmed down.
Pier 7 is this way, Mr. Abbott.
You know my name. I don't know yours.
It's Lee. Lee Reynolds. Hurry, we haven't much time.
All right. And what boat are you taking us? What's this all about?
The boat's the Anna Marie. I signed up to sail with her last week. She leaves tonight. She's commissioned to carry food to Europe, registered for a special United Nations cargo.
All right, go on.
Listen, if we're going on board, your wife better wait here. On this ship, they play for keeps.
He's right, Gene.
Well, if you make me stay here on dock, I'll only follow you once you've gone.
Sorry, Lee. She's the stubborn type. Keep talking.
Well, the boat's across the street here, and you... Oh, look out for that truck!
Pat, look out! Pat, are you all right?
Yeah. It was awfully close, though.
These dark streets. I'm surprised they don't have more accidents.
That wasn't an accident.
Huh?
Somebody wants to keep us off that boat. What's on that ship?
Well, I don't know exactly. That's why I haven't told the police. It'd take too long to convince them. By that time, they'd sail. But there's something in that hold. There must be something in the hold of that baby. Something very hot. From the minute I got on board, Mr. Abbott, everybody acted kind of screwy. The captain, the steward, everybody. And they won't let me go near the hold.
By the way, who's the big fellow you got into the brawl with?
He was in the crew. I told him that I knew it was a phony cargo of some kind. I threatened to talk. I'm no crook. Well, he blew his top. But I didn't kill him. My shots went wild. Whoever threw that knife killed him.
All right. Where'd you get the gun?
In a hock shop in Chinatown. I knew I'd need one just as soon as I got mixed up in this deal.
Well, you better give it to me. You'll get into more trouble with it.
No.
I
want to keep it.
All right, Lee, you can keep it.
There's the ship. It's supposed to be loaded with food packages for European relief.
Well, they haven't got steam up yet. We have some time anyway. All right, what's the setup, Lee? Want to sneak down into the hold?
No, that won't work. They have it watched. I found that out. I think it'd be smarter to go right in and talk to the captain. Look, Mr. Abbott, you're a private detective. You might get an angle. It'd fool them, too. Walking in right to the captain's quarters. They won't suspect us.
Well, that makes sense.
Here's the gangway.
What'll you tell the captain, Lee?
Well, I'll say you're friends of mine. Visiting.
I wish you'd go home, Mrs. Abbott. I don't think this is going to be a very pleasant visit.
I wish you'd be quiet, Mr. Abbott. I wouldn't go home now for anything in the world.
There are the captain's quarters.
Come in.
Excuse me, Captain.
What is it, Lee?
This is Mr. and Mrs. Abbott, friends of mine. I invited them on board for a visit.
I thought I made it clear to you that we don't allow any visitors.
Oh, Captain, I've heard a skipper's usually very proud of his boat. You've a wonderful ship here.
Never mind the charm, Mrs. Abbott. I'd appreciate it if you and your husband would get off the boat.
You have a cargo of food for Europe, they told me, Captain.
Do they?
Yes, Lee was telling me how glad he was to be on an assignment like this.
You talk too much, Lee. You talk about everything but yourself. Did he tell you he's a jailbird?
No, he didn't.
Well, you should be more careful of the friends you select, Mr. Abbott. Now, if you leave, I told you I won't stand for no visitors. Or shall I have the crew escort you off?
Okay, Captain. Coming, Gene? Lee? Oh, thanks for your hospitality, Captain.
Get off this ship!
The deck's this way. You want to sneak into the hole now, Mr. Abbott?
No, not now, Lee. I have another problem on my mind. I'm going back to that bar.
To the bar, Pat?
Yes, I want to know what became of Svensson.
Who's he?
He's a friend of mine. He owned the property where the bar is.
Well, what's that got to do with this boat?
Plenty. If they're working some kind of a racket on this ship, they need a headquarters. A spot near the water. And Svensson, who owned that bar just a block or so from here, has disappeared. Now, that's interesting. I'm going back there and play hide and seek. Now, you wait here, Lee.
But...
You come with me, Gene.
But the ship, it'll sail. And if we could get down into the hole and find out what they've got there, we might be able to stop them.
Well, we'll have to take that chance. Now, you stay on board, Lee. When I come back, I'll stand in the dock and whistle. Like this. You got it?
Right. And I'll whistle the same thing back to you. That means it's okay to come on board. Good luck, Mr. Abbott.
Bye, Lee. Careful, Gene. Watch the gangway going down.
Pat, do you trust Lee?
Why do you say that?
Well, he insisted on keeping his gun. And the captain said he was a jailbird.
Might mean something, yes.
How about the captain himself?
Well, we can't do anything until we find Svensson, darling. He'll clear this up, if he's alive.
We sneaked back through the dark streets. This time, Pat was doubly careful for trucks or any other fake accident. Then, in the bar... a waiter came over to us.
All right, what do you have?
Just a beer, thanks.
Nothing for me.
Okay, one beer.
Just a minute, chum. Seen Frank Svensson around?
I never heard of him.
I'm anxious to know where Svensson is. It'd be worth a lot to me.
Sorry, bud.
Might be worth $10.
No dice, pal.
20?
Look, I got a bad memory. It takes plenty to get it working.
All right, how's 50?
Where is he?
Right here. Now, where's Svensson?
That I don't know. But I can tell you this. I went walking with Svensson the other night. Down by 23rd and Canal. It was very dark, and somebody walloped me over the head. Yeah. I didn't see who it was. I went out cold. When I come to, Svensson was gone. I ain't seen him since. And the new head waiter here told me to stop asking about him if I didn't want to get my head handed to me.
Oh, thanks.
Now, look, I'm telling you this because I like the guy, you understand? It ain't the door, no. I'm the sentimental type.
Sure. There's one more question.
Yeah?
Where's the telephone?
Yeah, by the front door. To the left, you see it?
Okay.
Well, who are you going to call, Pat?
The harbor police.
What?
I want to invite them to go fishing.
Oh, Pat, stop clowning.
I'm serious, Gene. I want them to come fishing with me for a corpse.
In just a moment, Act 2 of tonight's mystery, The Rickshaw Red Lipstick.
What do you know about your government? What, for example, do you know about the work of the Interstate Commerce Commission? Some 75 years ago, there were approximately 150 different time zones in our country, each of which was set up regionally. In order to erase such confusion, the Interstate Commerce Commission was established. It divided the country into 4 standard time zones so that railroads, planes, buses, and the mail could run on a uniform schedule. The Interstate Commerce Commission also makes rules and regulations for all forms of interstate transportation. It makes certain that railroads, truck lines, barges, and boats are operated safely, charge reasonable rates, and give dependable service. Yes, when it comes to the regulation of national time and the protection of national travel, the Interstate Commerce Commission is always at the service of the American people. That's how your government works.
And now for Act Two of The Adventures of the Abbotts, the Rickshaw Red Lipstick.
At Pat's request, the harbor police met him at 23rd and Canal with dredging equipment. Their spotlights searched the water, while Pat and I stood on a police boat, idling at the wharf, watching.
I hope my hunch was right. It's got to be right.
They haven't found a thing, Pat.
Well, they will, Gene. Just be patient. Well, that does it. There he is.
That body in the net?
That's Svensson, Gene. Not very presentable, is he?
Oh, it's horrible.
Well, after a dead body's been in the water for some time, it's not a pretty picture. Say, boys, could you put him down over here? I don't want to break up your routine. I just want to get a quick look at him.
Oh. You take a look, Pat. I've seen enough.
It's all right, darling. Turn around. Don't look. Thanks, boys.
That's okay.
I just want to give my old friend Svensson the once-over. Well, looks like he got the usual treatment. Somebody broke his neck, then put big rocks in his pockets and tossed him into the drink. Well, this is interesting, these papers.
Tell me what you found, Pat.
Oh, there are letters here, Gene, unsigned, telling Svensson he'd better sell his property or else. At least that's about all I can read. They're soaked. Now, come on, I've got another phone call to make.
Who is it this time? Will you stop talking in riddles?
I'm going to call the license bureau. I want to know who owns that bar now. Who took it over from Svensson? Gee, it's hot here, isn't it?
Take my handkerchief, darling, and wipe your brow.
No, thanks. I've got my own. That's better. Oh. Yes, Gene, I'm going to phone and ask who owns the bar.
Got any theories about who it is? Lee or the captain?
I think I know who it is, Gene. Thanks to the fact that it's very warm tonight.
As usual, my strong, silent husband wouldn't tell me another thing. I begged, I wheedled, I threatened. But it didn't do any good. He wouldn't tell me why the warm weather gave him a tip about who was behind all this. The bureau told him the name of the owner of the bar over the telephone. Of course, he wouldn't tell me that either. He was in one of his reticent moods. Then we stole back to the dock, to Pier 7. It was pitch black. The boat was silhouetted against an enormous yellow moon. The ship seemed deserted. Pat stood on the dock and gave the signal he'd agreed upon with Lee.
Well, here goes, Gene. I hope Lee is all right. I'm going on board.
Well, if you think you're going alone, chum, you...
Easy. Let's get up this gangway.
Pat, can you see anything?
No, not much. Moon is bright, but it's awfully dark here. Look, the number 3 hold door is open. I'm going to jump in. You stay here and tell me if you hear anyone coming.
All right. But be careful, Pat.
I will. Here goes.
What's in there, Pat?
Boxes. Food. Marked by the UN Relief Board. They all look like... Wait, I gotta light a match. I can see better.
They're all boxes. Wait a minute, I'll open one.
What's inside?
Hey.
Hurry, Pat, tell me. Tell me.
This box had a red mark on the outside. Some of the others didn't. You know what's in the box?
Darling, what? For goodness sake, stop stalling. Well, what's in that one?
Fountain pens and lipstick. You get it, Jean? They're smuggling stuff into Europe, hidden under the food. Fountain pens, lipsticks. American cigarettes in this one. I have half the boxes in this hold are loaded this way. They could make a fortune in Europe. Do you know what this stuff is worth over there? They've got those color code marks on about every third box. They knew customs wouldn't inspect every single one, especially if they had a UN stamp on them, which they probably faked.
Come on, Pat. We'll get the harbor police of all the rackets.
No, don't go, Jean.
Well, why not?
Because if we yell now, we'll never find out who is back of this.
But, Pat, you can't just...
Huh?
Someone's coming.
Can you see who it is?
It's the captain.
Good. I'm coming back on deck. Okay. Now duck behind this barrel with me.
Well, what are you going to do?
Take a shot at the captain. I borrowed this .38 from the harbor police.
Pat, are you crazy? You're going to shoot the captain in cold blood? Just like that?
You'll see. Squat down here with me and don't make a sound.
What the devil? Who's there? Who's there?
He's gone, Pat. To the other end of the deck.
It's fine. Now the next step.
You missed, Pat. I'm ashamed of you. You wanted to wing him, didn't you?
No. I wanted to miss. Can you see what he's doing now?
Just his silhouette. He's gone into his cabin, I think.
And that's just where I'm going. Captain and I are going to have a little chat, Jean, about murder. Good evening, Captain.
Abbott, what are you doing here? I thought I told you...
You were a bit rude during our last visit, Captain, but I don't think you should die for it.
Me? Die?
Yes, we learned a lot about you, Captain, but you don't know much about me. I'm a private detective. As I came up the gangplank just now, I heard a pistol shot. Shall I tell you what it was?
What do you know, Abbott?
I know all about the little smuggling deal that's going on. I know that whoever the head of the ring is just took a shot at you.
Ah, you're out of your mind.
A member of your crew was killed tonight in a bar near this dock. Frank Svensson was killed, too, because he wouldn't sell the property where the bar is located. The head of this outfit, Captain, tossed a knife into that seaman and also did away with Svensson. Now you're next.
Go on.
You're next because the boss has decided to take all the dough and leave you out. Does that sound like I'm out of my mind? If it does, take a look at the sleeve of your coat where the bullet grazed it. They won't miss next time, Captain.
We know a lot of odd stories, don't we?
Now, you've got a chance to get off easy. Maybe turn state's evidence. Maybe get out of the rap for murder. You're in it now, Captain. You had knowledge of the crimes. You're an accomplice.
How do I know you're on the level yourself?
Don't you worry about me. Just take my advice. Get to the boss and straighten yourself out. If you don't get to the boss very fast, you're a dead duck. I told you the fireworks were just beginning, didn't I?
All right. You wait here. I'll settle this, so help me, I'll settle it. If that dirty crook is trying to get rid of me, I'll...
Where's he going, Pat?
He's going to speak to the boss. My little trick worked.
Oh?
Come on, Jean, let's follow him. He's going up to the bridge, see? The boss must be up there. Easy now. Let him go up alone. In a second, you'll see who's been running this setup. Let him go up the stairs. That's it. Now, we wait here and listen.
Well, if I stand on tiptoe, I can see who he's talking to.
Go ahead, then. It's Alona, the fortune teller.
Right, Pat. But how did you know?
Shh. I'll tell you later. Just listen to them.
Yes, you tried to bump me off just now, didn't you? You're standing here giving me the applesauce about how everything is great. Then when I walk away from you, you start taking pot shots at me, you rock.
I did not shoot at you. Now shut up and get this boat out of here. They're waiting for the stuff in Lisbon.
This boat ain't going anywhere. Not yet, it ain't. I'm no sucker. You think I'm going to turn my back again and give you another chance to get me out of the way? You got a habit of knocking people off, Alona. You threw Swenson into the river, didn't you?
I got rid of Swenson because he was in my way. I like things to go smoothly, Captain. But since you have decided to shoot your mouth off, I am sorry...
Put down that knife! Don't throw that knife!
Oh, my arm!
Sorry, I had to use this 38 to stop you, Alona.
Abbott!
I wasn't sure how good you were with a knife. You missed Lee at the bar tonight and killed that crewman by mistake. I wouldn't have minded especially if you'd hit the captain here, but you might have missed again and hit me or my wife. You know Jean, I believe.
Oh, don't bother introducing us, Pat. We've
Mr.
met...
Mr. Abbott.
Yes, well, you can relax now, Lee. You seem to have cleared things up a bit. Where were you?
Well, I got frightened waiting out there on deck. I went to look for you.
I see. Now, let's go, Alona. You too, Captain.
All right.
Oh, Alona, I wanted to thank you.
Thank me? For what?
For telling my wife's fortune. For telling me about that second-hand Charles Boyer she was in love with.
He was not second-hand, and he was not like Charles Boyer. He took me driving a few times, and then one night... Oh, it's awfully hot tonight, isn't it? Pat, darling. Before you go to sleep, tell me something.
What?
Oh, when they found Svenson's body in the river, you said you knew who was the head of the ring. You said you knew it because it was warm tonight. What did you mean?
Well, it was warm, and I was perspiring, and you offered me your handkerchief. But I used mine instead, remember? And when I did, I saw lipstick on it. Rickshaw red lipstick. From the time Alona kissed me after I gave her that $5 tip. Now, that rang the bell. The lipsticks placed in the cases on the ship were Rickshaw red. And who was the only person in the whole picture we'd forgotten about? Alona. Of course, I wasn't sure, but then I called headquarters and asked for the name of the new owner of Svenson's bar, and, well, that confirmed it. So, you see, lipstick does have great value.
Well, Alona should have worn the kiss-proof kind, like mine.
Oh, is your lipstick kiss-proof? Mm-hmm. Really kiss-proof? Doesn't any of it come off when you kiss me?
It's guaranteed.
Jean, darling.
Yes, Pat.
Let's try it and see.
Oh, there. Convinced now?
No, that isn't scientific. Any scientist will tell you the test isn't valid unless it's tried at least 100 times.
Oh, but that would take all night.
Wouldn't it?
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those nationally popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. The cast included Everett Sloan, Lottie Stavisky, and Bob Hastings. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. Next week, same time, same station. Another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts. This is Wayne Howell speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
After all, if your husband was a private detective, would you let him take a case involving a sensational blonde divorcee?
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Pat and Jean Abbott, those popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. Pat and Jean are brought to you each week at this time by NBC. The handsome young detective and his lovely wife invite you to join them for another exciting recorded adventure in romance and crime. Now, here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle in murder, a story she calls The Yellow Chip.
Espionage is not usually my Pat's cup of tea. He stays in the area of crimes of passion, swindling, and other forms of human hijinks. So he didn't expect this visit one bright morning at his office in San Francisco. A distinguished-looking chap in a pinstripe suit sat opposite Pat's desk. He'd obviously waited until Pat was alone, very much alone.
Would you mind locking your door, Mr. Abbott?
Oh, not at all. It's a gambit that's been played in this office before. You can also stop looking around. There's no tap. Nothing's recorded secretly in here. The walls are soundproof, too. Now, what's your name and what's the pitch?
I'm Lieutenant Colonel Richards, Mr. Abbott.
Yes, Colonel?
I'm in counterintelligence. My credentials?
Mm-hmm. What can I do for you, Colonel?
We keep a dossier on every private detective in the country, Mr. Abbott.
Well, I should hope so, sir.
Yours is very impressive.
Thank you.
You were a great help to us during the war.
What's on your mind now, Colonel?
In spite of the dossier, we've again run a field check on you for the past few months.
Mm-hmm. Did I make out all right?
Perfectly. The reason for the precaution is that we're obliged to ask your help again on an extremely confidential matter.
Oh, what is it?
It has top priority in Washington. It's the only subject on which every development goes directly to the president's desk. It's...
Yes?
Our vulnerability to atomic bombing. I must remind you, Mr. Abbott, that you've been chosen for this because we believe your loyalty is absolutely beyond question.
I understand.
I'm also required to inform you that from here on, if you allow me to continue, you are subject to the federal laws on giving aid and comfort to the enemy. In other words, if you pass on the information I'm going to reveal, you are committing an act of treason against the United States government. Is that clear?
Go ahead, sir.
After the Norwegian underground blew up the Nazi heavy water plant at Wehrmacht in 1942, the Germans redoubled their efforts to produce atomic weapons. They'd captured a Dutch scientist in Amsterdam. They persuaded him to work in their laboratories.
On what grounds?
They told him they wanted a radioactive missile to make pinpoint bombing even more accurate. The idea was to drop very small radioactive substances on the target, and then by using Geiger counter apparatus on the bombing planes, the bombs could be guided with amazing precision. That way, they said, only military installations would be hit and the innocent civilians would never suffer.
And he fell for it?
Temporarily. He was a naive, trusting chap. He worked on the problem just long enough to develop a valuable formula.
Well, what did the Nazis really want with the formula?
They wanted a reliable way to launch directional rockets to bomb our stockpiles.
Did they get it?
No. The Dutchmen realized what they were up to and sneaked the formula out of Nazi territory.
And where is it now?
In the wrong hands. I don't believe that I have to tell you that there are plenty of foreign agents around. Many of them have fantastic plans. A group of them has that formula.
Well, can't your men find it?
No. That's why I've come to you. We don't dare let them try. This is a brilliant group of men we're dealing with, Mr. Abbott. They happen to know the personal identity of every single one of my agents.
I see.
I had one agent I didn't think they knew about. He tracked the formula to Nevada, to Las Vegas. He was on the phone with me last night. Someone murdered him while he was speaking to me.
Now, we need someone who isn't with the department.
Did he get any information to you before he died?
Not a thing. My telephone number is Elliot 34540. Don't write it down anywhere. Memorize it.
Elliot 34540.
That's right. You'll call that number only when you're at a coin telephone. There mustn't be any record of it from, say, a hotel room phone.
Yes, certainly.
Now, here's your ticket on the 825 plane to Las Vegas, and a reservation has been made for you at the Silver Dollar Hotel. You have unlimited funds. We traced the fatal telephone call, of course. It came from a gambling spot called the Paradise. And I'm afraid that's all we know. You'll have to take over from there. You'll carry no identification, no weapons. Your wife, who I know always goes along on cases with you, has not been cleared. We preferred you do this alone, so we didn't initiate a security check on her. Can you leave your present cases and fly tonight?
Well, of course, sir. It was an obvious priority for a matter of this sort.
Fine. You're not to communicate with Washington, nor with any government agency anywhere. You must function entirely on your own. Don't forget my phone. Your life may depend on it. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Just turn the lock. Good night, sir.
Good night, Mr. Abbott.
Elliot 34540. Elliot 34540.
Quiet day, darling. Well, sit down. I'll get you a drink.
No, thanks, Jean. I'm leaving.
Oh, wonderful. We're off on a juicy case. Well, where are we going?
For the very first time, dear, you're staying. I'm going.
Oh, stop teasing. What's this about?
Government matter.
I said stop teasing. Oh, government matter. Somebody steal Ike's golf clubs?
Those two words are all you're going to hear. In fact, if I didn't trust you implicitly, I wouldn't even have said that. I'd have just disappeared for a while. And don't repeat what I said either. To anybody.
Well, this sounds like double talk, Pat. I'll bet you've a case involving the chorus line at the Copa, and you think dragging your wife along will cramp your style.
I wish it were just that.
You won't tell me a thing?
Nothing. You'll hear from me when it's over. The nature of this problem is such that you is out of it, dear. Sorry.
Well, don't get too brave, Pat. I want you back.
When my plane reached Las Vegas, I checked into the Silver Dollar Hotel. Then I headed for the gambling spot, the Paradise. It was second rate. Jukeboxes, slot machines, cowboys. The usual thrill-seeking divorcees in ermine capes. I was at the bar. The most terrific blonde I'd ever seen came over to me. I tried to remember that I had a wife, but my memory kept failing me.
You bored, too?
Uh-huh.
My name's Rita. Mrs. Henry Chapman until a few hours ago when the judge did me the usual favor.
Oh, mine is Pat Abbott. You should be celebrating, shouldn't you?
Well, I did, but I've sobered up.
Was he the oil well Henry Chapman?
Yes, the distinguished industrialist, who at this moment is probably out cold under a table in one of the better Dallas nightclubs. Life is très gay for Henry. I'm having not much fun, Pat.
Well, it goes for me, too.
Maybe this isn't our kind of excitement.
Maybe.
What are you doing in Las Vegas?
Losing money? What else is there to do?
Are you kidding? I've got my car outside, Pat. It's a special job. It does 110. You want to take the top down? It's a beautiful night. You want to take the wheel and play roller coaster on those mountain roads?
Thanks. No, I wouldn't be up to it.
Evening, Rita.
Hello, Mr. Grimes.
You and your gentleman friend don't look like you're enjoying yourselves very much.
We're not. Pat Abbott, Bill Grimes.
Hello.
I am.
Well, I think I could suggest something that'd send your blood pressure up. We're starting a game upstairs. Care to join us?
Phil plays rough, Pat. You got some money?
Enough.
Enough for one of Phil's games. A very fancy number.
Sounds interesting.
I get very unpleasant with guys who don't pay off, Abbott.
So do I. Let's go upstairs. The room upstairs wasn't the usual room at all. It was the most luxurious private gambling room I've ever seen. Elaborate gold decanters for liquor, pure ivory lamp bases, hand-painted wallpaper that made the room look very smart, and a knockout view of the Nevada desert in the moonlight from huge picture windows. We played 5-card stud, table stakes, for very fancy numbers indeed. Some of Phil's henchmen kept watching us. I knew something was wrong after just a few hands. Phil and Rita were playing as though they wanted to lose. After about an hour, Phil had dealt a hand. He dropped out. I was playing against Rita. I had 4 diamonds. She had 2 aces showing. I figured the cold card was an ace. I pushed my stake in. It was heavy.
Nice pot. $7,000.
If you're seeing me, Rita, you're short 1,000 on the table.
Yes, so I am. I haven't any more yellow chips. You want me to write a check?
I'll trust you. Till the hand is over.
Don't worry about it, Abbott. She's good for it. I've known Rita a long time.
Wait a minute. I have an idea. Where's my pocketbook?
Right here.
Oh, see if I can find it. Ah, there it is. My lucky gold chip. Always carry it with me. I'll put that in. It works miracles for me. Never fails.
Where'd you get that chip?
Oh, I don't know. I picked it up in a game somewhere. But it's lucky as a rabbit's foot for me.
You sure you don't remember where you got it?
No. Why?
Nothing.
Let's see that other card, Rita.
It's an ace. I've got 3 aces.
That sounds good. How about you, Pat? Diamond flush. Chip wasn't lucky for you tonight, Rita. The charm's all gone.
Now, do we go on?
Not me. I know when to quit. This isn't my night.
Rita?
I've had enough, Pat.
Well, this gold chip is very pretty. Never saw one so heavy. What's the design mean?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea.
Let me see it. Oh, it's really beautiful. I'll buy it from you, Abbott.
No, I think I'll keep it. It was pretty lucky for me.
I'd like to have that chip, Abbott. Now, worth 1,000. I'll give you 1,500.
Now, don't be superstitious. You only want it because you think it'll win some games for you. Look what it did to Rita.
2,000?
No sale.
I want that chip, Abbott. I made you a legitimate offer for it. I'd advise you to take it. Because one way or another, you're not walking out of here with it.
Oh, really?
Get out of here, Rita. This isn't going to be very pretty. Now, I'm still asking you politely, Abbott. Give me the chip.
Why don't you try to take it?
All right, Abbott. I will. Put down that bottle, Phil. You crummy. Hey, the lights. He killed the lights. Turn them on.
The door. Where's the door?
This way, Pat. Toward me. Can you see me?
Yes, I see it. Get the knob.
Get him, will you?
Take me with you. Pat, take me with you.
Get the devil out of my way. Louis, Vince, get him. Get after him.
I was groggy. But I made it downstairs and out the back way. The fresh air revived me. Some poor guy was just starting his car. I grabbed him by the neck and threw him out, and I took the wheel. I stepped it up to 50. 60. 70. 75. Then in the reflector mirror, I saw them coming. I had the accelerator on the floor now. The car just wouldn't do any better. And they were gaining. They came closer and closer. They were so close, their headlights were picked up in my mirror and almost blinded me. They made out a small group of buildings just ahead. There was a gas station and a large general store with a very large glass show window. There was a dirt road, a cutoff, running to the left of the station.
I decided to cut suddenly, as sharply as I could to the left, take the chance the heavy car wouldn't turn over. And it worked. They braked, swerved, and their car, with 3 men in it, headed for the sidewalk out of control toward the gigantic show window. I didn't climb out of my car. I didn't return to the main road, nor did I go near the wreck. It was just possible that one of Phil's boys had enough life left in him to pull a gun and finish me off. I knew Phil wanted that chip very badly. Now it had cost him 3 men. I also knew that wouldn't stop him. I decided to have a little chat with the one person who probably knew most about the chip. That was Rita. She'd give me her address. It was a vacation cottage near the hotel. It was 3:30 in the morning when I rang her bell.
Yes? Who is it?
Pat, open up.
Pat, it's good to see you. Come on in. I'll turn on the light. Or shouldn't I?
Turn it on, Rita.
I've tried to sleep, but I couldn't. I'm so glad you've come back. Are you all right?
A little shaken, but I'll be okay.
What happened? Where did you go?
We were playing hide and seek on the highway. Where's Phil?
Well, I don't know.
Did he get into the car that followed me?
No. He likes himself too much. Never takes chances.
Where is he now?
I don't know.
This wouldn't be more malarkey, would it, Rita?
No, I'm not a liar, Pat. They've called me other things, but not a phony.
3 men are dead on the desert highway. It's too late in the ball game to get fancy. Now, where is Phil?
I said I don't know, and I don't care. I don't want to be mixed up in this, Pat. You men can play all the little games you want, but leave me out of it. Now, suppose you tell the truth, too.
What do you mean?
Are you really looking for him, or was this an excuse?
Excuse for what?
Oh, to come knocking on a girl's cabana door at 3:30 in the morning.
Rita, I'm a married man.
But your wife isn't with you here in Vegas.
Well, what of it?
I know a Frenchman who said bringing your wife to Paris is like bringing a sandwich to a banquet. Sit down, Pat. Can I make you a drink?
Thanks, no.
Fine thing. A man comes to a girl's room with a clear view of the Nevada desert at night. And the girl isn't exactly unattractive. Or is she?
Oh, quite the contrary.
But he won't sit down. He won't drink. He paces up and down like a caged tiger.
I have questions on my mind.
So have I. Those big shoulders of yours, Pat. You play football in college?
Look, Rita, we'll get to my autobiography some other time. Now, try to remember. Where did you get this yellow chip?
I really don't remember. Now, how long have you been married?
What does the chip mean? Why does Phil want it?
Were you this difficult with your wife, too?
What's all the shooting for about this chip?
I have a wonderful record collection, Pat. You want to hear some?
You don't give up easily, do you?
It depends on what you're talking about. I don't know anything about the chip, if that's what you mean. And I know how they operate around here. You keep asking quiz questions and they'll kill you. They'd kill me if they thought I was doing too much talking, so let's drop the subject, You like my cabana, Pat? I had it specially decorated for my stay here.
Yes, it's very exotic decor, Rita. Now get away from me. Neither you nor anybody else is going to con me off this job.
I don't even know what your job is, Pat.
Well, suppose we try again. What do you know about this chip?
I can't tell you, please, Pat. Phil probably has all the hoods for miles around outgunning for you now. Be sensible. Shut up. And relax. Come over here by the window. Do you know you can see almost 100 miles across the desert from here? Look at those stars, Pat. Don't they put you in a better mood? A mood for...
You've got a one-track mind, Rita.
Do you really object to it?
Well, Look, all I'm asking you to do is tell me where you got that yellow chip. And I'm sure you could recall if you'd try.
All right, Pat. I'll tell you. I'll tell you whatever you want. If you promise to stop talking about it. And think about me instead. I want you, Pat Abbott, very badly. I'd rather tell you what I know so we can get on to something more interesting.
All right. Go on, Rita. Tell me about the chip.
The chip.
A shot came through a window that opened onto the porch. Rita fell, and I raced outside but couldn't see a soul. When I came back to her, all I could do was phone anonymously for a doctor and check out fast. I went back to my room at the hotel and picked up a gun, against instructions. Then I headed for the Paradise. It did no good. It seemed nobody had ever heard of Phil. I kept the search up for about half an hour. Then I decided to make a phone call from a coin phone. Operator, I want Elliot 3, 4540. That's right. Elliot 3, 4540.
Hello?
Colonel Richards?
Yes?
This is Pat Abbott, sir. Sorry to disturb you at this hour.
You got something for us, Abbott?
I think so. Can you come to my room at the hotel immediately?
If you're absolutely certain...
I am, sir. I want to show you something. You have to see it personally.
I'll be there in 30 minutes.
Right, see you in 30 minutes. If I can stay alive that long. I went back to my room. I pulled down the shades. I barricaded the door. And I sweated it out. Waiting for Colonel Richards. It was exactly 30 minutes after my phone call. Who is it?
Richards.
Hello, Colonel.
What have you got, Abbott?
This chip. This gold chip.
And to see it.
There's a big shot gambler here. His name is Phil Grimes. He has a whole gang of hoodlums working for him. He wanted to kill me to get that chip. It originally came from a blonde named Rita, a former Mrs. Henry Chapman. One of Grimes' boys just took a shot at her.
Fascinating design.
Yes, does that design mean anything to you? Does it tie up with that Dutch scientist's formula?
We'll have to have a nuclear physicist look at it. But I think you've done it, Abbott. I think this is it. And I'm so grateful to you.
Yes?
I want to give you this. Oh.
When I came to, after Colonel Richards planted one on my jaw, I was tied up. The Colonel and Phil Grimes were both sitting opposite me. And both of them had a very pleased, triumphant expression.
You were very helpful to me, Abbott.
Was I?
Yes. A group of us have been after that chip for a long, long time. I couldn't move into the picture. My identity is too unknown, so I thought of the device of impersonating a federal agent and getting the best detective in the West to fetch it for me.
Well, thanks for the compliment.
I just couldn't wait to get my hands on you, Abbott. Oh. I told Richards not to kill you right away. I tied you up. I'm going to have quite a party for myself, slapping you around. Oh.
The design on the chip, of course, is meaningless, Abbott. The trick with the chip is to split it open. The formula's inside. I open it this way. What's that?
Isn't it in there?
No. It's empty. All right, Abbott, come on. You found a microphotograph in this chip. Give it to me.
I never opened the chip.
Ever see a man tortured, Abbott?
Give me the formula.
I told you I haven't got it.
Phil, give me that knife on the table.
Yeah.
Do we get that micro, Abbott? Put your hand out, Abbott. Put your hand out or I'll cut your throat. That's better. Now, this cigarette. Where's the micro?
I haven't got it.
We're losing time, Richards.
Yes, so we are. All right, Abbott. This knife has a good sharp edge. I'm going to put it close to your throat, like this. And for the last time, I'm going to ask you to produce that micro. Well, how about it?
What are you waiting for, Phil? Let's do it now.
Okay, Pat. I'll get his gun. I've got it, Pat. All right, come on. Stand up, Richards.
What the devil?
What are you up to, Grimes? I thought...
Yes, you thought I was one of the boys here in Vegas, I know. You should have, too. I spent more than a year building up that role for myself and playing it. But the time's come to tell the truth and clean up this mess. You all right, Pat?
Yes, thanks. I'm all right.
I don't get it.
I'm not Phil Grimes, Richards. I'm Major Philip Lewis of Counterintelligence, assigned to track down the men pursuing the yellow chip. Been working on it for 2 years, most of it here in Las Vegas. You're under arrest.
Well, how did Abbott know
Richard,
it?
your impersonation of an intelligence agent was very unconvincing. I knew at the start you were a phony, but I deliberately played ball with you. Intelligence would never call me on a job like this, certainly not the way you did.
How did you know, Grimes?
On my side, because he said he tied me up. It was a very bad job of tying anyone up. Tipped me off immediately. So I stalled to see how much talking you'd do.
Let's go, Richards. I'm taking you in my custody to Washington on the first plane we can get.
Las Vegas, huh, dear? A gorgeous blonde, dear?
Jean, you asked me what happened, didn't you? Phil Grimes gave me permission to tell you all about it now. I'm telling you the facts.
Oh, where was the microfilm? It wasn't in the yellow chip.
No, it never was. Western Intelligence got hold of it years ago, right after the war. Then they circulated the empty chip purposely to see who it would attract.
Very clever. And the fish were biting, but good.
Mm-hmm.
Pat, didn't Grimes recognize you when you first came into the Paradise Club?
Yes, of course. He's seen a dossier on me many times. But he couldn't do anything about it. He was supposed to be one of the rats after that ship. He didn't even dare start things going. He had Rita do it. Poor kid. He couldn't get to her fast enough to keep her from being shot. But I hear she'll pull through. Grimes even turned out the lights when that scrap started. I didn't. I never knew who did till I said goodbye to Grimes at the airport in Vegas.
I'll never get to meet this counterintelligence agent Grimes.
Oh, it's out of the question.
I'll never see anybody connected with the case.
Now, Jean, what are you driving at? You mean you don't believe a word of this?
Pat Abbott, did you ever hear of a better gimmick for a husband with a roving eye than to go romping off to Las Vegas, have himself a ball, and then come back with a story like that?
Darling, it's true. You think I got into a $7,000 card game with my little special checking account and my little pen? Do you
Why
think that
can't I meet Grimes? Where's the blonde? Who or what have you got to substantiate this?
Well,
Sorry,
darling. It's military information. Yes.
See what I mean? That's the end of the fairy tale for tonight, kiddies.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. The cast included Everett Sloan, Jan Miner, and William Johnstone. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill, produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert, directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. Next week, same time, same station, another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts. This is Wayne Howell speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
After all, if your husband were a private detective and he kept talking about the body beautiful, how could you tell if he meant one of his beautiful clients or a corpse?
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Pat and Jean Abbott, those popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. Tonight we are honored with the appearance of Miss Claire Luce, world-famous dramatic actress who is making one of her rare radio dramatic appearances on The Adventures of the Abbotts. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for another exciting recorded adventure in romance and crime. And here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle and murder, a story entitled The Burnt Copper Powder.
Pat was at his office in San Francisco. I was out of town visiting my family. It was about 6 in the evening. The lights of the Golden Gate Bridge were just beginning to wink at my husband. Naturally, he was desperately lonesome without me, so he called me long distance.
Jean, darling, can you hear me?
Oh, perfectly. Stop shouting. They've perfected Mr. Bell's invention, you know.
Did you get my telegram?
Oh, it was very clever, Pat. How do you think of such things?
Well, it's a cinch. You just sit in the telegraph office for 6 hours and chew a pencil, and eventually you work it out.
Pat,
Hmm?
do me a favor while I'm away.
Anything at all, baby.
Well, when your next client comes in,
Yeah?
soak him, clip him, clobberate him. I just saw a fur coat on Fifth Avenue.
Well, I'll try, dear. I've got to call you later, darling. Here comes the client.
Oh, I hope it's Rockefeller.
Bye, baby.
Bye, darling.
Yes?
Mr. Abbott,
Yes?
my name is Currier, Mrs. George Currier. I'm from Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard a great deal about your ability as a private detective, Mr. Abbott. I flew up here purposely to see you.
Well, what can I do for you?
Perhaps you'd like to see this check? As you can see, Mr. Abbott, it's made out to you for $100,000. Well, the check is perfectly good, except for the fact that I haven't signed it yet. I'm going to sign it, though, as soon as we make an agreement.
What sort of agreement, Mrs. Currier?
I understand you're a very clever man. Well, this is going to take all the ability you have, and then some. My husband just died, Mr. Abbott.
Yes, go on.
He was murdered.
And you're offering me $100,000 to find out who killed him?
Oh, no, I can tell you who killed him.
Well, who did?
I did.
Well, just what do you expect of me, Mrs. Currier?
I'm going to tell you all the facts. Retrace every incident of the crime. I'll cooperate with you in every way you wish. But I want you to see to it that it's impossible for the police to convict me. In other words, I want you to help me to get away with it. Oh, I'll be suspected. I'll be questioned. I'm sure of that. But I must not be convicted. That leaves quite a margin for your ingenuity, Mr. Abbott. Well, what's your answer? Are you going to throw me out of your office, or will you join me for cocktails? Well, Mr. Abbott, will you take the $100,000 to help me get away with murder?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Currier. No, I will not. In the first place, I'm a private detective who operates on the side of the law. If your story is true, you can find a dozen small fry detectives who'll be only too glad to help you skip a murder rap. And they do it for a lot less than you're offering. Some of them would do it just for a good tip on the 4th at Santa Anita. But I wouldn't touch it.
I'll make it $150,000.
You don't seem to understand that it isn't the money involved. But let me finish. In the second place, I don't believe a word of what you said. This sounds to me as though, frankly, you're either out of your mind or playing some kind of practical joke.
All right, Mr. Abbott. If you want to be very old-fashioned and highly moral about this, we won't discuss it any further. I was just thinking, though.
Yes?
Well, perhaps we could have cocktails anyway.
Mrs. Currier, I'm sure it would be delightful, but my wife...
Oh, you're married?
Yes, my wife just happens to be out of town.
Well, that makes it perfect, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know.
You are old-fashioned, aren't you? What are you going to do tonight? Play chess at the old men's club?
Oh, I just...
I don't usually have this much trouble with men.
Well, I can see why.
There are some other better reasons that you can't see just yet, Mr. Abbott.
Yes. Well, I think you'd better go along without me, Mrs. Currier.
Well, if you change your mind, I'll be at the champagne room.
Hello, Jean? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Jean?
Of course I can, Pat. Why do men feel they must scream into long-distance phones as though they were trying to throw their voices 3,000 miles?
Well, I turned down her invitation, Jean.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's very fine of you. And that's...
But now I'm going to see her.
Well, that's terrible.
Well, she told the truth, Jean. It wasn't a gag. I have the latest edition of the paper here. Listen to the headline. Movie magnate murdered. George Currier stabbed to death on studio lot.
Does the paper say anything else?
Her 18-year-old daughter is mixed up in it. Her name is Margaret. So is her husband's partner, Leonard Benedict.
Leonard Benedict?
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't they make quickie pictures?
That's right. I've got to straighten this out, Jean.
Well, keep your mind on the case, Bub, or I'll come home in the next plane and straighten you out.
Call me tomorrow. I'm going to the champagne room.
Well, aren't you even going to tell me you love me?
I love you.
What?
I love you.
Just the line I want to hear, and now he doesn't shout, he whispers. Goodbye, Pat Abbott. And like they say here on Broadway, don't call me, I'll call you. You crazy, mixed-up detective.
Oh, I see you've changed your mind, Mr. Abbott.
Yes, I just read the evening paper, Mrs. Currier.
Then you're taking up my offer.
Well, I don't want the money. I'd suggest you give that to charity. It'd buy a lot of food for those hungry youngsters in Europe. No, I'm here out of curiosity.
I think I can answer all your questions. My husband was impossible. I loathed George. He treated our daughter, Margaret, horribly.
Mm-hmm.
Poor child was in her room every night crying her eyes out. George was a drunkard. He was promiscuous. He ruined the lives of a dozen people in Hollywood. Remember Tom Hopkins, the movie actor?
Mm-hmm.
He committed suicide because of George.
Now, Mrs. Currier, I suppose you tell me the details of the actual murder.
The other night, I went to meet George at the studio on Gower Street.
Mm-hmm.
It was deserted. He was on the set by himself. We'd quarreled all week. I was miserable, and I was in a mood to do practically anything to get George out of my life. As usual, he was vulgar and nasty, and finally, he slapped me in the face. I couldn't take any more. I got terribly excited. There was a knife on the set. They were using it in one of the scenes. I grabbed it. We struggled. Then George slipped, and I dug the knife into him. I was fortunate. I was wearing gloves, so there weren't any fingerprints. No one had seen me come in. I sneaked out, took a cab home, and that was that.
Now, Mrs. Currier, don't you think if you faced this and told your story to a jury, you'd be safe in risking clemency?
Mr. Abbott, I have a daughter. Margaret's my whole life. I wouldn't drag her through a murder trial if it cost me every penny I possess. Besides, if I were convicted, the child would be... She'd have a mother who would go into the electric chair. That's why you've got to help me. We could fly to Hollywood on the next plane. Oh, I'm sure your wife would forgive you, since you're going on business.
Well, Jean is not the jealous type. Not much.
I think you'd like my place. I don't imagine you're often called in a case where you can mix business with moonlight swimming.
Hello, Jean?
Go ahead, Pat. Where are you now?
I'm in Hollywood.
Well, tell Marilyn and Ava to calm down. There'll be enough to go around for everybody. What's with the killing, dear?
Well, I'll bring you up to date. From the airport, we drove to Mrs. Currier's estate.
Oh, fancy?
Oh, even the cocktail lounge is a cocktail lounge. Architecture, Frank Lloyd Wright. Interiors, Dorothy Draper. 3 tennis courts, swimming pool. Shangri-La. These people have more money than Godfrey. Mrs. Currier introduced me to her daughter, Margaret, and left us alone. Well, Margaret looked like a teenager on the cover of an expensive magazine. Margaret took me for a ride in her convertible. You didn't get along very well with your father, I understand, Margaret.
Well, Mr. Abbott, to be honest with you, Daddy was a pretty tough problem.
Mm-hmm. Did you see him that night before he died?
No. No, I didn't.
See much of him at all?
Frankly, no. I'm away at school a lot.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm home here in California, I like to spend my time my own way.
And what's your own way?
Oh, with my crowd. Our own kind of people and parties.
Quieter get-togethers than the usual Hollywood brawls are?
We get kicks our own way.
What does that mean?
You're a detective. You want answers? Figure them out.
You strike me as being closer to your mother than your father.
Who wouldn't be?
Was he such a bad boy?
Egotistical. Well, he was too busy for me most of the time. Jungle tactics and business. Oh, a pretty rough customer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind saying I never dug him at all. Hey, I'm going to turn here. There's one of my favorite spots down this drive.
I heard you were going to college in the East next fall.
That's right.
You glad about it?
Oh, sure. Gets me away from the moving picture crowd completely.
Mm-hmm. How about your father's partner, Leonard Benedict? They get along with each other?
Oh, very well. It's odd, huh? You know, Dad was an ogre to everybody but Leonard.
What are you stopping for?
Well, this is the view I meant. Here, get out of the car and come over here. That's it. Over here by this stone wall. You get a great view of the Pacific at night. You think there's a more romantic spot anywhere?
Well, I don't go around checking these things.
Oh, you should. You look like the type.
You got a boyfriend, Margaret?
Oh, no one special. Particularly since most of the boys around here are just kids. I like men a little older than I am. Like you, Pat.
Mm-hmm. You're pretty childish yourself, Margaret.
Well, how do you know?
You picked up the adolescent notion that it's dramatic to chase older men, especially when they're married. What have you got in your head, a picture of yourself as a devastating husband stealer?
Oh, I don't think it's that, Pat. Not at all. I just go after something I want, and I don't much care what's in the way.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's why somebody knocked off your father.
Maybe. Look, can't we forget the case for 5 minutes?
Now you sound like your mother. You come from a very interesting family. Your father gets murdered, and you and your mother make it a field day.
You always talk so much when you're alone with a girl.
How many cases do you think I'd break if I went around making love to all the females involved?
A lot more than you do now. Oh, look at that moonlight on the Pacific. Isn't it dreamy?
Yes. I think we better get back to the house. We better get out of here fast.
That's what I like about this spot.
What do you mean, that's what you like?
It separates the men from the boys.
You listening, Gene?
I'm listening, but I'm not liking.
Well, now you can see what I was up against. But I concentrated hard on the facts in the case. I wasn't responding to this girl at all.
What did you say?
This girl was getting nowhere with me.
That's funny. I thought you said the girl was getting nowhere with you. That I could not believe.
Well, I decided to pay a visit to that studio where George Courier was stabbed. The police had it locked up, but I got a pass and decided to give it the once-over. It was very late at night. The studio was deserted. The set was topsy-turvy. You could see there'd been a struggle. I found 2 glasses. One of them had a lipstick smudge. I put it in my pocket. I was going to see if it matched the brand Mrs. Courier uses. While I was examining the bloodstains on the floor where George Courier had died, I thought I heard a noise. I waited. Looked around. Didn't see anything. Then I heard it again. I turned my flashlight toward the back of the set. then toward the cameras, the sound booth. Still saw nothing. Then, as I was about to turn off the flashlight, I saw a face. A man was sneaking up behind me.
What? Sorry, Mr. Abbott.
When I came to, I found myself in a small, dirty bedroom. I could see headlights passing frequently by the window, so I knew I was near a highway. A man, extremely well dressed and impressive looking, was sitting by the bed with a gun in his hand.
Allow me to introduce myself, Mr. Abbott. I'm Leonard Benedict.
Mr. Benedict, what's the idea of bouncing me on the head with a blackjack? Oh, ooh, that's quite a bump.
I had no other alternative. I was afraid you might not come with me or listen to me. We're at a motel, Mr. Abbott, about 10 or 15 miles out of town.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to sit there and answer my questions, Mr. Abbott, or I'll put every one of these bullets into you.
You're, George Currier's partner, aren't you?
That's right. And you're working for his wife, who's trying to get out of the rap for having killed him. You're probably getting a fortune to rig it, too.
No, I'm not getting a cent. I'm just interested in establishing what actually happened.
You're not getting paid for it at all?
No, she offered me $100,000, but I turned it down. If she's really guilty, I'll find out soon enough. And I'll be the first man to tell the DA about it, too.
She is guilty. That's what you've got to believe. That's what you've got to prove. Now, she mustn't get away with this. George was a wonderful man.
I've been told quite differently.
By, Mrs. Currier?
Yes, and Margaret. They made him out a combination Boris Karloff and Simon Legree.
Well, he did treat Margaret pretty roughly.
Tell me, what's your stake in this, Benedict?
Seeing that the woman who killed my partner dies for it.
Mm-hmm. Get any ideas about how you prove it, one way or another? So that a smart lawyer couldn't rip it to pieces in court.
Motive, Mr. Abbott. In George's will, Mrs. Currier inherits $500,000.
Wow. No wonder she was hiring detectives at $100,000 a clip. Well, it still won't do, Mr. Benedict. We need scientific facts. Evidence you can get your hands on.
That's your business. But listen to me and get this straight. I'll be watching you every minute. I'll be right behind you. And if you've been lying to me, if you're finagling around to fix this so that Margaret's mother gets away with it, I'll kill you, Mr. Abbott.
Well, as you can see, quite a cute predicament, Jean. If I nailed Mrs. Currier for the crime, I'd ruin her daughter's life. If I didn't, Benedict would see to it that I was lying around somewhere with a little garden on my stomach. Well, I checked the lipstick on the glass I had taken from the scene of the killing. Using a technique I'd been taught by a friendly pickpocket I once arrested, I lifted the lipstick from Mrs. Currier's handbag, and at police headquarters, a friend, a chemist, gave me the report.
Well, there it is, Pat. The lipstick on that glass is the same brand that Mrs. Currier uses.
Well, that doesn't tie this up in a neat package, though, Doc. Even though Mrs. Currier was at the scene of the murder, somebody else could have stabbed George.
Yeah, but who? You know, Patrick, I've been wondering. Why did Currier leave all his money to his wife? Wouldn't he have left something to his daughter?
He didn't get along with his daughter, Doc.
Maybe so.
I know. You've got a theory about murder once removed. In other words, Mrs. Currier is covering up. She didn't kill her husband. Margaret did. Well, Margaret could have figured it this way. She gets rid of her father. Her mother obviously gets the rap. Then little Margaret is left with $500,000.
Yeah, but she's such a sweet kid.
Yeah, well, there's one way to find out, Doc. And I'm going to have a whirl at it.
Oh? Well, what are you going to do?
Lift a lipstick from Margaret's handbag, too.
Sorry, Pat, you get nowhere. Margaret uses exactly the same kind of lipstick her mother does. Could mean she killed her father. Could mean she didn't.
Yeah. All right, Doc. I didn't want to do this, but I've got one more card to play.
Well, Pat, you still on the phone?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? What's this card you're going to play?
I'm going back to see Margaret.
Oh, I should have known there'd be an excuse for that.
Now, look, I know George struggled with his murderer. And from dancing with you, I know that if George held on to a woman for a while like that, some of her face powder might come off on his suit. I have to get a sample of Margaret's face powder.
From her boudoir, no doubt.
No. I'm going to take her out in her convertible again. Now, don't blow your top, Jean.
Oh, I know it's all in the line of duty. I'm coming home on the next plane.
Well, I promised to behave. It's my only chance to get that clue, dear.
If anything goes wrong with that gimmick, I'll poison you, Pat Abbott. Good night, Pat Abbott.
Good night, Lucretia Borgia. Margaret, you're right. This is a beautiful spot. That moon. The view of the Pacific from this hill. Come here, Margaret.
Mr. Abbott,
Mr. Abbott?
Yes, Mr. Benedict.
I saw you drop Margaret at the house. Where are you going?
To the morgue. You see, Mr. Benedict, I found out that both Margaret and her mother used the same lipstick. Therefore, the smear on the glass near George's body is useless, so I thought I'd try matching face powder. There's a powder spot on George's suit. I saw it in the morgue. I'll have a nice sample now of Margaret's powder here on my suit.
You what?
Never mind how I got it. It's a burnt copper, see? I'm going to see if the two samples match. If they do, I'm sorry, but Mrs. Currier won't die for that murder. Her sweet little daughter, Margaret, will.
You don't have to go to the morgue, Mr. Abbott. I was afraid that sooner or later you'd get to this point. You'll find the two samples do match.
Oh, using your gun again, Mr. Benedict?
Yes, it's in my pocket. Margaret killed her father, Mr. Abbott, and I helped her to do it. Now we're going back to the house, and we're going to kill you. Start walking, Mr. Abbott. Walk straight to the courier's house, and don't try anything. I just as leave shoot you down here in the street.
Leonard, what the devil are you doing with that gun? Mr. Abbott, what's this all about?
He got wise, Margaret. Get your things, sweetheart. We're leaving.
I thought he was poking around too much. Leonard, put that gun down and listen to me. Margaret, dear, please. You've got to listen to your mother. I know you killed George. I hired Abbott to cover up for us. I thought the police would arrest me, then Abbott would get me off, and they'd never suspect you. I did it for you, Margaret.
You did nothing for me. Nobody ever did. Lenny's the only one who ever cared about me.
Lenny taught me things. Lenny showed me how to live. Oh, I hated it in this house. I wanted to get away with Lenny.
Take it easy, Margaret, honey. Now, come on, get your things. We can hop a plane to Canada. These two will never talk. I'm going to fix that.
I wanted to get away with Lenny.
So we worked it out. We'd kill Dad. You'd die for it. And we'd get all the money. The money he cheated Lenny out of in the first place.
You wanted to do that to me, your own mother.
Oh, there isn't time for playing hearts and flowers now, Mrs. Currier.
Yes, I wanted to do that to you because I do it to anybody that gets in my way. You're rotten, too. I know what was going on when my father was alive.
And he knew what you were doing all the time, too, Margaret. That's why I couldn't stand you. He saw that hypodermic needle in your bathroom. Was dope one of the nice things Lenny taught you?
Take it easy, Abbott. Get your things, Margaret. Hurry. I told you I'd take care of her and Abbott, too.
You're not getting out of here, Margaret. I won't let you. Your hands off me. Let go of my dress.
Now stop that.
I'll shoot you.
Margaret, I didn't mean it. I meant to hit your mother. Margaret!
You've killed her, Mr. Benedict. I'll take that gun. That's better. You all right, Mrs. Carrier?
Yes, Mr. Abbott. Now that it's all over, I'm all right. This isn't the way I hoped it would work out. This isn't the way I hoped it would work out. Oh, Margaret. Oh, Margaret.
Hello? Hello, Gene? Operator. Operator.
One moment, sir. Yes, Pat?
Oh. Well, now you know the whole story, darling.
Don't you darling me, Mr. Whatever your name is.
Oh, I know what's bothering you. Did I have to kiss Margaret, huh?
It's the only aspect of the case that isn't quite clear to me.
Well, darling, how else could I have gotten that vital clue?
I have two things to say to you. You're a brilliant detective, and
Yes, and what?
I hate you.
Well, that's a fine thing. Man is lonesome, his wife is away, misses her terribly. Wants a few minutes on the phone to console himself, and she says, I hate you.
Hate you? I loathe you. You should be shot at dawn, without a blindfold, too.
Well,
First rocket to the moon, very dangerous. They should put in a rocket.
Oh, Gene, look, I told you... Hello? Oh, Gene. Gene, did you hang up? Can you hear me, Gene? Now, look, will you stop this nonsense and tell me you love me? Gene, do you love me? Gene Abbott, do you love your husband?
I am sorry, sir. We cannot give out that information.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. Tonight we were honored by Miss Claire Luce, making one of her rare radio dramatic appearances on The Adventures of the Abbotts. Included in the cast were Barbara Glenn and Louis Van Ruten. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. Next week, same time, same station. Another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts. This is Wayne Howell speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
After all, suppose you were a detective's wife working on a case involving a baseball team, and one of the star players tried to get to first base.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Pat and Jean Abbott. Tonight we are fortunate to have with us, making his dramatic debut, the man America knows and loves as number 42 at Ebbotts Field in Brooklyn. One of America's great athletes and a great guy, Jackie Robinson. Our story is a tale of homicide in the ballpark. And here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for this puzzle in murder.
Pat and I had gone for a spin in our convertible. Meantime, in a hotel room in San Francisco, Marty Phillips, the best catcher the Yellow Sox ever had, was entertaining a visitor.
I told you to stay away from me, Louie.
And I told you I'd be back, Marty. It's funny, you're a very smart apple on a ball field, but you ain't using your head now.
Get out of here. I ain't gonna ask you again.
You're a sap, Marty. Look. The boss says his syndicate's got $400,000 tied up in Tuesday's game. The boss says you can make yourself $75,000 just by losing.
I ain't taking a cent of that dirty dough.
$75,000's a lot of lettuce, kid. You'll be washed up someday. You'll wish you'd taken it. It's awful easy to throw the game, Marty. You lose a foul ball in the sun. You make a slow throw to second. Little things like that. Nobody'd notice.
Will you scram out of here?
The boss says if you don't want to take his dough, you're not going to play Tuesday. You're not going to play ever, Marty. I'm giving you one last chance. You take the dough and lose on Tuesday?
No. No, I told you I'd break you.
Okay, Marty.
Hey, put down that gun.
I'm awful sorry, kid. The boss just can't afford to lose that 400
Hey,
G's.
Louie, don't!
Yeah. It's like I said. You were a very smart ball player. But really, you were just a jerk, kid. Just a jerk.
Get some morning papers here. Marty Phillips murdered. Find big league catcher's body in hotel room. Killer gets Marty Phillips. Get your morning papers here. Get your morning papers.
When we got home that night, John Stafford, an official of the Baseball Commission, telephoned and asked Pat to go to his apartment immediately. Pat, as usual, tried every trick in the book to keep me off the case. But later on, in John Stafford's apartment, yours truly was in the case right up to her little ears.
I'm not calling off the game next Tuesday, Mr. Abbott.
You're not, Mr. Stafford?
No. I think it would be the worst thing we could possibly do. I want the boys to go ahead and play as though absolutely nothing had happened.
But do you think that'll convince the people that the Yellow Sox are playing an honest ball game?
I do, Mrs. Abbott. If we cancel the game, it'll seem as though something rotten had been going on. Of course, meantime, you've got to find out who killed Marty Phillips. That is your job, Mr. Abbott.
You say whoever shot him didn't leave any clues in that hotel room?
None.
You know Marty well?
Yes, ever since he played high school ball.
You know anything about his private life? Something that might be a lead as to who killed him?
I know nothing of the sort.
Plenty of blind alleys in this case, aren't there?
Does the case faze you, Mr. Abbott? Simply because the killer has been rather ingenious?
No, it doesn't faze me. Who's going to catch for the Yellow Sox on Tuesday?
Ned Tilton. He's a manager player, you know.
Mm-hmm. How does Ned feel about all this?
I don't know. Why don't you ask him?
Thanks, I will. Maybe he'll be more helpful.
Maybe.
Pat and I went to visit Ned Tilton, the manager player. Ned was kind of husky, gruff, but sentimental, and quite broken up about the death of his pal, Marty.
Well, Marty was a great catcher, Mr. Abbott. Baseball won't see the likes of Marty for a long, long time.
Yes, we know, Ned.
I love that kid. See, I used to sit in the dugout and get goose pimples just watching him behind the plate. He had that magic like Willie Mays.
I busted out crying when I heard Monty was dead.
Well, Ned, have you any idea at all who might have wanted to get Monty?
I think it was some crooked mob, Mrs. Abbott. Couldn't have been any of his friends. They were all crazy about him.
Anybody ever approach you, Ned? Try to get you to toss a game for dough?
I'd break their necks the minute they opened the trap.
Okay, Ned. We'll be moseying along. Thanks.
Yeah. Give a year's salary to get my hands on the guy who plugged Monty.
Well, maybe we can dig him up for you. Bye.
Yeah, so long. Sorry I couldn't serve you folks anything. I don't drink myself. I never touch it.
Bye, Ned. We'll do everything we can to even up the score for you.
Yeah, well, thanks. I'll be praying that you do.
Pat and I went home, and he sprawled out in his favorite chair. He began toying with his chin thoughtfully.
You know, dear, there's one thing that might open up this can of peas.
What is it, dear?
The Yellow Sox pitcher.
Freddie Manning?
Mm-hmm. Suppose a mob did get to Phillips. He and Freddie Manning are the whole team anyway. Now, Phillips is out of the way, so their only hope
would be to reach the pitcher, Freddie.
Mm-hmm.
I've an absolutely sensational idea.
Well, naturally.
Well, now, if you go to talk to Freddie Manning, it'll be no dice. But if I...
Stop. Right there.
Well, Pat, you know how a man will talk to a woman. They're putty in our hands.
Yes, well, I don't relish the idea of you alone somewhere with Freddie Manning, twisting him into a piece of putty.
Well, suppose I meet him. They say he's a wolf. Now, suppose he doesn't know that I'm Mrs. Abbott. Suppose he doesn't even know I'm Mrs.
The answer is still no. I won't allow you to do it.
But if it'll solve the case...
I am not going to risk some gangs using you for target practice.
But I just want to find out if anyone's tried to bribe him. I just want their name. I just want him to get palsy-walsy.
Yes, I know. Well, there are degrees of palsy-walsy.
It just means taking off my wedding ring for a few hours.
Means what?
Well, so that Freddie doesn't know I'm married. So that he'll get friendly. All right, Pat?
No.
Oh, okay, Warden. I won't try to make a break for it now, but someday I will. I'll get out a stir. Wait and see. The possibility of my solving the case entirely on my own was too tempting to resist. One afternoon, while Pat was at the office, I met a sports writer who was a longtime friend. He introduced me to Freddie Manning. Then, with a double-talk story about my old maid aunt being sick, I gave Pat the slip for a night and went out on a date with Freddie. He was young, dark, terribly handsome. A dreamboat. We went to a nightclub together. I was launching my dreamboat with champagne.
Jeannie, baby, you have just connected with a guy who's going places. You know that?
Sure, Freddie, I know.
Matheson, Johnson, Carl Hubble. Those guys had nothing compared to your little Freddie. And you're in line to be my ever-loving baby, huh, Jeannie?
You bet. You're going to be wonderful out there on the mound this Tuesday, aren't you?
I can't miss. I'm in perfect shape. You know the doc says there isn't a huskier guy in the league?
Tell me a secret.
Anything my honey wants to know.
Did anybody offer you money to throw the game Tuesday?
What do you want to talk about that for? Come here, baby.
Oh, Freddie, people are watching.
All right, then let's go to my apartment. I got a gorgeous terrace. We make some drinks at my bar. You know, if you stand on tiptoe on my terrace, you can reach right up and grab a chunk of the moon.
Well, it's awfully late.
And I got some music you like, too. Moody, low-down stuff. Shearing, Art Tatum, Ellington. What do you say?
Well,
I'll show you my scrapbook. Time I was in Hollywood. And all the movie stars gave me a big party. I got autographed pictures from all of them. To the best pitcher in baseball. That's me, honey.
Okay, Freddie. Let's go.
Good. Ah, you'll like it on the terrace. Nobody will be watching us but the man in the moon. And he don't care.
Freddie took me to an exquisite, ultra-modern penthouse overlooking the bay. He kept the place dimly lit. He played a few records. And then the ball players started to pitch.
Come here, Jeannie, honey. Give me a kiss, hmm?
No, wait.
What? What's the matter?
Well, I thought you were going to show me your scrapbook.
Oh, that can wait.
But I want to see where it says, to the best picture.
Okay. Scrapbook's here, right under this table.
Must have cost a lot of money to fix up this place, didn't it?
Yeah, why?
Oh, I was just wondering. I know the Yellow Sox pay you plenty,
But maybe I could be picking up some extra dough on the side for throwing a few games, hmm?
I wouldn't blame you for it. Did you ever do that, Freddie? Do you think that's why Marty Phillips was killed?
Get this. The cops went through that whole routine with me. I don't know anything about it, so forget
Freddie,
it.
You're hurting my arm.
Unless you like to get slapped around, forget it.
All right. Don't get so excited. Now, let's see the scrapbook. That's better. Say, who's she?
Hmm? Oh, give me that picture. That doesn't belong in there.
To my darling, my own adorable sweetheart. Should I be jealous?
No, she's an old flame. Gone and forgotten. Go on, look at the rest of the book. Look at the big shots I'm with.
Oh, that's Commissioner Stafford, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Swell guy.
He asked you much about Marty?
What the devil do you keep harping on that for? What are you up to?
Nothing. Oh, come on. Play another record for me. Then we'll go out on the terrace and see if we can really touch that moon.
Good evening, Jean.
Hello, Pat.
Or should I say good morning?
Oh, it is late, isn't it?
How's your aunt?
Much better, thank you.
Amazing old girl, isn't she?
Yes, amazing.
Especially the way she has people sit up with her when she's sick.
What's wrong with sitting up with a sick old aunt?
In a strapless evening gown?
Oh, that. Well, you see, my other dress... Well, I mean, this dress...
What'd you find out from Freddie Manning?
Freddie Manning?
You're not wearing your wedding ring, dear. And you've been dancing with somebody who's clumsy on his feet. Your slippers wouldn't look like that after a taxi ride to your aunt's house. Not much fun being married to a detective, huh?
Pat, I went to my aunt...
I said, what did you find out from Freddie Manning?
He wouldn't talk.
You were with him all evening and you didn't get a lead?
No, I tried very hard, Pat. He was kind of touchy when I spoke about Marty. But that's all.
No, I ought to get the hairbrush and spank the daylights out of you.
I was only trying to help, dear. Pat Abbott, I have half a mind to...
You have a half a mind, period. After I told you not to fool around in this case, after I told you to stay away from Freddie, after I...
Jealous, Pat?
No, I certainly am not.
Worry about me tonight?
I never gave it a thought.
You're as amazing as my aunt.
Why do you say that?
You don't get jealous.
Mm-mm.
You don't worry.
Nope.
But you smoke 2 whole packs of cigarettes.
Oh, that.
Not much fun being married to an observant wife. Hmm?
In just a moment, Act 2 of tonight's adventure of the Abbotts.
What do you know about your government? Do you know, for example, who is responsible for your personal security? The security which comes from being healthy, having a good education, and being well taken care of when we are unable to care for ourselves. A new secretary has been added to the President's cabinet as head of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. Actually, the department handles the work of several governmental agencies. The United States Public Health Service, which safeguards the general health of the American people. The Food and Drug Administration, which makes certain that our food is pure and safe. The Social Security Board, which takes care of older people, children, and the blind who may need help. And the United States Office of Education, which through research acts in an advisory capacity for the various state boards of education. All these agencies, through the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, are ever watchful of our personal security. That's how your government works.
And now for Act 2 of The Blood Red Diamond.
Tuesday afternoon, Pat and I went to the final game in the Yellow Sox series. The stands were packed. There had been no break in the case. Freddie Manning, my boyfriend, was pitching as sweet a ball game as you've ever seen. Ned Tilton, the manager player, was giving him wonderful support at the plate. Pat and I knew Tom Whitley, the sportscaster. Tom was the sportscaster who sounded strangely like Jackie Robinson, and we sat right beside the mic as he broadcast the game. Pat's eyes kept searching the stands, the dugout, and the field, watching for a tip-off if there was to be any dirty work.
This is Tom Whitley, fans. The game's tied at 1-1. It's the last of the sixth, at the bottom of the batting order coming up. It'll be Freddie Manning, the pitcher, who's doing a great job out there today. The game has been a rough and tumble affair, not as dignified as the games we have at Ebbotts Field, where we never try to influence the umpires. It just happens that the field over there in Brooklyn is the only one in the world where they serve right and left-handed pop bottles. Yes, this has been a wild game, and the only thing that's missing at a brawl like this is Leo the Roaster. I know a great new gag about Leo, but he's on top of the world now, and we'll just let him have his day. Well, here's Manning getting ready to step in. He gets a great big hand. There are 2 down, nobody on. There's the wind-up, the pitch. It's a hard grounder wide of third. Taylor's over, comes up with the ball. This will be close. But Manning falls down, and the throw is there for the 3rd out. Freddie seems to have tripped as he headed for a first, but he's not getting up. The lad must have twisted an ankle or something. Everyone running towards Freddie, and he isn't moving. He's got his face right down in the dirt. The crowd's tense. This may mean he's out of the ball game. Ned Tilton, his catcher, is going over to him now. He's waving for the doctor. There goes Commissioner Stafford, leaving his box, heading for Freddie. Stands are quiet now, very quiet. One woman seems to have broken past the field police. Oh, yes, a good friend of the team's, Mrs. Tilton, Ned Tilton's wife. Now, there goes my man on the field, and he's going to signal me as soon as the doctor finds out what's wrong. He's waving at me now. He's saying, Freddie, why, that's impossible. That's... Ladies and gentlemen, Freddie Manning is dead.
Pat and I raced to the Yellow Sox locker room, fighting our way through the shocked, milling crowd. Commissioner Stafford was there, and Ned Tilton. A policeman stood guard over the dead body. Stafford was very pale.
Well, Mr. Abbott, I really don't know what to say. The usual words don't mean anything.
What is the doctor's opinion, Mr. Stafford?
Looks like a heart attack. No signs of violence. Nothing at all. It was a hurried diagnosis, but from the blood that gushed from Freddie's mouth and nostrils, and from what he could see in just a quick glance, the doctor says Freddie's heart just popped and the boy died.
You the regular team doctor? Ever examined Freddie before?
Yes, that's what's so puzzling. He examined Freddie last week for an insurance policy. His heart was perfect.
But that doesn't make sense. He could...
First it was Marty. Now it's Fred. Are we cursed or something?
Try not to take it so badly, Ned.
I'll find my wife. I gotta go home. I don't feel right. I can't stand this.
But I'll find her, Ned. Ned, did I ever meet her?
I don't know. I don't think so. I've got to find her.
I could swear I'd seen her before today. Ned, sit down.
Oh.
That's it.
How could it happen? How could this happen?
Can you answer that, Mr. Abbott?
I think so.
Exactly what do you mean?
Freddie was probably murdered.
What?
A boy in his condition doesn't have a heart attack out of a clear blue sky. It's very unlikely. The attack was probably induced by poison.
Poison? Well, he played 6 innings.
Slow poison, Ned. Poison from his glove or from the ball or the bat.
But how would he have swallowed the poison?
I'm not sure yet, dear. It was a violent heart attack. Might have been caused by nitroglycerin. That works very slowly till the system has a lethal dose, shows no immediate signs, then suddenly it explodes the heart. Doctors use it for its expansive effect in small doses for arterial tension.
Oh, sounds fantastic. Now all you have to do is to find out which person out of the 25,000 people here engineered that. Rather
Difficult odds, eh, Mr. Abbott?
And I'll use your favorite word, Mr. Stafford. Maybe.
Pat and I finally left the stadium and went home with Pat frowning, mulling the problem over and over. Late that night at home. What's bothering you, Jean? You look troubled. Well, I've a feeling it'd help if I knew...
If you knew what?
Mrs. Tilton, Ned's wife. The woman who ran out on the field when Freddie fell. I could have sworn I'd seen her before. But where?
She's with the team very often. What difference does it make?
No, it's something peculiar. Where did I see her? It wasn't at the ballpark. It... Pat, I've got it. Her picture was in the scrapbook.
Freddie's? The one he showed you that night?
That's right.
Well, why wouldn't her picture be in the scrapbook? She's been with the team ever since Tilton joined them.
But the inscription, dear.
What inscription?
On her picture. She wrote, "To my darling Freddie, my own adorable sweetheart."
Are you sure about that?
Positive. I didn't know who she was when I saw it, so I just passed it by. But isn't that kind of...
I'll be back.
Well, where are you going?
To the stadium. Now, you wait here. This will be too dangerous.
I certainly will not. Why it'll be so dangerous to go to the stadium?
Because the killer may be there alone. And very much in the mood for a few more bloody murders.
Naturally, Pat couldn't shake me off. We bribed the night watchman to let us into the stadium. It was deserted, but there was a light shining through the door of the Yellow Sox locker room. Pat opened the door. Ned Tilton was there, emptying his locker.
Mr. Abbott, what are you doing here so late?
We've just had an idea, Ned.
About Marty and Freddie? Well, come on, tell me about it.
You told us when we visited your place that you never drink, Ned.
Huh? No, I don't.
There's a scotch bottle in your locker.
Oh, that.
There isn't any scotch in it. Is there? Got the nitroglycerin in the bottle, Ned?
Yeah. And if you or that wife of yours makes a move, I'll throw it on the floor. There's plenty left in the bottle. It'll blow us all to bits.
You put the liquid nitro on your catcher's mitt, didn't you, Ned? Just enough to wet the ball. You kept throwing to Freddie. Freddie was tossing spitballs. It's against the rules, I know, but Freddie knew a way around the rules. He was sneaking a few across the plate that way. It's happened before. You were the only person who knew he threw spitballs. You knew he'd keep licking his fingers to wet the ball. You knew he'd swallow little bits of the poison that way. That right, Ned?
Shut up, Abbott, and move out of the way.
You got a very attractive wife, Ned. And Freddie was quite a wolf. He and your wife were more than just two people interested in the team, weren't they?
Aye.
Their pictures in Freddie's scrapbook with a greeting that's a little too affectionate. Burned you up, didn't it?
I said get out of my way.
You started out to make a fortune, Ned. You placed heavy bets against your own team. Hired a guy to threaten Marty. The guy had to kill him. Then you went after Freddie. But not because you wanted him to throw the game. No, things were too hot to rig it that way. No, you wanted to kill him yourself for a personal reason.
I've got nothing to lose if I drop this bottle of nitro.
Now, look, Ned.
Keep away from me, Abbott.
Be careful, Pat.
I'll be getting out of here now, if you don't mind. Don't follow me. All I have to do is toss this juice in front of you and the missus. Stay right where you are. I'm watching you. I can still see you. Don't move.
There he goes, Pat. See him? He's running into the grandstand.
Stay here, Jean. I'll get him.
Come back, Pat. You'll be killed.
Lost him. He must have ducked behind the benches.
Come back, Pat.
I told you not to follow me, Abbott.
Get down, Pat. He's going to throw the nitro. Pat, are you all right? I can't see out there. Pat!
I'm all right. Stay where you are. Now, Ned, you and I are going to play a little tag.
You come for me and I'll break your neck.
You picked a bad spot, Ned. That exit is closed. Where'll you run to now?
Keep your hands off, Abbott. I'll kill you. So help me, I'll kill you. Get out. Now I'm going to choke the life out of you.
That does it. You had enough, Ned? Oh, you had enough? You had enough?
As I came running up the ramp, Ned was out cold. Pat still had strength to haul Ned's body to the locker room where we waited for the police. When Ned was revived, he identified the gunman who'd killed Marty Phillips. I guess someone should have told Ned that Pat Abbott was a Marine veteran who'd been on the receiving end of the dirtiest fighting the Japs could ever think of. Very late that night, it was almost sunrise. Pat? Isn't it about time for me to put my wedding ring back on?
I suppose so.
Go ahead. You put it back on my finger.
How do you know I want to marry you again?
Well, don't you?
No.
Oh, come on. Marry me again.
I said I don't want to.
Would you marry me again for all the rice in China?
No.
For all the smorgasbord in Sweden?
No.
For all the moolah in Fort Knox?
No.
For a kiss?
You talked me into it.
Moral of the story. Husbands who wonder if their wives still love them should let their wives spend an evening dancing with a handsome stranger. I know a perfect nightclub they can go to. And the management is not responsible for hats, coats, or stolen hearts.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. Also heard tonight were Everett Sloan, Mandel Kramer, and Kenny Delmar. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. Next week, same time, same station. Another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.